Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting and Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'm hearing an echo. Can we unecho? Thank you. A roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here, and I just wanted to note that Councilmember Becker would be a little bit late, but will be here for closed session.
Thank you, noted. Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Jane.
Yeah, here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here. Thank you. So we have 3 items of closed session. Do we have any members of the public or any public comment on our 3 closed session items? Assistant City Clerk, do you see any?
I see no hands and I have no written comment, Mayor.
All right, thank you. We'll adjourn to closed session and we will be back at 6 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority meeting. We are coming back from closed session. So could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather this evening, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength and courage and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice for all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Announcement AB 23, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. Also, for those that are attending this evening's meeting as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent, as this is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon and evening and welcome. For today's meeting, the City Council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. And the public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter the name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I'll call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov, and the comments received during the meeting will be read into the record. So we're going to move on with the council agenda. But before we do, I would like to indulge the council, indulge the public, and talk about someone very special to the city of Santa Clara. I want to ask our council to help declare a moment of silence for former Santa Clara Mayor and Council Member Lawrence Leroy Farger. I would like to request a moment of silence to offer our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of former Santa Clara Mayor and Council Member Lawrence Leroy Farger. Lawrence, and we all knew him as Larry, most of us anyway, passed away on June 14th, 2022. Larry was born on September 16th, 1932 in Montana to parents Lawrence and Maud Farger. He married Camille Farger in Dwight, Nebraska, and they remained happily married for almost 50 years. Larry and Camille bought their first home in the city of Santa Clara in 1959. This is when his love for the city of Santa Clara began. Larry was involved in the growth of Santa Clara for over 50 years and served as Santa Clara City Councilman and was the mayor of Santa Clara in 1964 to 65. He ran for the California Congress and State Assembly as a devoted member of the Republican Party and served as a delegate to President Ronald Reagan at the Republican Convention in 1980. Larry was named Realtor of the Year by the San Jose Real Estate Board in 1982 and elected to serve as their president in 1983. He was also a member and director of the California Association of Realtors. Larry was awarded the California Distinguished Realtor for 2005 by the California Association of Realtors and was awarded the Byron Brawley Lifetime Achievement Award in 2007 by the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and awarded Realtor Emeritus by the National Association of Realtors for over 40 years as a realtor. He was awarded the Austin Warburton Award by the Mission City Community Fund for community service and was also an active member and past president of the Santa Clara Rotary Club for 48 years. Larry was a Little League coach, a neighbor, a landlord, and beloved friend of many who would cherish his handwritten birthday cards and note he always sent. And I got a few of those notes. I'm not going to tell you what they said, but yeah. He always spoke his mind. Larry is lovingly remembered by his children, Larry Lee, Leighton Lawson, Lyndall, and Lori, 10 grandchildren and 10 great-grandchildren. The city will fly flags at half-mast on June 28th in memory of former mayor and council member Lawrence Leroy Farger. I also have to say that I have this picture in my office that I keep, and it was when my father was the mayor and served on the council with Larry. So Larry's always with me in my office. Here he is right here looking very, very young and handsome. But I do have to say, I remember my father always talking about him, that he was such a hard worker. And of course, they were from different parties, right? So sometimes they always didn't agree on things. However, Larry, he told me, was the first council member that didn't live in downtown Santa Clara. He was the first council member that was elected outside of the core of downtown because all the council members came from downtown. So he was the one that really expanded the reach in our city to have other areas of the city represented. And he was intimately involved in the development of the city of Santa Clara. And I have to say, with his business acumen and working with city manager Don Von Raysfield, Santa Clara wouldn't be what it is today without Larry Farger and his vision and his business sense. I mean, he really had a wonderful sense of how you develop the city in the right way. And I'll say, you know, we love our city today, and he has left his mark on Santa Clara for generations to come. So I know that we have family members here from the Farger family, and I see Lori, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but is there anything you would like to say about your dad? He spent a lot of time in these chambers, and let me tell you, they look the same as when he was here. I can tell by the picture. So they look the same. I don't know if you would like to come up and say something about your dad. He really, his spirit is here with us today in City Hall. He will never be forgotten, I must say that. Welcome.
Thank you for all those kind words. It means a lot to us. I'm Lori Farger Vieira, and this is my daughter, Vanessa Sish. And it's hard to talk about Santa Clara and my dad in the same sentence without getting emotional, because this was our home for my whole life and a lot of his life and her whole life. And so our mission and just the council and our city was everything to him. So I just want to say thank you to our whole city for embracing our family and my father. Thank you very much.
And his services are Monday at 10 at the
There's a
Mission Santa
rosary. There's a rosary at St. Lawrence Parish on Monday at 7 p.m. Visitation at 6. And rosary at 7, and then the mission funeral mass will be on Tuesday at 10 a.m.
The 28th, the same
The
day as the
28th.
flags.
Yes, same day as the flags, 28th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Do you want to
very
say something? granddaughter?
All I came was to support her, but as well as my grandfather. But I just want you to say what an honor it is for him to, everything that you guys are doing to recognize him as well during his final days with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for coming. And with that, I would like to, Councilmember Hardy, you have something to say?
Yes, Larry was a very dear friend. He was a neighbor of mine, and I'll never forget him riding his bike around and always waving at everyone and hollering, "I'm wearing my helmet." I love that. And when my daughters went to grade school with his granddaughter, Tammy, and when they were all in Girl Scouts, and she took the initiative to go up to somebody and say, "Hey, you said you were going to buy Girl Scout cookies." And I asked him, I said, "Where did you learn to be so bold?" And she goes, "From Grandpa." So I've always loved that. And the last time I got to see him was at the last, I guess it was 2019, when we had the last community fund dinner. And I knew he wasn't doing well, and it was just hard to know that he was on his own. So we miss him.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councilmember Hardy. He is gone, but he will never be forgotten here in the city of Santa Clara. So with that, I'd like to ask that we have a moment of silence in honor of former Mayor Larry Farger. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Farger family for gracing us tonight, and we'll see you at the services. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on, we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney?
Mayor and Council, on item 1B and 1C, both items, the City Council voted unanimously to enter into an agreement with the City of San Jose based on the following terms. Number one, the City of Santa Clara would release claims against the City of San Jose regarding its North San Jose Area Development Plan. Number two, San Jose would agree to the following: to construct the lane widening of Montague over the Guadalupe River, to also pay to the City of Santa Clara an amount ranging between $9.33 million and $14 million over 6 annual payments. And the City of San Jose will also defend and indemnify the City of Santa Clara against any third-party claims related to this action. And finally, the City Council unanimously authorized the staff to move forward with mediation with the county and San Jose regarding the county's claims and demands related to the North San Jose Area Development Plan. And after final execution of this agreement, a copy will be available for public inspection at the city clerk's office. And that's all we have to report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go, I skipped ahead a little bit, backwards to the Senior Advisory Commission interviews. So we have recently had some interviews for the Senior Advisory Commission, and one of our commission members resigned. So we have a vacancy, but we have 2 members that we interviewed that were on the eligibility list. Is that correct, Assistant City Clerk, if you'd like to introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Nora Pimentel, Assistant City Clerk, and pretty much what you said is accurate. We received a resignation on June 6th, becomes effective June 20th, from a former Senior Advisory Commissioner. So this evening you will be interviewing Rick Andrews and Vina Sterling, whom you placed on the eligibility list from the interviews you conducted on May 16th. So with that, they will have they are aware of the 3 minutes introduction, followed by questions with a 1-minute closing statement. And we can start with Rick Andrews, and I believe
Okay.
there he is. We'll welcome you to the
Andrews, like to
podium.
come forward, please. Nice to see you again. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Rick Andrews. I've been a resident of North Santa Clara for 28 years. I've spent somewhere close to 16 years on the board of directors of my homeowners association in various capacities, presidents several times, overseeing many projects throughout the community. I'm a working senior. I've worked at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center for 24 years in the facilities division. It's my understanding that the person who stepped down from this position is also from North Santa Clara. As the city moves forward with plans to grow and add new amenities, it is important that there is representation for many parts of the city as possible. I feel me being from the north side makes me a pretty good candidate. It's my feeling there needs to be more emphasis put on the seniors of the north side, either in the proposed Central Park North or as part of the senior housing developments. Many of our seniors don't drive or have access to transportation, so the closer the centers are, the more useful they'll become to that community. Finding a new way to assist with transportation would also benefit this community, whether it be by providing a shuttle or working in concert with the VTA. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. We have some questions that may sound a little familiar to you, but
Sure.
we're still going to move ahead with them. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rick. What is your favorite program at the Senior Center and why?
So I don't get the opportunity anymore to use the senior center as I used to before the pandemic. We used to use the fitness center 3 to 4 times a week. So that's been with our hours being from 7 to 3, that's my work hours. So I don't have an option to go there. They're not open on weekends anymore. So we don't have an option to go there. But we loved the senior center and have actually been able to walk in to see what they've done to it and look forward to someday being able to go back and do it again.
Thank you. Nice to see you again. Have you participated in the Health and Wellness Fair? And if so, what thoughts might you have on improving the event?
So sadly, I have not participated in one in the city of Santa Clara. I have participated in many from Santa Clara Valley Medical Center Foundation. I look forward to being able to go to one, but again, they happen in my work hours, so I haven't had the opportunity.
Thank you, Rick. Can you think of one service for seniors that Santa Clara should be providing that is not already?
As I stated in my opening statement, transportation. I think it's vital that we be able to get the seniors to the senior center. That would be the one thing that I think we need to provide.
Thank you. What can you do to encourage more diversity for seniors and senior activities?
I think outreach is a big focal point that needs to be set out. You know, I walk my dog every day throughout my community, and I ask people, I know many people in the community, and I ask them, do you use the senior center? And I would say 70 to 80% of them don't even know we have a senior center. Yeah, and those who do say it's too far for them to go. So that's a problem. So outreach is where we need to get to.
That's surprising, but yes, thank you. I agree with you. So that's it. I know we already had an extensive interview with you before. So is there any closing statement you'd like to make?
No, I think I'm fine. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, and thank you for coming back again. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, we will move on to Vina Sterling. We're going to try to move her over.
So she's online.
She's online via
Okay,
Zoom.
on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hi. Hi, Vina. Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah.
So if you'd like to start by giving us your opening statement, and then we have some questions that may sound a little familiar, but we're going to ask them anyway. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, so my name is Vina Sterling. I've lived in the Bay Area for almost 40 years, and I've lived in Santa Clara for 36 years. I work full-time at VMware. I exercise every day and find time for gardening and yoga and meditation. And while the senior center was open, I used to use the swimming pool at the swimming center, the large swimming pool, when it was open every day after work. I think that's,
Okay. All right,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you. We have some questions for you. We'll start with Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome back, Veena. So my question is, what is your favorite program at Senior Center and why?
So I really like the water sports and exercises that is afforded to seniors in the wading pool. Although it hasn't been available during the pandemic, I feel strongly that the water exercises that the seniors do are, they cause less harm to their body. And I think that some of those water exercises were people were being charged for that. And I feel that that should be free and perhaps, classes for the seniors.
Thank you.
Thank you for being back again. I'm glad we had that eligibility list so that we could quickly reach out to some folks and get this position filled. So, Veena, the question I have for you is, have you participated in the Health and Wellness Fair? And if so, what thoughts might you have on improving the event?
I have not participated in the Health and Wellness Fair, but I have heard about it from friends last year who have. I have spoken to many people who are completely unaware of the Health and Wellness Fair. And so perhaps I feel that we need more marketing about that, and also arrange for transport for those who might be unable to attend.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Veena. Can you think of one service for seniors that Santa Clara should be providing that it is not already providing?
Okay, so I know that we are thinking about starting a community gardening in Santa Clara, somewhere on Monroe and San Tomas. And I would love to start a community gardening in the senior center. I feel gardening is a form of meditation, and all aspects of gardening, planting, harvesting, composting, sharing the produce, and teaching are therapeutic and provide social interaction among seniors who are fairly isolated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Veena, for applying. What can you do to encourage more diversity for seniors and senior activities?
So I think I would have loved to have like a book club and a Scrabble club. I know we already have like some sort of a chess club because one of my friends actually manages and plays in that chess club. But I think book clubs encourage different perspectives and different points of view. Discussions about books can bring people together and provides, better understanding of different cultures. And I also would like to gauge interest among the senior community and consequently invite speakers, like maybe journalists or just speakers, art speakers, someone on a perhaps monthly basis to discuss topics of interest. Movie day, music day with potluck might also be like a good activity.
Veena?
I think.
Veena? Hello, Veena? You're bubbling out a little bit, so can you repeat just your last sentence or so? We're trying to get it in so that we can hear every word you have to say. Veena?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Can you just repeat a little bit?
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, Veena.
Yeah. Yes.
Nobody move so she can hear.
Yeah. Yes. So I think that it would be a good idea to have like a book club and a Scrabble club. I know we already have a chess club. I feel that book club encourages different perspectives and different points of view. So discussions about books can bring people together and provides a better understanding of different cultures. And can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you still hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Vina?
Okay. So I would also, I think having speakers coming on a monthly basis or something. Yes. I don't know if it's my internet or your internet. It's probably mine.
Yep. It
Well,
probably is.
they're all
Hello?
saying it's yours, but I don't know if that's true. We're all pointing fingers the
Hello?
wrong way. Yes, Vina, can she call back in
Hello?
maybe?
Can you hear me?
What's that?
Yeah, it's probably mine. It's probably.
Would you like me to call her and?
Yeah, can you call her? Because I want to make sure we're fair and we can hear what she has to say.
Can we call a short recess while I do
She's
this?
calling right now.
Sure.
I think she can connect her when we call her too, right? Yeah. Technology. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Vina?
Yeah,
Oh, we hear you perfectly now.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's okay. So,
So what I began to say was that I think I would like to have a book club
yes.
and a Scrabble club. And I know we already have a chess club. And I feel like book club encourages different perspectives and different points of view. And discussions about books can bring different cultures together and provide a better understanding of different peoples. Also, having speakers coming to speak on a monthly basis on different topics of interest is interesting for me, I think. And then having a movie day or a music day with potluck might also be a good activity for seniors at the center.
Very good. Thank you, Vina. So now is the time for your 1-minute closing statement. Is there anything else you'd like to say to us this evening?
So I want to second the sentence that the former person said, where he indicated that I also have spoken to many people, and a lot of them did not know that there was a senior center in Santa Clara. There are people in Cupertino who know about the senior center in Santa Clara, but the people in Santa Clara don't know about the senior center in Santa Clara. And that I think is a problem. And I think that we need to market the senior center more and have it in a space where it's talked about at the library, talked about at the large swimming pool by the library, stuff like that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Vina. We appreciate it. So now we've heard from both applicants, and as you can see, there's good reason why both of them were on our eligibility list. I want to ask you, City Clerk, that if whichever applicant, this is going to be very difficult, whichever applicant we do not choose, they still stay on the eligibility list, right? Sure. So in the event that there is another vacancy, then they would immediately go on to the commission during, I don't know where we are in the 6-month period.
So it just started on May 16th. So as of May 16th, the 6 months begins. And of course, you may direct that the person that stays on the eligibility list, then should a vacancy occur, you may direct that we appoint, of course,
Yeah.
reaching out to them, and if they are still in interest for that.
Okay, thank you. So even if you're not selected this evening, you can still end up serving because there's still months left on the eligibility list. So you want to give us our voting requirements? I know
Sure.
you're going to say one vote apiece, right?
Correct. So if you're
Okay.
ready, I'll just start right here on to my left. Councilmember Becker, would please cast your vote.
Vina.
Councilmember Hardy.
Rick.
Councilmember Jane.
Vina Sterling.
Mayor Gilmore.
Rick?
Councilmember Shahal.
Vina Sterling.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Rick Andrews?
And Councilmember Park.
Venus Sterling.
Okay, is there a motion to approve Vina Sterling for the Senior Advisory Commission?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, please. Oh, sorry. You mean you don't move as fast as we speak, right? Speed of light?
Raj.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
And while we're waiting, I do want to say to Mr. Andrews, thank you again for coming back, and hang in there. There's still time left for another possible vacancy on the Senior Advisory Commission. I hope not. I hope our commission stays intact, but in the event, we appreciate you coming out for the second time. Thank you.
I'm going to have to do this manually because I can't enter Councilmember Becker since he was absent at the beginning.
Okay.
So
You've caused us problems, Councilmember Becker.
I'm just going to do a roll call vote. Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you, and congratulations to Vina Sterling on your
you.
appointment. Thank you, Vina.
Thank you.
If you contact the city clerk's office, or the city clerk office will contact you to give you details of swearing you in and all the particulars on the commission. So thank you. Thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, next we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. City staff, do you have any? I know that I'm going to move up as per normal, our 2 items at the end are public items, 2 written petitions, 9 and 10, to after the consent calendar. Is there anyone else that has anything? Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations? Okay, seeing none, we're now going to move to our 3A special order of business. So this evening, as a special order of business, the City Council will be recognizing the Bay to Brooklyn 2021 bike ride, honoring all first responders who made the ultimate sacrifice 20 years ago on September 11th, 2001. All military servicemen and women who have died in defense of our freedom, and all first responders and healthcare workers who continue to serve. 10 years ago, in 2011, the City of Santa Clara firefighters Daryl Sales and Frank Walsh rode their bicycles, followed by a support vehicle, from Santa Clara to New York City to honor and commemorate the 343 firefighters, as well as the first responders who lost their lives on 9/11. To commemorate and honor the 20-year anniversary of the 9/11 terrorist attack, a group of 10 riders comprised of firefighters and military veterans participated in the Bay to Brooklyn 2021 event, traveling from the San Francisco Bay Area, crossing the Brooklyn Bridge into New York City on September 9th in time to attend the memorial services. Yes, I said they rode their bikes across the country. Amazing. Yeah. The events of September 11th remain a poignant reminder of the critical role firefighters, law enforcement officers, and emergency medical technicians and paramedics play in our communities every day and in our individual lives when tragedy occurs. At this time, I'd like to invite Beta Brooklyn's lead organizer and writer, Daryl Sales, up to the podium to share a few words. Before you start, Daryl, I just wanted to say, some may ask why, you did this last year, why are we doing it now? But we really thought this was such a special occasion. We wanted to wait until we were back in person, the city council meeting, so that we could see all of you and honor you in person. So that's the reason for the lag in time. But welcome, Daryl.
Thank you for that. Daryl Sales, lead organizer and originator of Beta Brooklyn, Mayor Gilmore, and for the city council. It's a true honor to be able to do this ride. When we did it the first go-round, and if I may correct, the two riders the first go-round were myself and David Lombardo. I know Frank Walsh would love to say I did it twice, but
He gave us the text, so there we go.
I did, yeah, that's understandable. Just so you know, we will be doing it a third time, so Frank will have a chance to do it a second time. But initially, when we did this, it was to connect the West Coast to the East Coast with firefighters, their families. And then this last one that we did, it was important for us to connect with the military personnel also. We understood that sacrifices are made across the board. And it helps us to be able to keep the memory of the 343 alive. It helps us to have those conversations, to reach out to generations that may not have even heard of what happened on 9/11/2001. And so it's our way of being able to honor them. The connection and the relationship is our main purpose for doing this. And it literally takes thousands of people to put this ride together all the way across. Reception to each of the towns, to be able to meet with mayors, city managers, Chamber of Commerce personnel, fire chiefs, police chiefs, to have escorts like you would never, ever believe, because they want to be a part of it also. And it helps us to be able to allow them to do that. With that, people have such kind hearts that in the last 2 times that we've done this, we've been able to raise almost $120,000 that has been given to organizations that support what we're trying to do. So this last go-around, $30,000 was given to the Uniformed Firefighters Association, FDNY. That money goes to their families who've lost loved ones, who still continue with challenges. It provides for education and scholarships. We were also able to raise money to go to the 9/11 Museum and Memorial. So those were 2 connections that we were able to make in this go-round, and we're very honored to be able to do that. We will be doing this a third time, and this will be for the 25th anniversary, so our legs don't get too old too fast. And if I would, I'd like to be able to have the rest of the team that's here come up.
Yes, please, because we want to recognize everyone today. Would you like to introduce them as they come up and say a little bit about them too? Because I know you probably have things to say about them as well. And we have Frank here, right? Frank's here?
Yeah,
All right.
we call him Crank. Call him Crank. So,
And they're all still walking after that long
Yeah,
trip. How many
so-
miles is that?
With the exception of 2 of our personnel on the team, and not to take anything away from them, but the rest of the team is comprised of Santa Clara firefighters. So spanning, I don't know when Frank was hired, I think they just got Christ off the cross, but something like that. Came out of horses. Yeah. So anyway, Frank came on, he was the first one to come on board for our ride.
Frank Walsh. Yeah.
And so he had made a commitment to ride part of the ride, not every day, and he did easily 3 times what he said he was going to do. Got his first multiple century rides in back to back, and so it was it was a great honor to have him on the team. Jeff Provancher, another retired firefighter from Santa Clara, was the next to come on the board, and this was our core planning team. So when we put this together, and without those two guys, this ride would not have been what it was. Next in line is Pat Howard. Pat Howard's a good friend of mine, both motorcycles and bicycles, and I just want to clarify, this was a bicycle ride, not a motorcycle.
Right.
So, many people are like, oh, yeah, that's no big deal, you ride your bike, but when we say bicycle,
You're really peddling that, yeah.
so Pat Howard became one of our support drivers and our team photographer, and so it was great having him on board. Next in line is Aurelio. I affectionately call him Team Mom. So he was the one that said, I got you. And he literally wiped snot from my nose. So
Wow,
he
that's
kept
impressive.
he kept us going. He was cheering us on. He kept us on a timeline like nobody ever was able to do. He did his own challenge.
Yep.
This is from Team Mom.
Team Mom.
I would have never expected another level of this ride to happen, but Aurelio brought that to us. At some time, if you have the chance to have a conversation with him, because I know he would not want to do it in this forum for various reasons. So, Gary Wiley, who's a longtime friend of mine, retired U.S. Navy. When I did the ride the first time, we were talking about it. He was thinking about it, and I had seen him sometime after, and I said, I haven't forgot about you. I really want you to be a part of this ride. And he talked it over with his family. He had been riding, and so he came on board and rode with us. So hats off to Gary for riding with us. Kent Clark, another one of our support drivers who drove my truck and the trailer. Had he not made it, the rest of us probably would not have made it. So thank you, Kent. Behind Kent is Battalion Chief John Byrne. So he's with CAL FIRE. He and one of his cohorts, who's on Zoom, Mike DeLeo.
Yeah, well, I'm saying we have Mike on as well.
So Mike and John are current active firefighters with CAL FIRE. Timing had it just so that they were able to get about 6 weeks off to be able to do the whole ride. And this was in transition from one position to the next. So they were in transition for a promotion. And it just so happened that promotion allowed them to be able to do this ride. And so it was really good to have them on board. John, a special note to John is I met him shortly after our first ride. And he had met our daughter, and he wanted to do a ride for his sister. And so my daughter said, you should really talk to my dad because he just did a ride like what you want to do. So John and I met, we talked, I helped him plan his ride. He was a successful recipient of putting together a special needs vehicle for his sister, was able to produce a book about it, and so duly noted as Lauren's ride. And so John's a big part of this group. And then on Zoom, we have Mike DeLeo, who was our team doctor. So every morning, I had asked him if he would check us out medically. The challenges of COVID, what we were doing, going across the United States, meeting with people. We didn't want to get infected. We didn't want to infect other people. So every day, he made sure that we were healthy. We tested along the way whenever there was a, hey, you might have come in contact with somebody. So thank you to Doc for being able to do that, Mike DeLeo. And then also we have Tony Maffei and his son, Anthony. Tony came on board at almost the last minute, and he really became our mission control. So he is a battalion chief for Daly City, active. He got on the phone. He made calls to people I would have never had the conversation with, especially the way he had them. But he has this charm about him that it helped us get what we needed. And then his son, who is a meteorologist, became our team meteorologist. So he kept us up to date on what the weather was going to be like. And the only thing that he missed was a tornado in Iowa.
Oh, oops.
Other than that, he was spot on. So, this is the Beta Brooklyn team. We're happy to do it. This is just the core of the team that did it. It took so many people. and David Lombardo, who was another one on the team, and then Jeremy Provancher, who is Jeff's son. He had just gotten out of the Army Rangers, and without even training, he just jumped on his bike and went. So, I would
Without
expect
training.
the best from Jeremy. So, anybody else? Aaron and Dewey Ray, those are two firefighters from Arizona. Dewey Ray came on board. He got in touch with Frank because Frank and Dewey are bagpipers. And so they both took their bagpipes and they played the pipes kind of as we went across. And one morning, that was our reveille call, was waking up to bagpipes. And I'm sure the neighbors didn't like that very much. And then Aaron, his son, who was an active paramedic, so he was the other guy on our team making sure that we were safe. So thank you so much for giving us the time to be able to explain what Beta Brooklyn is and to let you know that you're all welcome to join us as the send-off for August 1st, 2026. And I wanted to give a special thanks to Mayor Gilmore and Councilman Watanabe for their outreach to us and to be able to send us off properly on the day that we left.
I want to say that, yeah, but we followed you. The whole city was following you as you went on your trip because there was a lot of videos, and you guys are actually kind of funny. There was a lot of videos as you went across and talking about the weather and the different, situations and with COVID and meeting all the people. But you, at the same time, you represented Santa Clara all the way across the country. It's pretty amazing. But I think there's some women sitting back there that may have had a little bit to do with your success. So I thought maybe we should introduce them.
I'm sure glad you did because I would be in trouble if I did.
Yes.
We have Stephanie, Chris, and Robin come up. So these are the backbone of why.
Yes, exactly.
Sometimes I think that they wanted us to go for 40 days.
My lips are sealed, yes.
My wife, Stephanie, so she had told us when we were planning this one, she said, you are not doing this for the 30th anniversary. She says, if you do it, you'll be doing it alone. And so me being the smart guy, I said, okay, we're not going to do it 30, we're going to do it 25. And that was after she said, you guys should really do this for the 25th. So she's been a big supporter in this, and she's had her chance to have some fun with it too. One little story is that these guys got to ride on one of the rescues, and they're sending videos while we're pelling away, and they're like, hey, we're having a great time. And then three of our support drivers got to ride in the fireboat from our endpoint back to ground zero. And the chief had said, you guys don't have to drive back there. We're going to take you. And they're like, how are you going to do that? And he's like, we're going by boat. And so they went from that headquarters at that station around the harbor to ground zero. That was when I was really envious. But anyway, it's one of the perks of being able to sit back and help plan and not really get any of the benefit of what we got to do every day.
Well, we appreciate you bringing the attention to it because when you think about it, 9/11, was 20 years ago, and, some of the young people that were born and didn't experience it and didn't know, what had really happened or forgot about it, but the fact that you're bringing it to all of our attention so we know to never forget, what happened is important.
And last but not least, Chris Walsh, Frank's wife, who is a sweetheart, very quiet and unassuming, but very caring and loving. So I appreciate having her as a part of the team too. And then Robin Provancher, she has just been a hoot. And Jeff and I kind of met, and I'd asked him about doing, riding bikes, and so he said, I don't know why I didn't do this sooner, but we've developed this really strong friendship out of that. In fact, these two we now nickname Thelma and Louise because of their adventures while we weren't at home. So thank you. Yes, Robin would like to say something.
Yes, please. Can you come to the microphone, please, Robin? Thank you.
I appreciate that the wives ourselves, we became a team also, because someone had to stay home and pay the bills, take the garbage out, feed the animals, and we all supported each other. And I'm just so very proud of these guys for what they did in keeping the memory alive of the people that sacrificed. And I'm looking forward to 2026 as well.
Thank you. It certainly took a village here, and here's your village to have this feat. I mean, it's unbelievable. I couldn't, when I saw you riding off, I would have been tired 2 blocks away. So I can't even imagine what you did. So we have commendations for you and also for the riders and support staff that is not here. So I'm going to give them to you. If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to hand them to you if you come up here. And maybe the council can come back here because there's so many of us and we can get a picture with the council up here and you all up here with everyone. Okay? Back my chair.
Is Mayor coming back? Or? I think she's coming back. She's coming back, right?
Today. Thank you. Okay, for tonight's next special order of business, I'm honored to proclaim June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in the city of Santa Clara. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, setting in motion the end of slavery in the United States. Almost 3 years later, on June 19th, 1865. The Emancipation Proclamation was finally read in Texas by Major General George Granger to enslaved African Americans, advising them that they had been freed. Texas was the last Confederate state to have the proclamation announced after the end of the American Civil War in April of that year. Unfortunately, freedom had been delayed and denied for nearly 3 years. The celebration of Juneteenth reminds each of us of the precious promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity, which are the core of the American dream. Promises which must be extended to everyone in our country. I now hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in the city of Santa Clara. And here's a proclamation for that. Our representative that was going to accept this wasn't able to make it this evening. So, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm proud that our city is recognizing Juneteenth. I think it's going to be a new trend that a lot of our cities are going to be recognizing, and I'm very honored to do that tonight. But I do also want to say that I think by next year, I hope we do have a Juneteenth flag that we could be raising as well.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. All right, next, and I hope that he's on the line right now. Do we have Assemblyman Evan Lowe? Is he on? We have a special order of business, which I'm adding just to this area. Assemblymember Lowe is recognizing 2 Santa Clarans. So, yes, I see him now. He's on. Can he be moved over, please? To be a presenter? Okay, thank you. So I thought this would be a great opportunity for him. He is our assembly member-elect in the city of Santa Clara. You're muted. Assemblymember Lowe? Oh, there you go.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for allowing me a brief opportunity to give greetings from the state capitol in recognition of Pride Month. And Mayor and Council, you were kind enough to help recognize the month of June as Pride Month. Each and every year in the state of California, we have an opportunity to recognize incredible champions throughout the entire state of California. As you know, California consists of close to 40 million residents in California. And this year we've had an opportunity to recognize some near and dear individuals to our hearts. And I want to help acknowledge and recognize Arlene and Clara, residents, longtime residents of the city of Santa Clara, for their commitment and contributions. They have been recognized earlier this week on the floor of the California State Legislature for their loving commitment to our community and to each other. They have both paved the way for individuals throughout the different generations on marriage equality and ensuring that love is love. And of course, this happened during a time in which there were a number of challenges with respect to laws on the books, but they have been steadfast in their commitment and being incredible role models to the community. So thank you again for allowing me to help recognize some fellow Santa Clarans in our midst, and also recognizing the month of June as LGBTQ Pride Month.
Thank you, Assemblymember Lowe, and congratulations, you're our Assemblymember-elect. You'll be representing us in the future, so we appreciate that. Do you know if Arlene and Clara are here or present? Do we know? Or I didn't know if you had an opportunity to talk to them about joining us this evening.
I understand that they are on right now.
Oh, okay. Do we, Arlene Rue? Maybe they can raise their hands so we can find you. Do you see Clara, Arlene, or Arlene? We don't see them, Assembly Member, so.
No worries. Well, again, just thank you very much for allowing me to join the council meeting and recognizing fellow residents, and longtime standing community members.
Thank you, Assembly Member. If we do happen to see them, we'll definitely put, did you find one? Oh, a hand is raised, so yes, maybe it's either Arlene or Clara, or maybe both together. So we'll see. Go ahead, Assistant City Clerk. She's muted. Please unmute. Oh, there you go. There you are. We got you. Hi, Clara.
We don't see you.
We hear you, so I hope you were
okay.
able to hear the Assembly Member.
Oh, yes, definitely. He's our favorite. We're so lucky to get him in Santa Clara.
Agreed.
We're really, really very fortunate to get Evan Lowe. Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say? You were just bestowed a great honor, both of you.
Yeah, and Evan had us come to the assembly floor yesterday and presented us with an award for our work in the community over the last 100 years. And we were really, truly honored. And we thank Evan so very much. It was just a wonderful day. And, you know, it's a long journey and it's not over. The gay community has still a lot of work to do, and we'll be there as long as we're around. And Evan is so young and will carry the torch for many more years to come. And again, we thank him and we thank Santa Clara for coming along with us. We have lived in Santa Clara almost 30 years. And I think we know our neighbors know us, and we're proud to be here.
Well, thank you very much, and we're very proud of you. Thank you, Evan, for selecting our wonderful Santa Clarans, and they've worked so hard in our community, so thank you for recognizing them as well. And thank you, Arlene.
Thank you.
And Clara for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now that leads us to our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion, and I'm going to ask if anyone would like to pull an item for discussion. I want to say that I will be abstaining on item 4R because my office is in the Franklin Mall, and that is the item that I'm abstaining on is informational report regarding council's request to explore alternatives to fund operations and maintenance costs for parking maintenance District 122 Franklin Square. So I'm just, for the record, I'm abstaining on that item. Okay, we have Councilmember Becker.
I would like to pull item 4O.
So pulling item 4O, and that item is
The Gateway Crossings Park Design.
consideration of schematic design master plan for the new neighborhood park, Gateway Crossing, Hunter Storm, and Holland Partner Group residential project. Okay, so that one's pulled. Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. 5B1.
5B1, and that item is 5B1. That's a Stadium Authority item. Request from Stadium Manager to execute agreement with Blues Roofing Company for recoating existing traffic-bearing membrane in the seating bowl and concourse area at Levi Stadium. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone from the audience?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
This is Nora, Assistant City Clerk. I just would like to note for the record on 4A that the NERC February 7th, 2022 minutes were corrected due to a clerical error. So what you received, I believe, yesterday are the revised minutes for your approval.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you had said that for us. Okay. Is there any, I see a hand up from staff. Christine, is there?
Hi, Mayor.
Yes.
So we would like to make a clarification for 2 consent items, and that would be for 5D. And so that amended recommendation would be subject to receipt of additional information regarding the proposed mobility services guide from stadium manager. And then the rest of the recommendation would remain the same.
Okay.
And then we also have a clarification to make for item 5B2, and that recommendation would be updated to subject to receipt of additional information regarding the proposed ADA signage from stadium manager, and the rest of the recommendation would stay the same.
Okay. So City Clerk, do you have that for the record, or you can get it for the record later? Because when we approve, we're going to approve subject to those clarifications on all of those items.
I will get that from staff.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any members of the public. Okay, so we have a motion and a second noting the abstention, the 2 items pulled, and the 3 clarifications.
Motion to approve. I don't think we have a motion yet.
Motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Hardy for the balance of the consent calendar, including all those things I just mentioned. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next are our written petition items. The first is item 9, action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Brian Doyle to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to consider an explanation by Councilmember Hardy and Chahal as to noncompliance with FPPC law and regulations, City of Santa Clara Lobbyist Ordinance, and Council Policy 050. Mr. Doyle. Oh, did I miss something? I said after consent calendar, but so public presentations will be right after. I said I moved these up to after the consent calendar very shortly. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Council, City staff, fellow residents. My name is Brian Doyle. I'm a resident of District 5 here in Santa Clara. I submitted this written petition because of some very serious violations that I identified after I did a Public Records Act regarding a visit by council members Hardy and Chahal, who attended a NFL game on November 15th, 2021, for which they did not pay. No one can attend a game at Levi's Stadium without some kind of ticket or pass. If they did not pay for their passes, then these admissions to the game were gifts that must be reported. The value of the gifts have not been declared by either council member on their Form 700. The passes do not fall within the exception provided in FPPC Regulation 18944.1 because they were provided directly by the 49ers and not through a process that was validated by the city through a written city policy. The violations consist of the failure to declare the gift on Form 700, the possibility of accepting a gift in excess of $520, a violation of the city lobbyist ordinance, which is not enforced by the FPPC, which is enforced by the city attorney, which prohibits lobbyists from giving gifts of any value to any council member, and violation of the city council policy on gifts, which is 050. The policy under which I am presenting this written petition states that discussion should be limited to whether or not an item should be added, not the merit of the item. I understand that Councilmember Hardy has submitted some kind of half-hearted explanation, which is, in my first analysis, is completely incorrect. And if a council were want to consider Ms. Hardy's half-hearted explanation based upon a telephone call that she made today, or sometime previous to today, that should occur at an agendized council meeting for the policy. So I've requested that you agendize an explanation by the 2 council members of their activity on November 15th. I plead with you not to cover this up. This is an important ethical consideration that should be discussed in public, in front of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Should I remain here in case there are questions, or should I?
Why don't you stay? I know I have a question. Vice Mayor Jane?
I would like to make a motion that I have spoken to our city attorney, and I would like to make the motion that this request be deferred until litigation is resolved.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to make a substitute motion, and that motion being that this item be agendized as soon as possible, and because this has nothing to do with litigation. This has to do with a serious matter that Mr. Doyle has addressed, having to do with stadium tickets and attendance by 2 council members at a 49er game on November 15th. And there is no reason why this item should be continued until litigation is resolved. This has nothing to do with that litigation.
I'll second that substitute motion, and I'll explain after other council members have had a chance to talk as to why I'm seconding it. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Reading basically what I have in front of me, this is an FPPC issue. This really has none of our business, and the FPPC needs to determine this.
All right. I seconded the motion because I think this isn't a Brian Doyle issue. This is actually a real community issue. I have heard from several members of the community about their concern about what is happening between our city council and the 49ers and the amount of meetings and discussions that council majority is having outside of the public realm. So the community has the concerns, and I think there's some legitimate concerns based on the information that was presented this evening. And remember, this isn't just any company that has been here in our city. This is a company that that regularly meets with our council members, several times a month, usually once a week or so, and that have gotten all kinds of concessions, especially this year, from the city council. They've also spent millions of dollars to elect at least 3 members of the city council up here. So again, they're not just any company, and this council meets with them regularly, and they've gotten a lot of concessions from the city. After the evening in question, it was a Monday night football game that these 2 city council members went to. It was a primetime game, and the next day after that, the council then voted to change the curfew, right? Change the curfew the very next day without any community input. There were other council members that went to other football games on this supposed, checking out the operations adventures. After that, there was a proposal to take the parking at the youth soccer park for the 49ers and their games. Last week, majority of this council was at a private party at the stadium. And tonight, later on our agenda, you're going to see a proposal for the financial benefits that aren't very good to the stadium authority, but to the benefit of the 49ers. So it seems like every visit to an event at the stadium results in something negative for our community. So I think that If you're doing the so-called operations tour of the stadium, we had an operations tour a couple years ago. It's planned by the city. The city then organizes the event like we did before. It's advertised to the public. It's coordinated and led by the city. And we're in and out. We were in and out, and we weren't allowed to stay for the concert or the event. That's not the case here. And this is not just an FPPC. This is our City of Santa Clara lobbyist ordinance. This is our City of Santa Clara gift policy. Both of those policies and ordinance are administered by our city attorney. So sure, part of it could be FPPC, but this is certainly worth looking at. And again, it's not a Brian Doyle legal, which that makes no sense to me anyway, because anybody has a right to come up and address this council. If it were the case, the 49ers have 7 lawsuits against us, but yet this council meets with them regularly, so that makes no sense. So I think that this is well worth exploring. If nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. But to just completely deny it it speaks volumes. So that's why I seconded the motion, because I think our public has a right to know what's happening, what's being promised, what gifts are giving, what gifts are this council may or may not be taken. If you don't have anything to worry about, then what's the problem? So that's why I seconded the motion. Councilmember Becker, Councilmember Chahal, go ahead. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, this is probably the best example of political theater I've ever seen. And also, it's an election year. So, of course, someone's going to be saying things like 3 council members here were elected because of what the Niners put in money-wise. You know, people forget that, there's 2 members on this city council that brought the 49ers here in the first place. And also, there's 2 council members here also that have benefited from developer money as well. So it's a 2-way street where I come from. It's not a 1-way street. And so this is, again, political theater. And, this may just be the one petition. I could see one coming my way. But here's one thing, Mayor Gilmore, you forgot to mention. I paid my way. And also, if you do read the definition, the tours are covered under the tours are covered. So that means they didn't have to pay anything. So I don't know where you're getting these facts or these results, but really, it's pretty toxic to our community to hear these lies continually be spread through our community. That is a problem, and that is a concern to my residents. So again, I am transparent. I pay my way. I paid my way for my own ticket. And, frankly, it was a tour. So I see nothing wrong here. And again, this is an FPPC issue. If they've done anything wrong, the FPPC will make a decision. So again, we could stop with the political theater and just focus on the real issues, because it seems like people around here are getting desperate.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to point out a couple of things. Yes, I also have that concern, and I'm glad that you brought it up about the attendance by 2 council members at a football game the night before. A very serious vote was taken on by this council regarding the curfew. And what is most important here, and why there needs to be clarification, whether it be the FPPC or our city attorney following up and looking into this petition that has been filed by Mr. Doyle, what needs to be found out if there are violations. And frankly, the FPPC regulation that is actually quoted in what was submitted to us this afternoon is actually incorrect. It has nothing to do with what is being stated in this statement. It actually has to do with transportation to an event. It has nothing to do with tickets to an event. The other thing I would like to add, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, Councilmember Becker. Yes, you did purchase a ticket, both you and Vice Mayor Jane purchased tickets to go to a January 2nd football game against the Houston Texans, I believe it was. And you bought nosebleed seats. They, on average, from what I can determine, looking at the schedule for the coming year, those tickets go for about $77. You were on an operations tour. Based on the price of an operations tour or all access pass goes for over $540. So just recently, there was actually an incident, and it was actually a grand jury investigation into the sheriff, Lori Smith, who purchased tickets for $35 to attend a Sharks game, and thereby, after purchasing those tickets for herself and 2 other members of her staff, then attended the Sharks game in a suite and spent her time there, and those tickets are actually valued at $395. And the grand jury determined that she was hiding the fact that she purchased tickets, but at the same time was attending a much more a nicer event in the luxury suites, basically. So there is a concern when you are purchasing something and not for the full value of what you actually attended the event to do. So there are some serious concerns there as well, Councilmember Becker. So again, I'm glad that you brought that up, because what you attended and purchased your ticket to attend is actually not what you did. And it was actually worth a lot more. So all the more reason why what Mr. Doyle is bringing forth this evening definitely has merit that needs to be looked into. Sorry. My watch is talking to me. It must be telling me I'm talking too much. So anyway, thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity.
Councilmember Chahal.
I just want to point out the clarification given by me and Councilmember Hardy is crystal clear. It does quote FPPC Regulation 18942.1C. Have a look at it, and this is self-explanatory in itself, and this is the explanation we gave, and that's it. Thank you.
There was one question, I read that, asked by the FPPC. Did you take a ticket from the 49ers? And Councilmember Hardy answered no. So I don't know how you got into the stadium with no ticket, how you got on the field with no ticket, how you got up in the towers with no ticket. So I think that that was also not truthful.
I think, Mayor, you also have entered the stadium without tickets on several occasions, probably. And other officials have also entered the stadium without the tickets for special event. This was not, we were not there to watch the game.
I'm not going to argue.
We were not there to watch the game. We were there to see the operations of the stadium, and the letter itself is very self-explanatory.
On a Monday night football game against the Rams.
I won't touch anything more on this right now. Thank you. Councilmember
Park, you haven't spoken.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion to, what was it, to refer to the city attorney?
As I understand, the substitute motion was to actually have the item placed on the agenda?
Okay. Yes. All right, so the first vote, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by me, to place it on the agenda. So we first vote to entertain the substitute motion. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Vice Mayor Jane.
No.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that motion fails. So the next motion is to,
The original motion.
which was?
which
Request
was to defer until litigation is over.
What litigation?
yeah.
What litigation are we talking about?
Maybe you could clarify that because that's very ambiguous.
Yeah, it seems that the applicant has started efforts to have legal action against the city.
Started efforts, so there is no legal action against the city?
I don't know the status
City
of it.
attorney, is there legal action against the
Mayor,
city?
there is a claim that is a public record that has been filed by your former city attorney seeking public funds.
So anyone who's filed a claim or legal action against the city is not allowed to?
We would look at it on a case-by-case basis, but I will tell you, as your city attorney, when there is already pre-litigation activity and a claim filed, I'm going to be very cautious to advise the council not to engage in public discussions regarding that matter. And that's what I've advised the council.
And this item has nothing to do with that, so is that?
We have a motion. I would like to call the question.
I'm just asking because it's very unclear to me that
What does it have to do with it?
Policy says no discussion.
there is no policy, so.
All the actions about which I am filing my petition occurred after I was terminated, so I have no idea how this could possibly have anything to do with my litigation if I indeed decide to file any litigation.
Thank you. It actually doesn't. But, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Are you clear, Assistant City Clerk, on what the motion is?
It's request deferral until litigation is resolved.
All right. Who was the second?
Park.
Councilmember Park? Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor, I have a comment on the motion
Go
on the
ahead.
floor, and I want to make basically a clarification because I really don't like how members of this council get attacked and we're never able to defend ourselves. But what Councilmember Watanabe said about the price of my ticket that I paid for, I consider that a very classist thing that is said because I'm working class and I cannot afford expensive tickets because I'm not an SBL holder like you. I'm a working class citizen that paid for my ticket. So I find that very insulting that you said that. And you know what? I was given a tour, and if you think I didn't sit in my seat, go ask my brother. Thank you.
Councilmember
call vote.
Watanabe. Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 5-2. All right. Next, we have,
Madam Mayor, we
Yes.
do have an e-comment on this item.
oh, go ahead, please.
This is from Susan Hinton. It reads, though likely that the interim city attorney will, as previously, say that the city should not take Doyle's petition, Brian Doyle's query and request makes sense. After all, as stated by Raj Shahal in defense of his free ticket, hasn't every ticket card holder at every game observed public safety team, fire safety team, traffic management team, public safety jails team, food distribution operations, ground operation, other miscellaneous operations team? Why shouldn't everyone receive free tickets? End of comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda, we have action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Anurag Agrawal and AJ Thadlani and other residents of North Santa Clara around Levi Stadium requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting to request a debrief of the Coldplay concert held on Sunday, May 19th, 2022. So do we have them online?
Do you see those names? We don't see those names, Mayor.
Okay.
They were sent a notice that this item would be on tonight's agenda.
So, I'm sorry,
They were notified that this item would be on tonight's agenda.
I know that, I'm just wondering if they thought they would be at the end of the agenda and will be joining us at 11:30 tonight. So I think I'm going to defer that for a bit in case they come because I moved it up and they probably didn't know that. So we'll just hold on to that one. All right, which brings us back to our public presentations. Do we have any member of the public that would like to make a presentation? Please come forward.
Craig Larson, a longtime member, citizen of Santa Clara since 1983, I believe. Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, transparency and accountability are key commitments made in campaigns for public office. They are important to ensure to the public we have elected officials whose actions are that of honesty, integrity, and fairness, to name a few values. In addition to those, the public expects elected officials to disclose conflicts of interest, update their public calendars promptly, and make timely financial disclosures, among other required provisions. Corrections when needed should be made promptly. Failure to do so erodes the public's trust, and when transparency and accountability are found lacking in a city council, it tarnishes not only the council's reputation, but also degrades the image of the city as a whole. At the June 7th meeting of Petition, item 22-780 was presented by Mr. Brian Doyle. That petition was in regards to a sitting council member, Mr. Park, and Mr. Park's reportedly inconsistent statements submitted in public filings as required by public office campaigns. Mr. Doyle's petition was heard, debated, and denied, not so much on the merits of the petition itself, but due to Mr. Doyle's ongoing litigation with the city. It was recommended that the petition be resubmitted once legal issues between Mr. Doyle and the city have been resolved, whenever that might be. I was very dismayed sitting here. I feel the petition's merits were sidestepped. It just felt wrong to me. I mean, do we have a city council that is transparent and accountable? Is this vote to deny Mr. Doyle's petition not based on the petition's merits? Is it a symptom of a larger problem? Does this council violate the public trust and play favorites in their dealings with other entities as well? Mr. Park has had plenty of time to resolve the issues raised by Mr. Doyle, and yet these issues persist. The public demands transparency and accountability. So what can be done? Tonight, I am submitting to the county clerk's office my own petition to have the same matter as presented by Mr. Doyle placed on a future council meeting agenda. My petition is remarkably similar to that of Mr. Doyle's, and I have no legal entanglements with the city, so there's no need to wait until any legal proceedings are resolved. Should Mr. Park wish to demonstrate his commitment to transparency and accountability to the public in this form regarding these issues, I will withdraw my petition. Thanks for hearing me tonight.
Thank you. And we can't take any action on that, so I see you're submitting to the city clerk, and that's the proper procedure. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Any member of the public? Please come forward. Hello.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I would like to remind you of the words of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or the press, or the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. The rights in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution are fundamental rights. They cannot be abridged except if there is a compelling government purpose. I have submitted 3 petitions to this council, none of which had anything to do with any litigation. None of which had anything to do with any litigation. Yet you have denied me 3 times based upon the fact of who I was. Each of these petitions was for the purpose of revealing to the public what it is you are doing, transparency, and holding your actions accountable to your own policies, the gift ordinance, the lobbyist ordinance, and to state law, state conflict of interest law. None of this has anything to do with my litigation. Yet, what did you do? You retaliated against me. You simply retaliated against me 3 more times. Rather than protect you, your retaliation has actually hurt you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public? Please come forward. That one looks new. It's very nice. Welcome. I like the sunshine.
this is going to be the solution of the problem.
All right, welcome.
Okay, I'm just coming back with the same thing. Stop global warming today. With you, everything is possible. Okay, global warming is affecting the weather worldwide. One solar panel system on every roof, residential and commercial, including the big parking lots and the top floor of all parking structure, like the Santa Clara Valley Hospital. They already have, I don't know, you notice that they have a big solar systems on top of the parking structures. And also the Kaiser Permanente, they also got a big solar systems installed on top of the parking structures. Okay, one idea is to get together all the reliable solar companies in California and invite them to participate on this program using all the local, state, and federal incentives available to offset the cost of the solar panel system and installation costs of the solar panel system, and also the battery backup systems. Enhancing the big savings, the solar companies will be responsible for providing the solar panels with the possibility of installing extra panels to enhance the production of solar power that can be sold back to the grid. They will be also responsible for the maintenance of all the solar panel systems. They could be in charge of collecting the solar power consumption on every system and also to the extra power sold back to the grid, plus a small amount of monthly rent for the use in the system. So this way the solar companies have revenue to keep installing more solar panel systems. Now, for the commercial buildings, they have big roofs and big parking lots. They can invest on their own solar panel systems, also taking advantage of the local, state, and federal incentives available, and at the same time offsetting the usage of the electricity from the grid that is still produced using fossil fuels.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
So I would like to ask if there's any way that I can be on the agenda and get more time to go through my idea.
You can submit a written petition to the city clerk and ask to be placed on a future agenda.
Okay.
And then we can have a little more time to talk about it.
Yeah, okay, because I got
If the council agrees to put you on.
3 more pages to.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Really,
We appreciate you coming back every week and bringing your sign. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other, I'm sorry. What was that?
The speakers for the other
I
petition?
know, but I'm not finished with public presentations. Is there any other public presentations? I see one, Edward. Go ahead, Edward. There you go.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the health and wellness fair, yearly fair at the senior center. I noticed one of the questions was, what would you do, I guess, differently with the health and wellness fair? I would say healthcare practitioners, allow them to come in to sell their products. Big pharma, medical, they've got a toe in that health and wellness fair. I think it'd be great to have options, alternative options for people that want to use other methods to heal themselves. And also, I think that we really do need a senior center on the north side of 101. There's a lot of empty buildings, like I was saying, on Mission College Boulevard between Freedom Circle and Great American Parkway. And I think that area might be a really good spot to put maybe a senior center. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public presentation? I see AJ, we're going to take you after the public presentations for your item. Lily, are you on for public presentations or for another item? Lily? Hello. Okay, there you go, Lily.
Hello, yes. Yes, I was just unmuted.
Okay.
Yes, well, I just want to make a comment. I was calling in to actually talk about the Coldplay.
Okay,
but since
that's our next item because we do have that. So if you want to hold on just a bit, I'm going to go to the
Okay.
next item. Thank you, Lily. So
Okay.
just hang in there. Okay, is there anyone else on public presentations, which is anything that is not on the agenda? Do you have any comments, e-comments, Assistant City Clerk? Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go back now to item number 10. Action on a written petition submitted by Anurag Agrawal and AJ Thandlani. And I think we have AJ on the line right now. AJ? I see him there. And there we go.
Okay, yes.
Here we go.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
You can hear me?
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry, I moved you up, so you probably were waiting for later on the agenda. So when you're ready, if you'd like to verbally tell us about your request.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so first of all, thanks a lot for giving this opportunity. I think the request is basically a collection of some of the concerns all my neighbors have expressed. This was particularly came during the concert, which is the last concert. Two main things which I want to highlight. One, the lift of the curfew from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Although it sounds very small difference for most of the people who are far apart, it's quite a big difference for the immediate families here. I want you guys to consider that the people living here are they have from a different kind of different professions, right? Some of them are really healthcare workers. Many of them are healthcare workers. Some of them are city workers. Some of them are working in like taxi business. So they have to wake up early. And I really want to consider that the curfew time when it was lifted from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. You guys should have consulted and did some outreach to reach to these people to see if they are okay with it. Second thing was the noise level. The noise level was really, really high. We've been living in this community for over a decade. We never came to you. We love 49ers. We really cheer for them. But this noise level for the concert, and we have concerts before. So the noise level was extremely high. People who are on the NDs and staying far away, they don't realize it, but you can listen to other people who are online here. They can express the same concern. It was extremely high. So again, we are looking at the time. I have 27 seconds. I just want to summarize my request here is that you guys need to really do an outreach to the people. We have brought this concern to our council member Kathy, and she's very much aware of it. We have brought this concern to the other council members, but at the same time, I want to take this opportunity to express this concern for the curfew, which needs to be at 10 p.m., just like all the other cities have. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. So your request is to we're not supposed to talk about things, but the request is to put it on a future agenda? Correct?
Okay.
To talk about the list
yes.
of items that you had requested. Okay.
Yes, sure. Sorry, I don't know when I get muted or I get unmuted. I'm still on unmute, right? Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to verify that the request is to put it on a future agenda, and you had a list of things that you'd like for discussion. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So while I have you on, Lily, go ahead, Lily.
All right, yeah, I want to add a little bit to that. So I can see the stadium as soon as I open my window. I'm less than a mile from the stadium. And in that concert, the level was a lot higher, as the gentleman mentioned, a lot louder than other concerts. And they used pyrotechnics. So it was like 11 p.m. and those things are going boom, boom, boom like fireworks. And of course, that's setting off all the dogs in the neighborhood. And it's scaring, I have dogs as well, it's scaring my pets. They're not going to go to sleep for the next hour because they're trying to figure out what the noises are. I just think it's really wrong to have that loud level of concert plus the pyrotechnics at that hour, especially on it's pretty much a work night. I believe it was Sunday night, and everybody has to, go to work. And as the gentleman mentioned, some of my neighbors, they're actually school teachers. They get up at 5 a.m. and I don't know how they manage. So I do hope you guys consider the curfew in the future.
Thank you.
That's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Jane, followed by Councilmember Watanabe.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to put this on a future agenda.
So we have a motion second to put it on a future agenda. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would support that motion because there are some very pertinent questions asked, and it is good for neighborhood to have answers to those questions and information gathering, and so that we can disseminate some more information to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be supporting, Councilmember Watanabe, did you? Okay. Yeah, I'll be supporting putting it on the agenda because I think there's things that we need to talk about, get some information, and maybe the council can explain. We did not do any outreach before this decision was made. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, normally we bring it back or these types of things within 2 council meetings, but because in July they're back.
It'll be after the break.
Recess.
Yes,
I just wanted to,
we understand.
Just wanted to confirm that.
Thank you very much for that. I know that's sort of our 2 council meeting thing. We're so jammed it goes out the window. So, okay, thank you. And it will be before, I don't know when the next concert is on a weekday, but I'm not sure. Vice Mayor Jane, you had something else to say?
Yeah, I would like to actually expand the scope if possible to include a discussion of a stadium NERC.
Well, we can talk about that when we get there. So you can bring that up then. This is their petition. All right, so we have a motion and a second to place it on a future agenda sometime after our break.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, AJ. Our staff will contact you as to when this will be next on the agenda. So I'm going to go into, we'll do the consent items pulled later on because we have a budget to get through. So I'm going to go to item number 6 now, which is a public hearing, action on resolutions approving water, sewer, and recycled water rates to be effective July 1st, 2022.
Yes, Mayor. Gary Welling,
yes.
Director of Water and Sewer, will make a brief presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Gary Welling, Director of Water and Sewer Utilities, City Manager, City Attorney. We're here to talk about rate setting process for fiscal year 22-23. I haven't used this, so next slide. Just an overview of the utilities, 26,000 connections on the water side, 335 miles, 21 active wells, 7 storage tanks with a capacity of 28 million gallons per day. On the sewer side, 26,000 connections, 288 miles of mains, and as you all know, we're a co-owner of the regional wastewater facility in San Jose. Recycled water has 282 connections, approximately 19% of our total water sales. Next slide, please. Water utility CIP consists of $22.5 million budgeted over the next 5 years. The largest expenditures in the next 2 years are new and replacement wells and a water main replacement. Next slide. This is our Sarah Tanks project. Many of the council members were out on a field tour of the tank, last tank before it got filled. This project is just about complete. Next slide. Skipped 1 slide. If you could go back. Oh, thank you. On the sewer utility, $92.2 million over the next 5 years. $76.5 million is the city's contribution for the CIP projects at the regional wastewater facility. The rest are condition assessment, system improvements, and capacity improvements, which we partner with Public Works on those projects. Here you can see an overview of the CIP projects that are going on at the regional wastewater facility. It's essentially going to be a new plant in the next 5 to 10 years, with just about every process being refurbished. On the right, you can see the aeration basins and final clarifiers, and to the very right of that picture, the newly refurbished digesters at the wastewater treatment plant. Wholesale water rates. So SFPUC has adopted 15.9% rate increase for fiscal year 22-23 and a 10% proposed increase for 23-24. Valley Water adopted 15% increase in groundwater charges this year, and their proposed increases for the next 2 years are 15%, additional 15% each year. So water purchases in general represent almost 65% of our overall percentages, which is a huge, huge number. And so we're not passing the entire, 15.6. Fiscally, we're very conservative, and we're able to keep the increase below 10%, but it's still substantial. 9.6% increase is proposed for fiscal year 22-23. So that charge will go from $6.69 to $7.33 per 100 cubic feet of water. It's about a $7.68 month increase, which if you were using 12 HCF per month, which is an average residential customer, it would go from $80.28 to $87.96. Average increase for the minimum charges, depending on the size of the meter, is 5%. And the proposed recycled water rates are 10.2%. Recycled water purchases represent about 85% of overall expenditures, and we have those purchases from South Bay Water Recycling. But the cost still represents substantial savings over potable water, about 45% reduced. So the proposed sewer rates, 5.2% increase for single-family residential and a 0.4% increase for multifamily residential. We can separate those this year based on recommendations from our rate consultant doing a cost of service on the different classes. This is a $2.29 per month increase for the single family, going from $44.53 to $46.82. And for multifamily, a 16-cent increase, going from $44.53 to $44.69. The average increase for commercial customers is 4%, depending on the customer class. Okay, so this bar chart overview is a comparison, seven cities. One utility, San Jose Water Company, including Santa Clara. Santa Clara's proposed rates are in the red. Out of the seven, the lowest, or second lowest this year, Sunnyvale is the lowest. We're about 50 cents per month more expensive when you combine water and sewer. The most expensive here is San Jose Water. Next, the most expensive is Palo Alto, Milpitas, Mountain View, and then San Jose, Santa Clara, and Sunnyvale, in that order. So those are the rankings and the comparisons that we've done. So just talking a little bit about the utility bill assistance programs that we have a water and sewer low income rate assistance program in place. We have, I think it's 390 customers, and those customers can get a 25% discount on qualifying, if they're a qualifying customer. We have the Help Your Neighbor investment program, which we've contributed about $50,000 to that program. And we have the state assistance for past due water and sewer bills, which we were able to assist customers that were in arrears during the pandemic, which the period was March 2020 through June of 2021. And on the water side, we received $446,000. We were able to help a total of 1,076 accounts, 945 residential, and 131 commercial. On the sewer side, we should receive the money sometime in July, near the end of July, $399,000 and about $400,000, we'll say. 1,272 accounts, 1,173 residential accounts, and 94 commercial accounts. So that should be buttoned up near the end of July, and those are the three assistance programs that we have. So that the recommendation is at the close of the public hearing, if protests from property owners are not a majority, adopt the resolution approving water rate schedule 2022-01 and recycled water rate schedule 2022-02 for city water service rates to be effective July 1, 2022. Adopt the resolution approving the sewer rate schedule S-22 for sewer service rates to be effective July 1st, 2022. And just wanted to recognize Shilpa Mehta, Assistant Director, Water, Sewer, Utility, and Brendan McCarthy, Management Analyst, worked very hard on the rate setting process, along with our consultant from Black & Veatch, Alberto Morales, and Ann Buey, who are attending today virtually. So I'm available for any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Gary. And the public hearing is open, so let's start with council questions, starting with Vice Mayor Jane, followed by Watanabe and Hardy.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. Given, we're raising our rates less than other cities, does that mean that we're dipping into like a rate stabilization reserve? And then how do we resume that rate stabilization reserve? And then, we're in this historic drought, and other agencies are increasing by 15% per year for 3 years. So are we digging ourselves into a hole here? And then how do we get, and you mentioned the big CIP investment we have to put into our, treatment plant. Where is that? Can you just briefly talk about where that money might come from, since it's an enterprise fund? And then finally, I think the only solution is to get people to reduce their water usage. And I know Ms. Mehta had described some of the programs before to help people reduce their water rates, but I think we need to get on our bully pulpit and explain to people what's available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Welling, for the presentation. And we know this is a really tough topic, and not just here in Santa Clara, but I think the whole Western United States right now. I heard a very disconcerting story on NPR yesterday regarding even the Colorado River and how the water from the Colorado River is drying up, and how the severe impact that is going to happen in states that utilize the water from that river. The city of Santa Clara is very fortunate to have a great water staff that looks out for the residents and is always looking for opportunities to conserve water, get the message out. I know that the city was very good about getting the residents to reduce water usage. And we may have to tighten our belts a little bit more, hearing stories that are, just coming down the way. But again, we're fortunate that, we're very much ahead in terms of like with the wastewater treatment plant and what, it's providing, to the residents, to the communities, that are part of that facility, and to be able to give back and just continue to find ways to deal with this water shortage right now. And until please God, the rains pick up again and fill some of the underground storage units. And but I would just maybe just like to ask if, you would confirm. I mean, I know the city and the Valley Water has done its best to keep water rates increases away from the residents and the commercial properties, but would you say that, I mean, the drought really is what's having an impact on these increases, and also, having the ability to share water with other communities as well? So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Gary, you and I have worked a lot on this, and I know how hard staff has worked, and the fact that we are still, with our proposal, the second lowest, that's amazing, and that speaks volumes for the staff in the water department. I wondered if we had considered or were looking at smart meters at all. I will tell you that just today I was at the tour at the purified water plant, and it did get confirmation from some of the staff there that 2023 is when the State Water Board has to have their potable reuse regulations in place, which I'm really happy about that, because I have said for years we need to close the loop on our situation and allow some of that. And then if you want to comment on the Anderson Dam situation, the concern is that Valley Water is saying that that has more than doubled in time and in cost, and that we need to talk with the state about earmarking some of the money for the spillway. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gary. First of all, I want to thank you and your staff for bringing this report forward and taking into account how much rates the external agencies where we source the water have double-digit hikes, and you're still maintaining single-digit hike. I commend you for that, and commend you for the efficiencies you have in your department. And this is one of the worst drought seasons we have. I read somewhere in last 1,200 years or something. It's one of the worst. And how we are dealing with it is commendable, sort of. I know it's a problem for everyone around us, and we need to look into that. My question to you is, I know you have a lot of strategies going forward, but keeping in view, everything has a economy of scale, and then you price it out. With the drought condition, our usage of water will go down. That economy of scale will not be in our favor, basically. So what are our future strategies if we go further, few more years of the drought situation? What are our strategies so that we don't increase the utility rate for our residents and providing them the best of the water services, sewer services? Thank you.
I think that's it for the questions, Director Welling. So I don't know if you got them all down, if you can write fast enough. I see Shelpa's over there, so if you can help too, and Barry.
Okay, let me talk to Councilmember Jane, Vice Mayor Jane's questions. So we did use some of the rate stabilization, and it's set up for that reason. So I think we used 1.5 million this fiscal year.
Can you speak up a little, Gary,
Sure.
in the microphone? Maybe pull it up towards your, I don't know if it goes any taller.
Yeah, we did use some of the rate stabilization fund this year. It is set up for that. On the water side, it was 1.5 million. And so, I mean, the hope is it gets you through, the drought, and that's what it's there for, right? So the idea is not next year to, raise rates and we end up at a 15%, put that money back into an account. But it depends how long the drought goes on. There's other strategies that we haven't, moved forward on, and that could be a drought surcharge. But that's just more rate increases. San Jose Water has done a drought surcharge. San Francisco Public Utility Commission has done a drought surcharge. I think they did 5%. And San Jose Water somewhere in 5 to 10%, until the drought's over. So, but borrowing is another option. We haven't borrowed heavily on the water utility, so financially the water utility's in pretty good shape, and our reserves are, I think, pretty good. I compare notes with San Jose because we work pretty closely with them, being a non-permanent customer with SFPC, and we talk shop all the time. And their reserves are much lower than ours. Their water increase this year was 16%. In the two divisions, they've got 16 and 20% increases in water. We weren't able to. I think we've been fairly frugal and watched our money. I think I mentioned before, we haven't added staff since 2016. There's a need to add staff because we're busting at the seams, so to speak, with new regulations and just the requirements, and as busy as we are. But we are leveraging that with consultants and technology. I gave the example, we do hydraulic analysis now, but we used to do flow studies and go out manually and open 3 fire hydrants and use the water. And so we don't do that anymore. We do 150 of those a year. So those have all gone away. So staff can focus on other things. So we're trying to build in the efficiencies, use consultants where we can, hand in hand with staff on certain projects. And so that seems to have worked, I think, pretty well. So I don't think we're digging ourselves in a hole. The hope is that we're, hopefully we get some rain this next winter, but it's hard to say. With climate change, this is the future. I think we're gonna get drier and drier years. You asked about the CIP for the RWF. Where does the money come from? Well, we did. The council approved a line of credit for $50 million. I think it was last year, and so we ended up borrowing $20 million of that. But we haven't had to borrow more. We thought we were going to. San Jose has reduced their CIP 15% this year, so there's an ebb and flow to that. So that's going to be stretched out over a long period of time. But it's borrowing at this point, so it's not necessarily on the backs of the ratepayers. And so we extend that out. We'll get borrowing, and we'll do a 30-year, maybe $50 million, and that should get us through with hopefully moderate rate increases going forward. The conservation programs, we are planning to come back. I have spoken with the city manager, so we were planning to come back on July 5th and talk about those rebate programs. Did Lon Peterson and his group, communications. I mean, we do have this is the Inside Santa Clara preview. So there's a lot of information on here, simple ways to conserve water. So we're doing a lot of outreach. And on the inside, there's a lot of information on rebates and just conservation. So we'll come back July 5th, and we'll talk about all the conservation programs and what we're doing in partnering with Valley Water and Bosca. I think that was everything. Did I catch everything?
Did everyone get their questions?
Okay.
Karen, Councilmember Hardy, did you get your questions answered?
I have Watanabe.
That was just for Councilmember James. Okay.
Yeah, that was just for me, but I did want to clarify.
Sure.
You're borrowing money for the CIP, but since it's an enterprise, eventually that has to come from the ratepayers to pay off those loans, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
But if we were to fund, $79 million in the next 5 years, the rates would be
I get
15% a year, right? Instead of 5%. Our next year, our proposed rate, I think, is 3.6%. Councilmember Watanabe, you had just a comment on the Colorado River and the drought. And I think that the 3-4 months of this calendar year was the driest on record in the Bay Area and the county in general. But the whole of California is in a severe drought. I think that as far as, you had mentioned before, residents, we do pay more for water, but with the drought, we definitely are going to be buying less water too, right? And for residents to save money, conservation is the key. And we are working with Valley Water to try to keep rates down. They've got a lot of massive projects, and they're trying to do purified water. Had a meeting today in person with Valley Water at the executive level. We were talking about purified water with City of San Jose, Valley Water, and Santa Clara. And so, there's no cheap projects anymore. They mentioned there's $500 million doesn't get you anything anymore, and it's quite hard to believe, but. And so they've got the Pacheco Reservoir, that's a $2 billion project, and then purified water is going to be over $1 billion. And so, but they want to look at a purified water project expansion at the plant, and maybe developing, a separate utility and JPA. But we'll see where that goes. But we do engage, and staff sit on the finance committee every year. We go through with Valley Water, but they've got very ambitious CIP projects, and so but they're sticking with the 15%. 6% of that 15%, and it's similar to SFPUC. They're at 15.9. About 6-7% of their rate is also drought related. So they're seeing the drop in revenue, as we're seeing too. And we expect probably a 4% drop in revenue and demand. So this time next year. So everybody's planning for reduced revenue, but the drought definitely has an impact on the rates. I think rates with Valley Water, if there was no drought, we'd be at 8-9%. And we were surprised that SFPUC raised the rates to 15. They were supposed to be at 5% this year. So it was driven by the drought. I think I got everything. And Councilmember Hardy. The smart meters, we did have a conversation today with Valley Water about smart meters. There's a number of pilots. We've looked at it. It is the way of the future. As we change out meters, we are putting smart meters in, although we need the infrastructure to read and record. And we haven't moved forward with that. It's to replace all the meters. It's probably a $10 million project. So there are costs involved. And potentially we'll be looking at first doing a pilot and testing it. And it could involve, usually those are small, maybe 50 to 100 meters. And then we'll see what the success is on that. But there are funding mechanisms through Valley Water for pilots. And so we're looking at that as a demand management tool. Purified water plant, I mentioned that. You mentioned, yes, potable reuse. That was the discussion today with Valley Water. And we're also planning to do a pilot study with SFPUC also, so as you're aware. And so, yeah, that's the wave of the future. The Valley Water is very focused on wastewater, reuse, and the one water concept. So we're working with San Jose and Santa Clara, and hopefully we're bringing something forward for council approval soon. Anderson Dam, yes, the costs just continue to escalate, and I know you've been involved trying to move that forward. A lot of environmental hoops that the project's having to jump through, and I know Valley Water's been fairly aggressive trying to streamline that process at the state and federal level and move the project forward. But this isn't a good time. The timing is very poor to have a major dam out during a drought. It's like a perfect storm. So, and then Councilmember Shahal, future strategies for drought. Well, I think conservation, demand management is one of the keys. It's probably the least expensive option instead of building new facilities for reuse. And The groundwater basin is in good condition right now, but as this drought continues, if we get another year, we'll probably have some subsidence, and so that's a problem. As treated water demands drop off, but as SFPUC is requesting cutbacks for treated water, and we're having to cut back 27%. So where are we going to make that up? We're going to make it up in groundwater. And so I think the future strategies I mentioned is the purified water projects. It's potable reuse and conservation, but the wastewater treatment plant at the regional wastewater facility is one of the keys, and it's a huge asset for the cities of Santa Clara and San Jose, and it's a drought-proof source of water. And so it's a matter of the public and it's the marketing getting used to the fact that you have, either indirect potable reuse where you're recharging groundwater and it's coming back through a treatment plant potentially, and then into the distribution system, or direct potable reuse where you're blending with already treated water in a reservoir tank, and then pushing that out into the distribution system. But that's really where the focus is now. Imported water supplies are very expensive, and Valley Water's spending a lot of money on buying emergency supplies. SFPUC, so Valley Water, I think, is in a harder place than SFPUC is. The Hetch Hetchy Reservoir normally fills a couple times, 2 or 3 times. But this year it did fill, but at least they've got a full reservoir, whereas Valley Water is scrambling, I think. And the majority of our water is coming from, we're about 80% is coming from Valley Water. So that's hopefully I answered.
I think you captured everything. So thank you very much, Director Welling, for that. That was a lot of questions. So it's a public hearing, and I think we are now ready for the public. Anybody that would like to come up and make a statement on the water, sewer, and recycled water rates for this year, please do so now. I don't see anyone in the audience. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any online comments?
We have a hand.
We do. We have a hand. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say, if you do a search on YouTube for graphene water filtration, that's something the scientists believe that could soon filter ocean water into clean drinking water. So that's something that you may want to look at for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. I don't see anyone else online. Do you have any e-comments, Assistant City Clerk?
I have no written comment.
Thank you. So do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Jane, second by Councilmember Watanabe. Close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, that passes unanimously.
I would like to make a motion to adopt staff
Was that,
recommendations.
okay.
Alternative 1.
Madam Mayor, I need to read something into the record before you take
Yes,
that
oh,
motion.
is it the vote or the protests? Yes.
So as of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 13 written protests to the proposed water increase, 14 to the sewer increase. Therefore, the number of written protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcels owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to adopt alternative 1. Was that it? In the staff recommendation.
May I ask who is this?
The second was
seconder?
Councilmember Watanabe. The maker of the motion was Vice Mayor Jane.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute cover break before we go into our budget. So right now it is 8:24, so 8:35, 11 minutes. Okay? Thank you. Could please take your seats. Okay, thank you for allowing us that break. The next item we have is item 7A, public hearing action on the adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 and fiscal year 2023-24 biennial capital improvement program budget and fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget changes and approval of fiscal year 2022-23 municipal fee changes to library community room rental fees. Says not to be heard before 7 p.m. Oh, we're way past that. So, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council and members of the public. We did a couple of study sessions, Mayor, as you know, on this item. This is the biennial capital improvement program. I mean, I keep emphasizing that. It's not the overall budget, but with the approval of the capital improvement program for 2 years, you can make some amendments to the operating budget, which was approved last year. And that's what our recommendation is at this time. And this is the third time I don't know if the word is repeating. I'm saying it again just to, ask the public and all of us to be disciplined about the overall budget. We had a deficit of about 27 million. We can use the reserves this year, but that deficit can continue if the revenues don't improve, whether it's TOT or anything else. So with that, as I suggested last time, let's kind of put brakes on everything new, absolutely new big things, until like November or so, because by that time we'll have year-end revenues. We'll know exactly if we have surplus, plus if economy is improving. So we'll have a better idea of that. So I'm not saying we're not going to do anything. The work will continue, but I'm just saying adding new things. We can wait slightly. However, I also want to remind that at the previous study sessions, there was discussion. We didn't quite deliberate on those 3 or 4 items, and I don't want to take Director of Finance's thunder away. He'll make a brief presentation on the budget because you've seen the numbers. Some numbers may have changed because there are items in the budget which were not completed or will not be completed this fiscal year, and the money carries over. So that will be added to the total that's available. But we still have unfunded needs in the capital improvement program, and Ken Lee will go through that. And then we have 7 items for your approval, if you want to approve that. Most of the budget items, 6 out of 7, can be approved with a majority vote, except for 1, which is item number 2. And when we get to that, we can repeat that too, which will require 5 votes because it's an amendment to the operating budget. So that will need 5 votes. So, Mayor, with your permission, I'll ask
please.
Ken Lee to make a presentation.
Director Lee, yes.
Thank you, City Manager Batra. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and authority members. Ken Lee, Director of Finance, and appreciate the opportunity to talk about the budget for the 3rd time today. And I have a very short presentation. And actually, this presentation covers items both 7A as the public hearing and 7B, which is the state mandated resolution. And I'll talk about what those specific items are in my presentation. Just a short agenda for this presentation for those viewing at home and those that might not have seen the study sessions. I'll give a brief overview about the budget and touch on library community room rental fees. This was a follow-up item from the municipal fee schedule that was adopted in April earlier this year, and this would follow some of the direction coming out of that action. And then I'll talk about the 22-23 appropriations limit. This is item 7B that the council is required to consider tonight, and then go through the recommendations. By way of overview, the 22-23 budget is considerable, $1.3 billion. This is an increase from the numbers I presented last time of about $200 million due to carryover projects in the capital, primarily in the capital areas of about $204 million, as City Manager Batra had mentioned in the opening remarks. And this is typical of every year, every budget, we come forward with recommended carryovers from one year to the next as part of the adoption of the budget. Our 5-year CIP project funding includes $830 million, $627 million in utility projects, about $200 million in non-utility projects. As I mentioned, this third bullet is not a new topic. This is a trend across the region as well as nationally as far as unfunded infrastructure projects, $572 million across all the city departments. And so we'll need to continue on our work plan to find new funding sources to meet those needs. As far as ongoing capital sources, we have a bond measure that we had surveyed multiple times in the past, and that's on our work plan potentially for the future for council consideration. In the general fund, about $10 million of very limited capital projects reserve dollars. This drains that reserve, and we'll have to find another source to restore that, hopefully at the end of the year. About $10 million to go to fund projects. And then the last item here, very important as we look ahead to the 2-year operating budget. That work will start in this fall, and for a budget that would be brought forward to the City Council next year. We're looking at about a $27 million deficit. So a lot of different strategies I presented last week with regards to new revenues, potential future cuts, and use of reserves to bridge some of the gap. As far as the dollars, we do have a budget that has a significant fund accounting. And so by fund type here, this shows the total $1.3 billion budget, 1.1 operating, that's gross when you consider some of the transfers ins and outs. An operating budget of about $977 million for next year. And then a capital budget, again, net of transfers and double counting, $354 million. So a lot of activities, primarily around our utilities, but across all the city funds included in these numbers. The budget is organized by theme, and so members of the public can browse through the project listings in each of the theme areas, but this slide provides a high-level summary over a 2-year budget of $587.9 million or so, and then a 5-year capital improvement plan of $830 million represented by the different themes on this slide. So the largest of which are electric utility, our sewer utility, and our transportation areas. There were a couple items that the council requested some additional clarification. I wanted to provide some of these details on this slide, and further details included in the report before you. There was a question around the cost of the lawn bowling clubhouse, and so just wanted to provide some facts around that. And so that is in the budget, and it was provided in June of 2018, and that's been carried over and unspent. That was provided for a repair of the existing clubhouse with recent escalation and the evaluation of a potential new modular building that was estimated at roughly $750,000. And so that's a funding gap of about $575,000 if that were to be funded. And so again, this is based on estimates that were provided several years ago. If this request were to proceed, a refinement of that estimate would be necessary. And then there were some questions or comments around the DARE program. And so just wanted to provide the facts. We had a meeting with the police chief late last week. And, this, as I mentioned last session, this is not a funding issue. This is these positions are unfilled due to recruitment and retention issues and other higher priority needs. The police department does have some officer vacancies that are where they are in training and anticipated to be street ready in September. And ongoing dialogue around the DARE program continues with the school district, and a potential future program might need to be restructured. And the chief could talk more about that if needed. And then the last bullet here, In talking with the police department, plans are in place to conduct active shooter training in all Santa Clara Unified School District schools this upcoming year. On this slide, I wanted to highlight that there were at least several items that the council expressed some interest in. They're presented as policy alternatives in the report. And while, as the city manager mentioned, our staff's recommendation is to hold off on these items if the council wanted to entertain them. The first item around the downtown study, $325,000, our recommendation here would be to for it to come from the carryover of council initiatives that were allocated last December. TDM funding of $200,000, and if approved by the council, would a recommendation would come from the land sale reserve. And since that's an amendment to the operating budget, would require 5 votes. ECR specific plan presented several options earlier in a study session. So there was discussion of a $1 million need there. Again, that would have to come from the land sale reserve. And then any other item the council's interested in, if the council were to have an alternative action here, our recommendation, if it's in the general fund, would come from the land sale reserve. Shifting gears a little bit on this slide, in April, we did have a study session around the municipal fee schedule and parks and recreation cost recovery policies, and the council did adopt those April 19th. And there was direction out of that meeting to align some of the library community room rental fees with the parks and recreations fees. So this is before you today. It does include feedback on a lower technology fee and providing high value to residents, Santa Clara residents, and nonprofit organizations. And just by way of background, the community room rental fees for library have been suspended since 2019 because of some of the concern and feedback against the park fees. This item was presented to the library board of library trustees on April 28th, and they did recommend approving the fees and bringing that forward to the city council today. And so just to summarize the fees, it would align with the parks and recreation fees of $20 per meeting for nonprofit or Santa Clara residents, $90 an hour for non-resident use. There would be no processing or setup fee, but if there was a group that required assistance throughout the reservation, a nominal $30 an hour staff charge would be applied. So item 7B before you today includes state required actions by the council to adopt a resolution around 2 laws that were passed decades ago, Proposition 4, the GAN initiative, and Prop 111, which revised the Spending Limitations Act of 1990. And so the calculation required by the city takes that base year from decades ago and applies a CPI or inflation factor that would limit the amount of tax revenues that the city would be allowed to collect. And so that calculation resulted in about a $593 million limit. And based on the budget before you, that limit, the projected tax is about 185 million, or roughly 31% of our maximum capacity. So the resolution before you would comply with state laws. And so just to be clear on the recommendations before you, 7A includes approval of the 2-year capital budget. Majority affirmative votes would be required to approve that action. Item 2, because we have a 2-year adopted operating budget, would approve changes as outlined in attachment 2. That would require 5 affirmative council votes. Item 3 is a technical appropriation schedule for the whole budget this year. So that's a majority affirmative votes. And then the council serving as the housing authority today, we bring this back every year. So in the function of the housing authority, approval of that budget. Item 5, sports and open space authority, approval of that budget. And then item 6, the resolution around the library fees. And then last but not least, around the adoption of the budget, item 7, would be approval of the revised budget and fiscal policies that are included in attachment 6. And so I do want to mention item 7B is the resolution on the state required limitations. And I just to be clear here, I did want to communicate, we did get some guidance from City Attorney Sanchez about advising me to tell the council to consider item 7B first prior to opening the study session, the public hearing as a procedural consideration. So I'm sure City Attorney Sanchez could provide more detail if needed on that. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available as well as staff to answer any questions. And again, just want to clarify the attorney's guidance for me to advise that 7B considered first. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. And no matter what, we'll take 7B first before the other. So thanks for warning us. All right, now we're going to go to the City Council for questions. Start by calling on Vice Mayor Jane.
Thank you, Director Lee. I actually want to discuss page 25 in the transmittal letter. There's a diagram, a bar graph showing the April 2022 general fund forecast. And I was hoping that you could bring that up for discussion. Was page 25 in the transmittal letter. And then the other thing, just a procedural question. Actually, in the packet, there are some other alternatives. There are alternatives 8, 9, and 10, and 11, I believe. And so my request is that we perhaps discuss maybe alternatives 1 to 7 in bulk, and then individually discuss 8, 9, 10, and 11, and I would have to recuse myself on a discussion of alternative 10 because it refers to the downtown. That's my request, is to take those individually as separate votes. I don't know if you have a chance, maybe later you can bring up that slide and then we could discuss it. Yeah, but yeah.
All right, any other council questions or comments? Anyone? Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I thank you, Ken, for the update on the budget presentation. And I just want to just express my thanks for the clarification on the issue of the DARE program. And I appreciate you looking into that and bringing it forward and talking to the police department about it. And I'm very happy to see that, you know, they are looking at other options and finding a way to just continue the program, maybe in another format, but at least still having a program, and also, you know, also once the staffing levels come up at the police department as well. So I just want to thank you for that. I really appreciate it because it is an important program. So glad to know it's moving forward somehow.
Thank you. All right, so I think Vice Mayor Jane, you just had a recommendation on how we approach it, but did you actually have a question?
I did have a question. It was related to the graph. It's page 25.
Okay, so that's the only question then. Director Lee, do you have the graph handy?
I have the transmittal letter, page 25, that Councilmember Jane suggested. So let me share my screen again to bring that up. And I will pause for a second just to make sure that that shows up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, this looks very positive to me. It looks like we have a huge deficit just in this first year, but then we're actually kind of in the black after that. So I wanted to understand where these numbers are coming from and why they're so positive. I mean, I'm pleased to see them because then we could fund a lot more programs. But my question is, it shows a $19.6 million shortfall through fiscal year 2023-24. And is that the 19 million that we've been talking about all along? And is that after we account for the 19.6 million, does that leave our BSR reserves at 40 million and 15%?
Great question. Thank you for the questions, Vice Mayor Jane. And so let me just clarify this chart. This is the same 19.6 that I've been, in every budget presentation that I make, I've been emphasizing our budget situation. And so I do want to point out in our forecast presentation, at least as shown on this page, it's an operating margin perspective. So it considers ongoing shortfalls and ongoing surpluses. And so here we do have a $19.6 million ongoing structural imbalance that we have not yet addressed, and that's anticipated to start in 23-24. For the 22-23 budget, we're solving that through reserves as adopted and considered in the last 2-year operating budget. And so it's about a $20 million structural deficit where our expenses on an ongoing basis are higher than our revenues. As I presented to the council last council meeting, when you consider some of the labor actions that in talking with the HR department, that $20 million gap grows to $27 million over starting in 23-24. We would have to bring back recommendations starting next year to close that gap. And so as far as solutions to that, I presented last council meeting, we have new revenues on our work plan, including a potential business license modernization. But even with that potential revenue, we are looking at reductions to city staff and city services that would be required. I presented a number of around $12 million that would be required to help close that gap. And then even to bridge that until some of those reductions and some of those new revenues transpire, we still need about $20 to $30 million in one-time sources to bridge that gap. So those are the 3 solutions that I detailed out in the last study session to bridge that gap. But just to clarify the presentation here, it's an ongoing presentation. So assuming you solve the $19.6 million shortfall on an ongoing basis, then we are looking at some modest surpluses in the out years, but we have to solve that structural imbalance before we get there. So hopefully that answers your questions. Happy to clarify further if needed.
So let me re-emphasize, Vice Mayor, it's not a one-time deficit. It continues unless additional revenues come in, and you solve that structural issue through savings in frozen positions or additional revenues.
Correct. So I'm going to do my active listening thing, and I'm going to repeat back what I heard. What you're saying is, assuming that we keep our belt tight and we get some new revenue sources, then we could be in the black. But if we don't do any of that, then we'll keep that red bar basically forever. Is that the correct way to interpret this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even Ken said yes. So.
Okay.
That was yes in stereo.
That's what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on the budget issue or any of the items on the budget?
There's a hand.
You're the only one in the physical audience, but we have a virtual audience as well. Matthew, go ahead, Matthew.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. It's Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. I am here this evening on behalf of our organization and a coalition of groups in Santa Clara that have been actively involved in the El Camino Real planning to ask you please to assign budget to update of the ECR specific plan. Right now, there is no functional plan. We don't have objective standards currently for the ECR. We have every expectation that a new plan can be both functionally intentional about how that space is used, realistic and responsive to many of the council's concerns that came up when the item came up for approval. This is really about being prepared for the future. This is arguably the spine of the city, and we really only get one shot at getting it right. The vision for ECR as an economically dynamic, forward-looking mixed-use corridor with active transit uses, more walkable, bikeable, requires planning for the integration of uses. And we don't have this without a plan. We haven't seen the housing element, housing opportunity site map, but we as a city will not be able to limit sites in the housing element to the northern part of the city. The state will require that housing opportunities be distributed throughout the city. We believe that the ECR corridor can be a critical part of the solution to that challenge. We believe the $1 million price tag is likely way over what will actually be necessary. This work has been underway for some time, and we think the actual budget will end up returning a surplus to the fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, John, go ahead, John. John?
Thank you, John Cordes. I was a member of the ECR Citizens Advisory Committee to develop the El Camino Real specific plan. And I think Santa Clara did an excellent job of creating that plan. I'm a little concerned that it's being pushed back to be reevaluated. So I appreciate it if you would approve the $1 million budget request to fund the reevaluation of the El Camino Real specific plan. Santa Clara really does need to figure out what they want to do with El Camino, and I thought the plan that they had created was a great step forward. And it's just, you know, if you don't approve this study to look at it again, it's just going to be in limbo forever, particularly while you deal with all your other issues. So I want to strongly suggest you approve the number of up to $1 million. As Mr. Reed said, I don't think it'll actually come to that. To do the analysis that the council's asked staff to do, to look at the El Camino specific plan again and hopefully move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Dennis, go ahead, Dennis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. We want to urge the council to approve the budget allocation to appropriate needed funds to revise the El Camino Real specific plan. The revisions were approved last year by a majority council vote, but have been stalled awaiting approval of further planning and environmental review funding. Continuing the work on the El Camino plan is vital to the city and to the region. Right now, there is no plan, and there is no way that the El Camino Real will develop as envisioned with activity and retail centers, amenities, and with supportive housing. So it's very important that the plan get approved and it be revised and approved, and that a new plan or a revised plan can be both functionally intentional, realistic, and it responds to many of the council's concerns. In fact, many of the alternatives proposed by staff last year for a middle path can answer many apprehensions regarding building heights and densities that the council had. The housing element also is important and will need these sites for certification because the city will not be able to rely on North Santa Clara sites only for certification of the housing element. The $1 million price tag is likely way over what will be necessary, and budget item will be returned for a surplus. It's important to consider that Sunnyvale is in the process right now of completing its portion of the El Camino with a plan that includes over 6,000 units and 750,000 square feet of commercial. Santa Clara will be left far behind if it fails to complete the El Camino plan in a timely manner. So BIA now joins with Silicon Valley Leadership Group, Silicon Valley at Home, and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, who last year sent you a letter calling for continued work on the El Camino Real specific plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Zoe, go ahead. Or Zoe.
Hello, my name is Zoe Siegel with Greenbelt Alliance. I'll keep this short. I would just wanted to share that Greenbelt Alliance supports adding the El Camino specific plan to the capital improvement program budget. And, this specific plan is the result of many years of planning, research, and community involvement, and will ensure that the future development really meets the objective standards really defined by the community. The vision is a more walkable, bikeable, economically dynamic, mixed-use corridor, and really requires planning for the integration of these uses. And we won't have this without the plan. So we really urge you to add the ECR specific plan to the capital improvement program budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Betsy?
Thank you. Betsy Magus. I'm a Santa Clara resident. I think most of what I wanted to say has already been said by, has already been expressed by the previous speakers, but I would like to add my voice and my request that we consider a budget including the ECR specific plan in the budget for this year, for all of the reasons that have already been expressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Vince, go ahead, Vince.
Good evening, Vince Rocha with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, calling in support of the budget item for the El Camino Real planning. I don't believe it'll cost as much as listed there in your presentation. We are so close to the finish line in terms of what we almost achieved last year. We believe that in terms of fairness, equity, and opportunity, El Camino represents all of that for the city of Santa Clara and its residents, and that we should have this budget item approved so that we can move forward and finish the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Do we, Assistant City Clerk, do we have any e-comments or other comments?
I've received two public comment emails that were requested to be read into the record. The first one is, oh, her hand is up if we want to take her. Donna.
I'm sorry. What? Oh.
Donna's hand just went up and she also submitted, I was about to read it.
Oh, you're going to read her comment. All right. Donna, go ahead, Donna.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, Donna. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City staff. I'm Donna West of Santa Clara, 30-year resident, District 3 City Business and Citizen Volunteer with Reclaiming Our Downtown Business Research. Thank you, City Council, for approving our item of the financial analysis of the City Hall study and the upcoming budget tonight. Each request makes our downtown business district better with connectivity citywide for all citizens and adds revenue. Reclaiming Our Downtown believes, based on our own study, that downtown remains the location in which a rebuilt City Hall adds the most value to the city and its citizens. There's 4 aspects that must be evaluated. Number 1, the generation to a private investment which follows public and City Hall investment. We found in the other American cities a complete reappraisal of the acres where Warburton City Hall is standing on the estimated 12 to 15 million an acre now. That can be used for other things, and a significant reduction of construction cost savings to us, estimated 30 to 40 million in building downtown and sharing a parking garage, which creating revenue stream to the city by building this downtown. And the return of City Hall will finally spark a complete active downtown and a revenue analysis and revenue stream that Santa Clara will finally gain after the completed downtown that our community is realized. The best group in our eyes is WRT, who is laser focused on this to study. Thank you for adding this, and thank you for the priority of the Broke Hall Benton Transit connection for future. Respectively, Donna West.
You read your own email. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. That saved our Assistant City Clerk, so thanks for calling in. Assistant City Clerk, any more e-comments?
Yes, I have one other public comment email requesting to be read tonight. This is from Carter Fullhurst. I want to thank the City Council for approving the City Hall study and the upcoming budget today. Reclaiming our downtown believes, based on our own study, that downtown remains the location in which a rebuilt City Hall adds the most value to the city and its citizens. Thank you. And I have an e-comment from Jonathan Evans. I am the current chair of the Santa Clara Board of Library Trustees. The board met and unanimously approved the changes to the library fee schedule as attached. Note there is a typo in the document stating the date of the last time the fee changed as 6/11/2013. I assume this should read 6/21/22 as the date is being updated from 2014. End of comment. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Okay, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. We'll start the discussion. Councilmember Jane, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes. I don't know if we're taking 7B first.
Yes, we have to do that first.
Should we make a motion on 7B?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make
That wasn't a public hearing, so go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution establishing the city's fiscal year 2022-23 appropriations limit of $592,639,131.
Second.
Motion is second for that. Any discussion on that item? Okay, seeing none, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Going back to 7A.
Okay. So as I had requested for 7A, I would prefer that we do items 1 to 7 as one motion, and then we individually do 8 through 11. I do want to weigh in on the El Camino Real. I was part of that study. It was 4 years. We did get a $1 million MTC grant to do that. This is 250 acres. This is the spine of Santa Clara. And right now, the zoning does not match the general plan. So that, under state law, allows developers to basically come in and kind of do whatever they want, which is completely ridiculous in my mind. And the El Camino Real plan was very well thought out in terms of these activity nodes. And when you look at Mervin's, I'm going to always call it Mervin's Plaza, but it's so successful. I mean, it's hard to find parking there. And we have these 3 activity nodes that we want to build that will bring retail sales. It will give us sales taxes. We need to move forward on a plan. And what we're asking is that we just go through and do a study, do an economic study of this, the original plan and a reduced height plan, to just do the economics and figure out what is viable, what's going to be successful, what's going to generate the most revenue for the city budget. That's all I'm asking for in this. And, it's pretty amazing that we have a bunch of affordable housing groups, environmental groups, the BIA, SVLG, everyone, MTC, coming in and supporting this. I mean, we can't push it down the road. It should happen. Otherwise, developers will just come do whatever the heck they want. Thank you.
I would like to make sure that we just do the capital budget first, and then all those other items need 5 votes. So we can take those others in a lump, but I think we should approve the the proposed biennial capital budget first to keep it cleaner. So, I mean, you're able to, everyone can talk on whatever they want to talk on, but
I'm
when
happy to
we-
make a motion to approve
let's do that
alternatives 1 to
first.
7. 1 through 7.
I'll second that.
What was the motion?
To approve alternatives 1 through 7.
I'll second that.
Mayor, the only thing is number 2
No,
requires
yeah,
5
5
votes.
votes,
So
so-
if you could take that separately, you
Take
could
two
do.
separately
Okay.
because it's a 5 vote.
All right, a motion to approve recommendation number 2.
Well, wait, we can't have 2 motions on at the same time.
Okay, well, I'm
So-
withdrawing my original motion.
Well, you didn't say that,
And now
so,
I'm
okay.
making a motion to approve recommendation number 2, which is approve the fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget changes included in the recommended revisions detailed in attachment 2.
I would ask if we could do the capital budget first by itself. That's what I'm asking. Take that one by itself.
Number one?
Number 1.
Okay,
Right?
Councilman.
Can we do number 1?
I'm fine to withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Could we have a motion for number 1?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve recommendation number 1.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 and fiscal year 23-24 biennial capital budget. All right. Does anybody, I'll go down the list so people can, if they want to talk about the capital budget, does anybody want to talk about the capital budget, or are we all having comments on those other items? Other items, or anybody on the capital budget? You can speak before we vote on that one. Anyone? Okay, no one's saying anything, so on number 1, motion by Vice Mayor Jane, second by Councilmember Chahal.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Director Lee, on that as well. All right, next is number 2.
Now I'd like to make a motion to approve the alternative 2, which is the operating budget changes included in the recommended revisions detailed in attachment 2.
Second.
Where is attachment 2? Just, I want to make sure I have no conflicts on attachment 2. Is the downtown on attachment 2?
It's the revision.
Can anyone answer?
It's the revisions.
So if I may
Sure.
clarify, Mayor, this is.
Yes,
Yeah.
Director Lee.
Sure. So attachment 2 just includes technical operating changes from the last 2-year adopted budget based on updated contracts and updated MOUs. It does not include the policy alternatives that are listed in items, I believe, 6 through 12. So it's basically amending the operating budget separate of the actions listed in items 8 through 11.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm not voting on anything related to the downtown. So thank you for that clarification. All right, we have a motion and a second on that. Does anyone want to discuss number 2? All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you.
And I would like to make another motion.
Okay,
I would like to make a motion to approve alternatives 3 to 7 from staff's recommendation.
Second. I'll second that.
okay, 3 through 7, Director Lee. Anything on the downtown?
No, the items before you for 3 through 7 includes a technical appropriation schedule that's typically brought forward to the council every year as part of the budget adoption.
Right.
Adoption of the housing authority portion of the budget as the housing authority, the sports and open space authority portion of the budget, the fee resolution around the library community room rental fees, and budget and fiscal policies.
Okay, so any discussion from the council on 3 through 7? Any council member? 3 through 7. All right, Assistant City Clerk. We're on a roll.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
I'm going to say yes on all of them and no on 6.
Okay, duly noted. And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes unanimously with the exception of 6-1 on item 6. Okay?
Mayor,
All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I would like to actually hear number 9 before number 8.
No.
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 10 is downtown. Okay.
So where's number 9?
It's in the packet.
I'll make them.
It's, number 9 is to add funding of $1 million in the general fund to support the El Camino Real specific plan.
The first legislative.
Oh, here, duh.
I'll
Okay,
second that.
Go to the last page.
thank you.
Offset by a reduction to the general fund land sale reserve.
Thank you.
Requires 5 votes.
I have a question on that. Several of our speakers said that it will cost less than $1 million. So why do we have $1 million out, and what do they know that we don't know on that?
Mayor, this is Ken again. So that estimate came from our community development department. So I will have to defer to Director Crabtree to help explain the components of that cost.
Thank you, because I would like to just allocate money that we need, not what we don't need.
And Mayor, I have another question. Can I ask?
Are we still trying to address that $1 million question?
Pardon me?
Are we still trying to address your question, Mayor?
I would like my question addressed, but I think there's other council members that may have is on this item only, Councilmember Chahal. In case there's other questions too.
Yep, I have a question, like when we were talking about El Camino specific area plan, we had a big discussion regarding the objective standards. So where do we stand on that? Because that was the basic fundamental issue we were facing during that discussion. And depending upon that, once we have those objective development standards, we can go forward with, I don't recall now, but as per the Director Andrew Crabtree, we were given several options after that. So I would like to refresh myself from Director Crabtree where we stand on those facts, basically, before we vote on this one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my hand was up for the second on Councilmember Jane's motion, but also to talk about other things too, so
Okay,
no further comment.
Nothing on the million?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I remember there was a long discussion about this, the ECR and the plan, and I know there was a grant, and a lot of work went into the plan, putting it together, getting community input. I know I was concerned with putting any additional monies into furthering this plan or doing just continual studies after substantial time and money has already been invested. But I'm hearing what's being said tonight. However, I understand the ECR is a very viable corridor. However, I am still concerned, I'm concerned about what potential height densities might be proposed. We did hear concerns from the neighborhoods behind the ECR that, they were concerned about shadows. And so, and the fact is that a lot of lots are, they're shallow. So I would just be concerned, going forward about the height and density on ECR. I'm okay with the recommended budget amendment, but at the same time, I just want to be mindful of the fact that a lot of residents have already expressed concerns about the height densities along the ECR. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jane? Before we hear from the Community Development Director, do you have a question?
Yeah, well, this is related to basically all of these items, and I just want to read from the December 14th, the description in the packet, and I'll just read what it says. December 14th, 2021, city staff presented the fiscal year 2020-21 budget year-end report that included $400,000 for council initiatives. Of this amount, $75,000 was allocated to support homelessness, and the remaining balance of $325,000 is available to carry over to fiscal year 2022-23 to support council initiatives. So potentially, whatever we're discussing tonight, there is apparently, and I want to clarify this, $325,000 available that doesn't have to come out of the BSR or the land sale reserve. So I just want to get confirmation of that.
That's correct.
Okay.
And if I may clarify, this is Ken. Item 10 includes a recommendation to use that $325,000. However, the council, could spend that $325,000 on any of the alternatives if approved.
Mayor, this is Andrew
Yes,
Crabtree. I'm
thank you,
ready
Director
to
Crabtree.
speak on the El Camino Real question, if this is the right time.
Yes, please.
So just try to recap a little bit. Going back to last June, staff presented various options to the City Council. And we had developed a specific plan that included objective design standards. The council expressed at that time that the plan as drafted included heights that the council was concerned were too high and would impact the adjacent neighborhood, particularly to the north, as just mentioned. One of the alternatives was to reduce the density over the overall plan area by about a third, which is something that could be done and potentially still make use of the EIR that was prepared. So that would be a potentially lower cost option. But the council did direct staff to continue with actually a further reduction beyond that, to the point where we would need to do a recirculation of the EIR. We did contact our consultant last summer and ask for a scope and what would be required to basically rewrite the plan around a sort of different vision in terms of the heights and form of development, as well as recirculate the EIR. And that, as well as the need to bring in some staffing to help work on the plan, since our staff are really committed to other efforts going forward in the work program, led to an initial cost of $900,000. The council then determined that they also would like, the council would also like to include a sort of economic feasibility analysis of the two different plans, the one plan being the one that was presented in June of last year, and then second, the new plan with the reduced density reduced by about 2/3, to do a comparison of those two. So about $100,000 was added, bringing the total up to $1 million. Staff also suggested some alternatives. One would be to take the objective design standards that were prepared for this specific plan and just apply them through a rezoning effort. That's a relatively low cost effort. And I think we gave a number in the neighborhood of $50,000-$60,000 for that, although we could look at that. I have not had any conversations with the speakers about what they specifically have in mind about reduced cost alternatives. The most obvious would be to do something sort of in the middle range between the two that potentially could use the EIR that was previously prepared. As we go through the process, we always want to make sure we have enough money that we're not coming back to the council on a regular basis and asking for additional funding if it turns out to be necessary, as we work with consultants and have various costs that may or may not have been anticipated at the beginning of the process. So, the 1 million is perhaps sort of the upper end of what we expected from last summer. Costs may have gone up since then, but that's sort of the number. That's how we got to that number.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question, but I see a couple of lights on still. Councilmember Chahal, do you have a follow-up question? Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Crabtree, for recapping. But my follow-up question is, you did mention that during that detailed discussion, we had detail about objective design standards were discussed. I think 30-degree elevation was discussed for the shadow, or so that we don't get the shadow on the neighborhood. And then heights, because of that 30-degree elevation I'm talking about. I don't know I'm using the right term, but I hope you're getting what I'm saying, basically. And reducing the density. So if we incorporate all those standards which were approved or proposed by the majority of the council at that time, so what do we need to go forward for, even if you have to do a study again or do economic studies? I want to make sure those standards are fully incorporated for whatever we want to do, basically. That's my question and a request, because that's what was discussed during that council meeting in detail to protect the neighborhoods.
Yes. So if I may recap, one of the key design objective standards that was in the draft plan was a 45-degree step back requirement. Right. So for each foot of height, there would be a 1-foot setback from the property line where new development is adjacent to single family. That was what was brought forward in the plan. There was some discussion about, there was considerable discussion about whether that was adequate enough, and there was a concern about shade and shadow impacts potentially upon single family homes, adjacent backyards. I think that's an issue that maybe we should even dive into further if we really want to understand it fully, because the renderings that we had were fairly simplistic, and backyard fences, for example, are going to cast shadows on the winter solstice, and I don't think that was fully explained. But in any case, the council did ask about, instead of a 45-degree, a 30-degree step back, so that would further reduce building heights adjacent. We did say, staff did say, yeah, we could, take the plan as it is more or less and just apply that more stringent step back requirement. That would be a fairly easy edit to make to the specific plan. But I think the council beyond that was also just concerned about the total number of units that the plan supported, and canyon effect along the El Camino Real, other issues that step back requirement in of itself wouldn't address. And so at the end, the council direction was to revise the specific plan.
Okay, so I can support this motion as long as we adhere to those objective standards and those recommendations of the council at that time. If that makes sense, I can support the motion. But if we are not going to support those objective standards and the height regulation, all those details we discussed, I will not be supporting the motion. I don't know how we incorporate those. I will take help from the staff for that. Thank you.
Wondered if you could add on. If you could answer that, Andrew, because that is going to make a difference for me as well.
Sure. So it's completely within the the purview of the city council to direct us to include whatever step back requirement the council deems appropriate. We would certainly look at something that doesn't eliminate any ability to develop, of course, but that's not the sort of extreme thing that we're discussing here. So, I think even back last summer, if it was simply a question of moving forward a plan with a 30-degree step back, if that was the only issue, we could have incorporated into the specific plan at that point and gone forward. But I think there was a desire on the council to do more of that. But certainly, whatever specific plan is developed, the council can direct us to include whatever step back or setback requirements, height restrictions, so forth, that the council ultimately deems are appropriate.
Now, thank you very much, but procedurally, we're talking about just setting aside the money this evening. Could that be done at a future time? So we can also let the public know that we're going to be discussing if we set aside the money, that at a future time, we're going to be discussing how that is implemented. But I want to make sure we have protections, because again, I don't want to set aside the money if we're not going to be discussing it. So can we approve it subject to our discussion, or how would that work?
Yes, we can. And Andrew, correct me. I mean, with this budget, we'll develop a scope, right, for the consultant, and we could bring that scope to the council?
Yeah, absolutely. And always, that's sort of, a basic component of a specific plan. So we would absolutely expect council input, as well as community input on what's the appropriate step backs and so forth.
Okay. All right. I had a follow-up question on that. So there was a representation made that if we did nothing, that the developers would be able to do whatever they want on the El Camino. So I want to get a clarification on that, because I don't think that's true. But I think my other questions were that I want to make sure that we respect the property owners and our residents that live close to the El Camino, just like the discussions we had when we talked about this a couple of months ago. And I want to make sure that their voices are not lost in this whole El Camino Real study. So I think that based on what you just said and what the city manager said, that we can discuss this at a future time when we develop the scope for the project. But I think my question is, if we do nothing, do developers have a free rein to build whatever they want on the El Camino, or are they bound by the existing general plan and zoning on the El Camino?
So they are bound by the current general plan, which only provides a little bit of guidance. It does set overall density ranges, and heights are described generally between 3 and 5 stories. So a little bit more than what the council was discussing last summer in terms of maximum heights. There's a potential to go up to 5 stories in the current general plan. There are no step back requirements or setback requirements in the general plan. The current zoning most likely does not apply. It's typically commercial, and under existing state law, developers can come in, and where there's that kind of mismatch between the general plan and the zoning, they can propose things that generally conform to the general plan.
Okay, thank you. Now, I have one last question on this. Does this delay or stop or put any kind of I don't want to use a moratorium, but any kind of stoppage to any development on the El Camino right now? By this process we're going through now, if there's a project that is in the works or proposed?
It does not in of itself have any impact on that. I mean, we always continue to process applications. If the council took some sort of direction along those lines, that would be up to the council. But the budget action has no effect on the ability of developers to propose and go through an entitlement process.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy, followed by Becker.
Thank you. Andrew, because what is in question as to whether the EIR has to be redone, but the environmental impact report that we have that is completed but has not been certified, isn't that more intense, and if the council put more restrictions, wouldn't that EIR still be able to be used? And also, this may be for Ken, how much money is in the land sale reserve? Because that's where we're talking about appropriating these funds from. Thank you.
Should I go ahead with the EIR question?
Go ahead, because it might inform others that may have the same question.
So it's very counterintuitive, but it's actually the case that reducing the density in this case does require recirculation of the EIR. And one part of that is that 5 years ago, the state changed the way that we do traffic analysis, and they put in an exemption for higher density development along transit corridors from certain traffic analysis. And by dropping the density as sort of directed by council, we would go below that threshold and have to do additional traffic analysis that was not actually required under our current state law. That's really the state level. They're seeking to promote higher density development on transit corridors. So they changed the laws to make it easier to do that and harder not to. So that's one of the things that's a factor in that. And then it's also really just different enough of a project that it requires rewriting the EIR to describe that we're now looking at different types of development along the corridor than what had been described in the EIR previously.
Councilmember Becker, followed by Park. Yes.
May I answer the second part of the question? The land sale reserve has about 12 million. About 12 million, yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, followed by Park.
Thank you, Mayor. What's funny is, I remember about 10 years ago when I was a resident and I would be coming to council meetings and hearing residents that lived on the El Camino complain often about city council passing projects on the El Camino that actually blocked their view. And I remember one gentleman had complaints about tomatoes in his backyard and how he wasn't able to grow them anymore because of the density being built in his backyard. So what I see in this is I prefer a common sense development plan of density, meaning that if you were building any property or any development near property that have single family homes behind you, probably the best idea is to have that, as I think you were talking about, Andrew, which is the grade. I think the 45 degree angle. That is a positive. And then you go to certain other areas, like would you say where the current Chili's is right now, that could be density that is actually built a little higher because you're further away from actual development. So I prefer to see that, that's why I'm supporting this motion, is because I think it's going to be a common sense approach. Is you don't go build something that's going to affect the neighborhood or cause a poor quality of life. You're going to build something that's going to accommodate that neighborhood and also be flexible. And then at the same time, you're going to be able to have other areas like I mentioned before, which is the current Chili's location on the corner of El Camino and Lawrence, where you can actually build higher density away from the neighborhoods closer to the El Camino. And those have deeper lots. So I understand the shallow lots and the deeper lots, but I think that's why this would be a very common sense approach. And it should be, considering how we used to approve projects before on the El Camino Real that actually didn't listen to the neighbors. So now we are listening, but we are also trying to build for the future too. So that's why I'm supporting this motion and why I think it's a smart move for our city and the entire community.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I also want to make some budget decisions that move the El Camino Real specific plan forward, but I do have a lot of concerns about what was proposed initially, which is why I support fully a discussion in the future. I mean, the discussion we had way back almost a year ago was that the north side and the south side of El Camino Real, those lots are not the same. And the shadows that are on the north side do not affect the south side as much because the shadows on the south side go into the street, whereas the shadows on the north side actually cover the residential houses that go behind it. I did a shadow study over 10 years ago for 2585 on El Camino, and 45 degrees is not enough for some of the houses there. The other thing we have to realize is that the lots that the houses are on are not always at the same grade as the lots that the commercial properties are on. They're actually several feet lower in some cases, which makes the height difference even larger. And these are things that I don't think we're taking into account. I think at the time, I had requested that we consider or possibly consider the north and the south sides differently because, again, the shadows on the south side go into the street, but the shadows on the north side of the buildings on the north side, occlude the residents behind it, and that's the big issue that I had. The other questions, I'd like to get clarification again on what happens when the zoning does not match the general plan. I know that we had a general plan. I was on the general plan steering committee, over 12 years ago. That made this, three-phase plan that we have on the walls and in the conference room, and we didn't take the actions to make the zoning consistent with that plan. We instead said, well, we're going to make the zoning consistent parcel by parcel. I'm trying to look at Government Code Section 65860, which requires the city zoning ordinance to be consistent with the general plan, and I believe that Vice Mayor Jane he brought up something that I've heard, which is if the general plan is not consistent with the zoning, then a developer can come in and basically propose a project. I'd like some clarification. Is that true? Is that not true? What happens when the general plan is not consistent with the zoning?
All right, I'll go ahead and answer that then at this point.
Yes, please.
All right, so again, state law has changed fairly recently on this issue. AB 3194 in particular is a state assembly bill that is really governing a lot of these projects now. So back in 2010, it was absolutely the case that with the general plan and the zoning not in conformance, developers would basically need to come in parcel by parcel and request a rezoning of their site if they wanted to implement the general plan. And so the dozen or so projects and 14 projects that have been approved along El Camino Real since 2010 that implement the 2010 general plan were generally approved by the city council as a PD zoning type project. But with the advent of AB 3194, developers are allowed to bypass that rezoning requirement and to basically look to the general plan and to look at the city's zoning code and see if there is a zoning designation within the zoning code somewhere that can be potentially used to implement the general plan, and then follow those standards that are in that zoning code. So there's really not an intentional match there. That is something that we are working towards with the comprehensive zoning code update that should come to the council later this year. But there is a gap there. And so for the most part, we do not have a lot of regulations in place to really shape new development. We certainly don't have a 45-degree or a 30-degree step back requirement that would be applicable under those provisions. If a project came in as a PD zoning today, which it could still do so, then the council could, in that PD zoning, look at step back requirements and potentially apply that kind of requirement to the project if that were the will of the council. But if a developer opts to make use of AB 3194, we would be limited to really just objective standards that are already in our zoning code.
Thank you. Is that it, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, the only other thing would be, would like to see the other study for the additional study or the additional discussion for the El Camino Real specific plan, because again, the north side, the south side, they're not the same, and we need to have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jane, followed by Councilmember Chahal.
Yes, I agree. I've long advocated for a different set of standards for the north side versus the south side because shading is clearly different. But, for my own home, I can't grow tomatoes there. And that's my own fault because I have big trees. but I can't get rid of those trees because of city ordinances anyway. My point is that if you have a yard and somebody decides to plant a row of Italian cypresses, you lose all your shade. There's nothing you can do about that. So all I'm asking for is an economic analysis to compare any reduced height versus the original plan. Because I personally believe that if you reduce the heights too much, the only thing you're going to get on El Camino are townhouses. Originally, the council had put in a moratorium on development. They grandfathered like 4 projects, and they said, we're kind of not going to approve any more developments until we get the El Camino Real specific area plan approved. That was kind of a rough guideline. It wasn't hard and fast, but I would like to understand if that moratorium is still in place, and maybe we might want to consider getting rid of that moratorium, because who knows how long this El Camino Real plan is going to be in effect. And then finally, I was just in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and the main thoroughfare, the spine of Cambridge, is Massachusetts Avenue. And it used to be 2 lanes in each direction. That spine in Central Square is now 1 lane in each direction with a road diet for bicycles. And there are 6-story buildings on kind of both sides. There's even a 12-story building on the north side of Mass Ave in Central Square. And my point is that I was there in a cafe right on the street, and I didn't feel like I was in a canyon. I didn't feel like I was all shaded out. So I want to make sure that we get a good economic analysis that will be the best benefit to provide affordable housing, activity nodes, and economic benefits to the city. Now, this is 250 acres. This is multiple billions of dollars of investment. $1 million to invest in planning, in my mind, is the right thing to do. And I don't want to limit us to 30% at this point. I want to just say, let's look at everything and let's try to get the best plan, because this is the spine of Santa Clara, in my mind, and we need to get it right.
Thank you. I just wanted to double check and make sure that we never had a moratorium on development on the El Camino.
Yeah, I can speak to that. That's correct. Moratorium is a legally defined item. We never implemented a moratorium. No. The council sort of distinguished between projects that required general plan amendments and those that didn't. We had some back at that point that were looking to do things different than what the general plan, not just the zoning, but the general plan would allow. And the council said that while we were in the process of preparing the specific plan, primarily the initial phase of outreach, which took about a year or so, year and a half, that the council was would discourage or was not particularly receptive to land use proposals that would change the general plan along the El Camino Real. So it was a fairly focused direction. It was tied to the idea of allowing the community planning process to go forward with the various community members that were participating, and letting that group define vision before the council took any actions. So we're well past that time frame.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, followed by Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I hear right, I hear Councilmember Becker, I hear Councilmember Park, that we are looking at some common sense design guidelines which can protect the neighborhoods and have a good El Camino Real plan. And the basis for that is, and also to take care of the state AB 3194 legislation to protect the neighborhoods. So the prime thing is objective design standards. And I know I have been emphasizing this thing for a long time. So I know this may be the right form to ask that question, but that should be the basis of if we bring forward what El Camino Real plan we want. first we have to decide about the objective design standards. And once we have that, then we can go forward. Okay, these are the design standards. Let's plan according to that. Not other way around. Like, okay, we plan and then we don't even have objective design standards, and then we deny a development, basically. So my basis is I'm okay to approve this budget requirement, but before that, I want that, and this is not a question for only for this neighborhood. Objective design standards will help us throughout the city, basically, to make sure we have objective standards to protect the neighborhood, or the objective standards to make development in that particular area. So with that, my priority is bring those objective design standards. Whatever I think staff had a lot of feedback during those 2 sessions. I think initially we had on the El Camino area, and then we plan, then we decide what we need to do, basically.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker. Your light?
Sorry,
Still on?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, so let me think back. We had a motion. Oh, City Manager, did you want to say something?
Yeah, Mayor, based on this discussion and deliberation, a couple observations. This is a budget discussion. I mean, that's where the discussion began, and I know we all want to design the project and, scope it out at this point. So you have a couple options. We can either bring back an update on the standards that you're asking for and a scope for this study. We can bring it back, either it's a study session just to hash it out, or we can just bring it to a council meeting. Or alternatively, you can also approve this budget if you are all on board and using the land sale reserve or whatever the funding source is. We are not going to spend right away. We will still take those steps that Councilmember Chahal and Vice Mayor Jan are asking for. So you can do both together today and direct staff to bring the scope back first before we start spending the money, is what I'm saying. Or you can wait because it's coming from a reserve, that action can be taken anytime. So your direction can also be to bring back update on the design standards with a scope for El Camino Real. And at that time, once we are all on board, we'll have a better idea on the cost also. And then you can approve a budget or take a budget action because it's coming from a reserve. There's no other funding anyway.
I would ask the city attorney, is that the right way we can make a motion that we need to bring the scope and objective design standard first, and then we'll approve the budget after we have that? Is that the right motion to make?
So Mayor and Council, just to be clear, as the manager said, this is the budget consideration. You've gotten a level deep into a discussion about the specifics of the plan. I think the record does reflect the council concerns. They were very specific about what potential development impacts are if this isn't handled correctly. And I think with that information on the record, if council wanted to move forward with the budget adoption and just direct staff then to return with the scope that details that concern, you can certainly do that. That's now laid out on the record. That's a condition of the adoption of the budget. You can have then the manager implement it that way for you. That's one option. Another option is to basically lay out beyond direction, to lay out specific conditions consistent with what you've identified. I wouldn't recommend it at this point because this is the larger big picture budget approval. Your concerns have been put on the record, and so I just would advise against going too deep into the detail of the conditions.
You want to? Okay.
Councilmember Chen, do you have a motion on that?
I actually have another comment.
Okay.
So I'm going to make the motion to add the funding of $1 million. And my motivation here is that this project has been stalled. And as I've already pointed out, that the longer we wait to do this, where the zoning code does not conform to the general plan, developers can just pick a zoning element and just stuff it into the plan without having to go through approvals. And so it leaves us open to developers, like I said, kind of coming in and doing whatever they want. And so I would like to move this along and get some resolution of this as soon as possible. And that's why I would like to recommend that we add funding of $1 million in the general fund to support the El Camino Real specific plan. And that's all it says.
You said from the general.
And it says offset by a reduction to the general fund land sale reserve. And so it would come out of the general fund land sale reserve, and it would require 5 votes to pass. But it's not, it's just allowing us the leeway to hire a consultant because we're short of staff in the community development department, whatever we need to move this plan along. That's
So is that with the intention to bring this, bring back the scope for the council to determine the
Yes,
scope?
yes.
Can you put that in the motion, please?
Fine. Yeah,
Then I'll
bring back the scope.
That's in the motion.
Exactly.
Do you have that, Assistant City Clerk?
The scope and objective
So I
design
have
standards.
alternative 9 and direct staff to return at a later date with design standard and scope for El Camino Real.
Second.
Yeah, I
We
think that's
had a
okay.
second.
Wasn't there already a motion out there and he just modified it? And because I originally seconded it.
Yes, that's
So I'm
correct.
just wondering, are you doing a new motion or are you?
Modified it, so.
Modified it? Okay, so I agree to your modification then.
Good. I'm glad you've been too long.
I know, I was like,
You gave me that look and I went. Motion. Okay.
So are we ready, Mayor, for the vote?
Yes, please. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Okay, so we have, anything else? We want to spend our 325? Got that? If so, I'm walking away on that. Do we have any other items that the
We
council?
have 8 and 10 and 11.
Those are options.
Yes, and I would like to discuss them individually.
Well, you can't discuss some of them.
I understand. I've already said that I have to recuse from 10.
So what do you propose, and does
Well,
anybody
I'd
want
like a
to?
discussion of number 8.
I have a motion for one.
Go ahead, Councilmember Becker.
So yes, I have a motion for item number 9. Excuse me, my thing just closed down right there.
We just did 9.
My apologies, sorry. It was 10. Item number
Okay.
10.
And I will recuse.
I also have to recuse Councilmember Watanabe, if you wouldn't mind coming over here. I am recusing myself because I have property in the Franklin Mall in Santa Clara.
I am recusing because of an FEPC letter.
Okay. Okay, I heard a request to make a motion. Councilmember Becker?
Yes, Councilmember Watanabe, thank you. And the mayor told me to talk long, so I will talk long. I'm kidding. She deserves a break. Anyways, my motion is to add funding of $325,000 in the general fund to support a precise plan for downtown to study the potential move of City Hall to downtown, offset by a reduction to the City Council initiatives carryover in the general fund.
Second.
Third.
Do we have any discussion? Let me see, where's the list? Where's their list? Okay. Councilmember Hardy, your hand is raised.
Sorry. The point is, this is the one bit of discretionary funding we do have. This has been a political football for decades, back and forth. And I think what we need to do is look at this as a possibility, but I'd also like to make as part of the study, comparing building on the site that we have now, maybe on the front, as compared to moving it down to downtown. I'd like to look at that. And I think we need to be clear with our residents as to why we're spending this money and what could possibly help everyone. So if it could be part of the motion that, because it's to look at It's to look at the possibility or the discussion of moving City Hall, but we have to compare that to building where we're at.
Thank you.
So that's a
friendly
amendment. Okay.
Amendment to the motion.
I will accept that friendly amendment because I think that is something that was kind of the basis what I was wanting to talk about as well. We do want to show that comparison. We do want to show what the work was done from before. I know there was something done in 2019 as well, which should be brought into the discussion. But I think this is a chance for us to do things right. And I think this is the moment that I think a lot of our residents for the new downtown have been waiting for. So I'm glad to support this, and I'm happy to take your friendly amendment.
Vice Mayor Watanabe, can I
Yes,
just have a
I
clarification?
was going to call you. Yes, I saw your hand. Yes, thank you.
I know it's a little different. Muted myself.
There you go.
Just wanted to verify, and I think the council member clarified it for me that the $325,000 that we have is just to study the downtown location and do that work. I would suggest, because we don't have any additional funding to look at any more within the existing site, if council would be satisfied just using all the previous work that we've done and just using that as a basis of what it could look like within the existing site without doing additional work. Because if we're going to do additional work within the existing campus, we would of course need additional funds. But I think I heard Councilmember Becker say that he was comfortable with just using the 2019 study. So if we're on the same page there's no need for additional funds. We would use that as a comparison without doing any additional work to that previous analysis.
Yeah, thank you, Manuel. Absolutely. I would want to use the 2019, keep it to that. Don't spend any more money that we don't need to spend.
So, Manuel, what you're saying then is that if we're able to use that 2019 study, which I think was $900,000, that we would not have to spend this $325,000. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, we
Okay.
would still have to spend the $325,000 downtown. I just wanted to clarify because I know Councilmember Hardy talked about doing a comparison to what it would take to build within the existing campus. And I just wanted to verify that we were talking about using the work we already done, not doing any additional work. But the $325 for downtown will still be required.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. So this is a long-term project, basically, and it has been a commendable job done by the downtown activists who has done studies on multiple cities. And it does make sense for us to do this study, economic study. And reason being, when you're doing multi-million-dollar projects or you're trying to build a new city hall anyway, it does make sense. Where would it make best economical sense for the community or for the city as such? And that's the reason. We already did a study for this site, basically in the vicinity. And if we get the other study done, then we can compare the numbers and we'll have a much better idea where we are going and where we are heading. And that's the reason I'm supporting this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I think that Councilmember Chahal said it very well, which is $300,000, $325,000 seems like a lot of money, but when you compare it to the kinds of money that we could generate if by having a vibrant downtown, if we could make the downtown plan as successful as possible, then that money hopefully will be well spent. I also want to make clarification. I understand what we're doing, which is we're not asking for an additional study or a new study for the renovation of this current site. We're going to compare it to the 2019 site. But is staff going to make after they're going to use the 2019 study for the renovation. They're going to look at the new study that we're going to make a motion to fund, and then they will come back with a pros and cons. Like I see it as an EIR where you look at alternatives. Here's the plan as that we're studying, and here are the alternatives to that plan. And they would give the pros and cons. There would be not just here's the old plan, here's the new plan, but there's some analysis provided, not necessarily with additional costs, but by staff itself.
If I can jump in?
Please do.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's certainly something we can do. I would say at a fairly high level. Council members, certainly some of the big key factors. I do want to just remind the council, though, that at the time when we were doing that 2019 study and went through that process, we were only really focused on the possibility of rebuilding what would have been a new utility building for SVP and water and sewer. We're master planning everything because we wanted to make sure how everything would eventually or could fit. So we were not focused on rebuilding all of City Hall and the entire facility. The focus was the utility building, but because we wanted to make sure how it all fit, we had to master plan everything. So we have some costs, we have square footage, we have parking needs. So we'll be able to provide some very high level comparisons for you as it relates to kind of, cost, parking, overall space needs, what cost differentials could be. I just want to make sure that it's going to be to that kind of like more higher level of detail than getting into all the details. That would probably cost a bit more money and would require us to expand on both studies a little more, but we can definitely provide a comparison for you.
Great, that's good news. Okay, Councilmember Becker, do you still have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. First, I want to say thank you to the Downtown Task Force for everything that you have done and bringing this to my attention. I know I submitted this petition back in October. I think it was October. I lose track of time. I want to thank also Mary Grizzle, and I want to thank Dan Ondrasak for, reaching out to me and basically supporting this idea that I had and putting this together to have a study. Because I know what we did in 2019, that was, a different time, seeing that, what we want to do is make an economic, generator. I see the downtown being that, and having a city hall downtown, I think, would also increase the likeliness of our employees lunching there, as well as our, basically we'd be having a council meeting and you could have people going right next door and having dinner and then coming back in time for their item. So I think that would be smart. So I'm glad to be supporting this. And again, thank you to the Downtown Task Force, as well as Mayor Grizzle. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And do we open this to the public? Is there opportunity for public input?
So the council has actually closed to the public hearing.
Yep,
You've had the hearing, and so you're within the process to go forward with motions if that's what council desires to do.
I just wanted to be sure we're dotting all the i's and crossing the t's. Okay. I appreciate all the comments, and the one concern that I have is that this is monies that are being taken from a rollover from the council initiatives, and that $400,000. And when you think that $75,000 was used to provide mobile showers and, in an effort to help the underserved in our community, this is wiping out that whole budget. And so my question is, I know this is a carryover, the $400,000 was a carryover. Do we, I don't think we've talked about like replenishing that fund at any time. I don't recall. Okay. So, so it would be wiping out the, potential monies that could be beneficial to, just continue that work was already started. But at the same time, too, I understand that this is a long time initiative, community initiative, grassroots initiative that's providing a lot of opportunity to just see how our city can develop. And I appreciate Manuel Pineda jumping in and, letting us know how the other studies that have been done with City Hall can benefit and save money in the process. So I'm happy to support the motion, and I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed that we get some monies from somewhere that we can put towards council initiatives in the future, because it definitely was nice to have that money out there. But this is important too. So we have a motion and a second. Did we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Okay. And roll call vote then, City Clerk?
So I'd like to just confirm the motion, please, before we move ahead. Motion on the floor is alternative 10, and direct staff to do a comparison to building at the existing site from the 2019 study. Yeah, so that's what I just said.
Cool. Sounds good.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
And the motion passes with 5 votes and 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. And congratulations.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. So where are we now? We have a couple of remaining items on the budget. Councilmember Becker?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to, sorry, my thing disappeared here. It is the transportation demand management, which is item number 8. I'd like to make a motion to add funding of $200,000 in the general fund to support the transportation demand land sale reserve. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. My apologies. Add funding of $200,000 in the general fund to support the transportation demand management program, offset by a reduction to the general fund land sale reserve, and it needs 5 affirmative council votes to be required.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. I won't be supporting this motion. This is too much money at a time that we cannot afford these types of projects when we have such other needs in the community. I just can't in good conscience support this. Okay, Councilmember Becker, you're finished. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes. When I was on Planning Commission, there was, every project had a transportation demand management program attached to it. And the requirement was to reduce VMT by a certain amount. And they were supposed to report every year on how they did according to their promises to the city. It turns out, when I pressed and pressed, I found out that out of 12 projects that were done, I believe it was only 7 or 8 actually submitted their annual plans. And then I found out that there was no staff in the city to even review those plans. So we weren't even holding the developers that submitted plans to their obligations. And the way I see it is we're building a lot of projects in the city, something like 20,000 housing units, if you include Patrick Henry and Tasman East and Kylie and El Camino Real. And if we don't get VMT reductions from these projects and hold the developers responsible to reducing VMT, we are going to be killed by traffic. Traffic is going to be so bad that people will be leaving in droves. And Santa Clara will not be vibrant. Companies won't want to come here. So we have to take the bull by the horns, take the traffic bull by the horns, and really hold people accountable to what they've promised to do. And what I would like to do is, when I looked at those reports, they were all in random formats. So it made it very difficult for our staff to compare those. So I'm asking for us to invest in a online method for submitting these reports that will be standardized so that our staff can go through them and hold companies accountable or developers accountable to what they've already promised. Because right now, we don't have a good way to do it. We don't have the staff, we don't have the software, we don't have anything. So as we develop, we can't continue to develop without a good TDM reporting process. That's what I'm asking for. And I think it's critical to put one in place because we have so many projects that are coming forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I did not want to support this either, even before I heard what you said. But, we heard our accounting director, Ken Lee, talk about the more monies that are spent, the less it has an impact on the city services, because if we have to start laying people off, then there won't be any people around to do TDM management studies and follows up and things like that. I think we need to put a couple of projects or ideas on hold for now, and see what happens in the next budget cycle, or maybe in another 6 months' time. As the city manager said earlier, as we look at the budget and year ends revenues, in November, there's an opportunity to look at these items and requests again. And I think that would be a better option as opposed to spending $200,000 now. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal, followed by Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So traffic issues is one of the top most quality of life issue for our residents, one of the top. In multiple surveys, it has been reflected that. And as Councilmember Jain mentioned, we put TDM measures, we put all these measures into the studies, but we don't have any teeth to control them. We are not enforcing anything. The developers get a free pass. They present the TDM report. Okay, this is what we will do, but there is no follow-up. There is no, 12 reports as per Councilmember Jain submitted. Out of that, half of them submitted, not even reviewed. So unless we have a teeth or enforcement of these issues, then only we'll be able to make use of the actual TDM measures we are putting into place into those plans, basically. And learn from cities like Mountain View. They put in place those things. They penalize their developers who do not follow the TDM measures. They have requested Google to provide free shuttle to whole of a city, multi-million-dollar. They did it because they knew that they have to get their development approved and they need to get these things done. And that's what I'm asking. If we have TDM measures, we mandate those, and if we don't have any mechanism to follow up or implement those, we are defeating the whole purpose of those approving those developments. And because of the traffic, you look within the same agenda item, we have adaptive signal system, $1.8 million. We have, what other one? Traffic signal management software upgrade replacement, $1.5 million. Another adaptive signal at Santana West project, $950 million. We are investing so much to make sure the quality of life of our residents is better because of the traffic impacted issues. And this is one of that issue we are trying to solve with that. And that's what the reason we need it. It is a foresight that we need to implement these things, make a plan, and so that all future developments, as well as the current ones who promised us something, can be held responsible for that. And that's this money is well spent, or $200,000 will be well spent for the quality of life of our residents. So I'll be supporting this thing.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So Councilmember Chahal took a lot of the words out of my mouth. When I was on the Planning Commission, and I know Councilmember Chahal was there, and when Councilmember Jane was there, I noticed that we didn't have a lot of power. Hands were tied a lot. We did want a lot of these measures. And now that we're on City Council, we have power to do something. We have actual power to do something about it. So it's, critical to our infrastructure. As Councilmember Chahal said, it is critical to our quality of life. If you're going to continue to build new communities in our community, we want you to plan for those accommodations for that, because I know the traffic continues to get worse, and we need to have those responsibilities. And I know I spoke before a lot about AI solutions to our traffic, and I think these are just taking those steps that we need to in that direction. So I'm wholeheartedly behind this motion that I made.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you. It is true, the number one complaint is about traffic. And we have tried to do many things in some of these last developments. Bike racks, scooters, development near transit, near the good bus routes, near the light rail. We've tried to do a lot of things, and we need to make certain that these are working, and we need to have a way to follow up. So it doesn't make sense to not use the land reserve for a small amount to go high tech with this. It is what's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in a different time when we have a surplus of money that we could do something like this, but not now. I think that as we have reduced library hours, reduced senior center hours, homelessness, all the things that are really front and center right now are more important than this item. This item is not going to fix traffic. It really isn't. It's a report that's going to come back with more reports, and we don't even have the staff to administer all of these things. It's great when we have the funds available, when we have less priority needs than we have right now in the city. Right now, this is not a priority need for us at the moment. It's a nice to have type of thing, but it's not anything that we should be spending $200,000 on at this time. I can think of so many other needs we have in the city that are much higher priority than more reports. So I will not be supporting this motion. Do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on this? If not, I'm going to call for the question. We had a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 5-2. All right. Anything else, council? Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so I'm going to take a shot at this. We'll see how it goes. I'd like to, I guess this is under item number 11, which is the more other actions as determined by the City Council, any general fund actions that would be offset by a reduction to the general fund land sale reserve. I'm going to make a motion for the Lawn Bowl Clubhouse. And I think, I don't know what the number is. I think it was 530, which is, I guess, just the approximate, and they do need to have, to proceed further, refinement of the estimate would be necessary. So I'd like to make a motion for that, and this is the reasons why. Is because this is, I think, going to be a first step for our Central Park, in revitalizing it. Second, I see Mr. Jerry Patrigrini here almost every meeting. I think I've seen him here since I first really started coming to council meetings back in 2016. He's been actually waiting 20 years for this, and I know a lot of people have been waiting 20 years for this. The membership is small now, but I think that once you start pushing, for a new building, I think the membership will grow. You'll have different generations actually joining this, because right now just a simple little trailer is not attractable. It's something that people don't take serious. And so I see this as an opportunity. And as I said, the membership will grow because it's somewhere to go, and it can be advertised either social media or, as I said, it has that opportunity to grow. So I have a lot of also info that was sent to me by Mr. Patrigrini. I didn't have enough time to get to you, staff, so I will get you that information as well. But I feel that this is something that we should be moving forward on, that we've been waiting for 20-some years. I know that we're in some hard times, but at the same time, we've made promises that we continue to break from 20 years ago. And I was actually a young teenager when that promise was made in 2002. So I would like to make a motion to, I guess, adopt this for that amount of money of $575,000.
Can I ask, what are you proposing that for? Is it to fix the existing?
It's to replace the existing. So it's right now they have a currently they have a trailer. The discussion I had with Mr. Patrigrini was about a mobile unit. So basically, I see the positive in this too is that the mobile unit can always end up being moved in the future if it ever has to be moved.
So you're proposing to purchase a new unit for?
A new unit, which is basically, he provided me the information of how much the cost would be. And this is minus what, labor is and what all the information, electrical and so on, utilities, stuff like that. So that I know, so they said on here it's $575,000 of the gap, and that's the amount I want to approve up to. Because I do know that Mr. Patrigrini provided me enough information that says it's not going to end up costing that much. It may come below, just like the El Camino specific plan. We were just saying $1 million, maybe it could come in lower. So my motion is to put $575,000 to fund the gap for the lawn bowl. And I guess it says also, if this request were to proceed, further refinement of the estimate would be necessary.
I'll second that.
Do you have a location of where this money's coming from?
I do know that there's some money that's already been funded, and then I know that Mr. Patrigrini said that there is also grants that can be accessed as well to help provide the support and the money for this. And I think that's something that Mr. Patrigrini and staff can also sit down to and discuss further.
Well, we have $175,000 budgeted. So are you, and then you're saying for grants, but that would not be any cost if we were getting grants. So I'm just curious to what you're proposing, that we increase that 175 to 575? Is that what you're saying?
So there's a remaining balance. So if Mr. Rajiv will answer that.
Excuse me, Mayor. The current estimate for a new modular building is over $700,000. So this is the difference between what was previously budgeted and what may be needed, and it may still need to be further refined to get a new modular building.
So is the proposal for 575 plus the 175 that's already in there?
Yes. So the request from the council member is to add 575,000 to the existing budget.
Is that what you're proposing,
Yes,
700,000?
Yes, because we already have money in there. I'm suggesting providing that gap.
That's a lot of money.
I understand. It's a lot of money. it's really hard to see things that we've made promises for 20 years and we keep breaking that. And I kind of want to keep Santa Clara having a, reputation that we follow through. And I think this is following through. And, we sit here and we talk about how we don't have a lot of money. There's a lot of money that this city has lost over the years, a lot of money. And that's why we can't fund a lot of these things. But now I'm saying that we need to take a stand and actually follow through on our promises from 20 years ago.
All right. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me go back. As Councilmember Becker mentioned, we did make some promises. In 2019, in one of my first meetings, this item came forward, and we did promise them that, okay, we will do something. And here we are, like more than 3.5 years after that. And that gentleman came here almost every alternate meeting, or maybe probably every meeting over here. And we did not look at it. And it's a failure on our part. And 2019, 2020, we were not in deficit. We were in a good budget scenario. I don't know why we didn't do that, why we didn't follow up with that funding. I know the funding cost, development cost has escalated because of the inflation, but part of the responsibility lies on us also for not approving that on time or not following up on that on time for that. So when we say something, it should mean that we follow up on that and we help them. And this is a recreation item for the community, basically. And it's an outdoor recreation, which will encourage more seniors and more people to go outdoor and have some recreation, especially during these times, like when we have COVID issues in the community. So we have a land reserve, and we should be fulfilling. We should have fulfilled this thing way back, and I'm all for taking care of this right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I have visited the lawn bowling facility, and we have had as a council over the years lots of discussions, and Manuel has gone out and put a great presentation together about what could potentially be done to fix the clubhouse. But my understanding was that any improvements to the lawn bowling facility was to be part of the master plan for Central Park. And to think we've already spent $1.2 million after hearing, from the city manager again, from the director of finance, what this could potentially do. All of this money adds up, and we've had a lot of money adding up that has just been given out, and it's like nobody's listening, and this is going to have an impact, and I don't see how anybody that's sitting on this dais cannot understand that, and we're trying to cure a deficit, not add to it, and this is just adding to it. So I understand our the want to taking care of the quality of life of the residents, but if you don't have the extra funds to do it, just that it's readily available, this is going to have an impact. I mean, what if an opportunity comes along for the city to purchase some property that could build some affordable housing? That is what that land sale reserve is there for, to be able to purchase properties. And that has been depleted tonight by $1.5 million and potentially more. 1.2, excuse me, but potentially more. And so I have serious concerns with that. And I mean, if somebody wants to put in a bocce ball court, maybe at the senior center, bocce ball can be a lot of fun. I like bocce ball. just find another alternative, but to spend another $500,000 right now, our budget, $500,000, when we are in a deficit, we're trying to cure the deficit, not add to it. I think it's just really, it's inappropriate at this time. And obviously, based on my comments, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
It's actually 700,000. Manuel Pineda, I see you're Director Pineda.
Yes, thank you.
You did the
Mayor.
report for us, yes.
Yeah, members of the council, and I believe I was just told Jim's in the audience as well, so he can probably speak better to it than I can at this point. I was just covering a little bit that, but yeah. So there's definitely a lot of history here, and I did do a number of presentations for you as well as other staff from Public Works, and I just want to go back a little bit because I know we're talking about kind of what's been done and kind of where we're at. And there was a lot of work that was done. I did multiple presentations for the council, and we started off with discussions with the Lawn Bowl Club, starting off as a brick and mortar building that was requested, which is about a $2 million project. From there, we worked to alternatives and options, came back to the modular option. And I do want to let the council know it's not just the building itself, but when you're talking about a modular option, you also have to look at where it's going to be located, the accessible pathways, all the utilities that have to be connected to it. We can use some of the older utilities. We went through a lot of process to do that. There was a concern from the Lawn Bowl Club at the time about the modular option, and we presented different options on that as well. And ultimately, through a council process, we ended up with $175,000 budget. And this is where I'll ask Jim to step in because I think I stepped away from the project at a certain point to really do a fix to the facility, to go in there and fix it and fix the existing building. And I know there's a concern that nothing's happened. And my understanding is that once we had the budget to actually do some work and fix the existing modular building, there was a concern, understandably, from the Lawn Bowl Club that they actually prefer the option of having a new modular building, and it was sent back to staff and the Lawn Bowl Club, with the Lawn Bowl saying they were going to do some fundraising, committing to some fundraising, as well as a few other things. And if Jim's in the audience, I'll ask him to jump in and add to it. But I just wanted to clarify that staff has brought forward different options. We started off at about a $2 million project, kind of worked towards a modular solution that originally wasn't acceptable. Looked at a different modular solution. That's the $700,000 project that you have in front of you. We had a $175,000 project to actually do some fixes to the existing facility, but there were concerns about fixing the existing one, and that's why that didn't go forward. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jim. They're letting me know. I can't see, so they're letting me know he's at the podium now.
Yeah, he is at the podium. And Jim, when you talk this evening, can you tell us, for people that don't know, what lawn bowling is and how many members they have? I think that would be important too.
Sure. Lawn bowling has been at the Central Park on the east portion of it since the late 1960s, I think 67. There used to be a small building that was taken out when the main library was expanded. And after that, there was the construction trailer that was set to the west side of Lawn Bowls Green. The major need of a Lawn Bowls group is the Lawn Bowls Green itself. It's about an acre. It's probably it's a sand-based short grass field that we maintain, irrigate, aerate, overseed, top dress, and fertilize as part of our maintenance program. And so we do support the club. It has about 25 to 30 members, not all Santa Clara residents. It's generally a senior program. Yes, they do open it up for training. They do bring in folks from other lawn bowls clubs, and so they have meets, and they participate that pretty much year round. And as far as the Lawn Bowls Club clubhouse itself, it says Manuel has presented tonight and presented, I think, 5 times before. We've brought it before various city councils, and it was made part of the Central Park Master Plan. There are 14 projects in the Central Park Master Plan, and it starts off on the major active side, which would be the west parcel on Kiley. And so it starts off Magical Bridge Playground, which the city has allocated several $1 million to that, along with the county grant and the Magical Bridge Foundation raising, I think at this point they've already raised $500,000. As far as the grant that was mentioned, I'm not sure, Patrigini is not here, but I believe what he was mentioning to council is actually one of the council grants to community groups when you apply for things like the Parade of Champions and others. So that might be additional city money that would go towards the same project. The improvements were made to the clubhouse. We also had the building official go out, so it's a safe condition. What is it used for? Card games, check-in, check-out, storage of lawn bowls materials. What would a future clubhouse be like? In the original design, it was supposed to be on the east side. There was concern about shade and those sorts of things. Those could be addressed through just general design. So a project would probably need some additional design money, and as Manuel mentioned, the utilities were not included in that dollar amount. So I guess, I don't know what else you would like to know about.
No, that's fine. I think, so what would the 700,000 cover for that? You said not utilities? Like what would it cover?
Mayor, maybe I can answer that.
Yes, city manager.
So 175,000 was for the repair of the existing facility, and the 700,000+ would be a new modular facility. And it's not only the structure itself, but also we don't know exactly whether all the utilities, the pathways, as Manuel described. So further refinement of this estimate would be needed. So it's not just 575,000. We hope there'll be sufficient to do a modular, but we may need more money. We don't know at this point. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Well, I'm going to go way back in history, and I hate being right, but I was very right. I was on the Planning Commission, and we were looking at the senior center, and I made the suggestion, because that's when lawn bowling, we had to take their building away because of the construction for the library. And I said, with that new infrastructure, why don't we have it over in the park there next to the senior center? And I got yelled at, saying, how dare you say everyone that lawn bowls is old, which I did not say, but I felt that that was a more appropriate place for it, and that they could use the infrastructure, the restrooms, the meeting rooms there at our new senior center. Well, I was right. And it is part of our master plan when we look at a new international swim center, when we look at a new community rec center. That's part of the plan. I don't feel comfortable with doing this now. I understand, but just because someone comes to city council over and over doesn't mean it's the appropriate use. And as was pointed out, I thought there were up to 40 people, but I know that only half of them are residents that are now part of this. So I cannot feel comfortable with that kind of use of our limited city funds. So I don't feel I can support this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jane.
Well, when I work it out, $750,000 for 30 members, of which not all are Santa Clara residents, it works out to $250,000 per member, $25,000 per member to support this facility. And I recognize that there were 2 items that I was pushing that did get approved. And I, at some point, would like to see this clubhouse, but we did take, for that $19.6 million, we actually did take money out of the land sale reserve for our general operating budget. And I recognize that we're trying to do some revenue measures, and I would feel more comfortable looking at this again, depending on what happens with our revenue measures.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I'm going to go back in history as well, though not quite far as back as Councilmember Hardy, but I remember when we were looking at the 900 Kylie project, and that project it had 3 different zonings. It was open space, it was, I think office, and it was residential. And at the time, the residents, and it used to pack this entire council chambers, requested that we set aside just a portion of that project for open space. And we suggested at the time that we could move the lawn bowling over, maybe some of the parking lot, move the recreation center, not all of these things, but we could do one of these things and retain some of the parks and recreation zoning for that area. And this was denied by council. In fact, council said, well, not only are we not going to look at these other uses, we're going to go 100% high-density residential and put in the park space for, that's required for the number of people that we're bringing in. And that park space, and I believe my comment at the time is, we call these things open space, and we can call a pile of sawdust, it's all wood, but we can't call it a chair. Because we want to look at usable park space. We've got this pathway in the back, which was supposed to be open for all residents, but it's closed because it's actually owned by the HOA. We've got another gate that opens up into Miles Drive that's always open because the pathway that's supposed to be open, that's counted as open space in the 900 Kylie project, is actually closed at night, actually closes sooner than night, and sometimes it's closed even when I thought it would be open. The point is, I think that we've been trying to accommodate a lot of these programs, and I think that the residents and some of the commissioners have got some great ideas that haven't really been followed through by City Council. And I hate to be the City Council that doesn't follow through again, but I remember I've actually played at the lawn bowling site. If anyone goes to the library, you know that there's a big sign on the fence around the lawn bowl that says, call Jerry if you're interested. And I've called him many times. And I've gone there on Thursdays. I forgot when it was, many years ago, when I still had time, before I got married and before I had a daughter. And I've gone there. And for people who like bocce ball, if you really like bocce ball, you're going to love lawn bowling. I think you're going to love lawn bowling. It's a lot of fun. And the people there, oh my goodness, if they weren't the most open and welcoming people that I could think of, they were amazing. At the same time, I'm looking at the funding, and I'm looking at all the things that I'd like Parks and Rec to support. I'm looking at the Parks and Rec site. I've been looking at it all night because I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about the budget all night. I look at the activities and programs. I look at about Parks and Rec. This is what it's supposed to do. And I look at the different programs like golf and tennis and the adult sports leagues and swimming and Roberta Jones Theater and other things like that. And I think, well, why can't we have kind of an overarching Parks and Recreation, managing recreation for things like lawn bowling? Not saying that you take over lawn bowling, but do the same thing that you do with some of these programs, which is you partner with third parties to manage the programs, and we only manage, the sites and our contracts with the people that we're hiring, the private entities that we're partnering with, to manage the programs. I think that it could save us a lot of money. And you say, well, we already do that. We don't do that with everything. We had a discussion. I remember going on a tour of the swim center. And we do have a full swim program. The swim program, we have a partnership with the Santa Clara Swim Club, and we have our own city swim program. That doesn't look like when I look at these programs, that doesn't go to another site. Actually, it goes through a registration, but I believe that the staff and the people that run the program is actually people from Santa Clara. And I think instead of funding full staff and trying to do these things, what if we had a consistent recreation program that, instead of trying to manage everything on its own, actually had private partnerships with existing existing activity managers, like the Lawn Bowl Club, like the Santa Clara Swim Club, like the gymnastics, like we do with tennis, and not have our own staff to be teachers, to be lifeguards, to be, what if we just shifted that money over and we, didn't necessarily get rid of people, we just changed what their jobs were and we're able to support more programs. I mean, that's what I'd like to see. It's kind of what I've asked throughout the last couple of budget meetings. That's just what I've asked for. And I've been told, well, we kind of do that. I understand we do that in part, but what if we did that fully? I have a big problem spending this kind of money on the lawn bowl. And I love lawn bowling. Like, I want to do this. But I'm looking at the swim center, and I think the swim center has maintenance issues that that take a lot more money than this. And I think that it's not about, well, this is a nice to have. I think that by not updating or maintaining the swim center, I actually feel it's kind of dangerous. I feel that we have something that has historical significance, and we basically just left it out to rust in the city, and I'm a little upset about that. I'm really upset that we had so many opportunities to save lawn bowling and make lawn bowling a good, vibrant activity, and we didn't do that either as a city. I'm really upset because one of those suggestions came from me, but that's a little personal thing. At the same time, I just find it hard to support Central Park activities piecemeal. I mean, I kind of like to see the efficiencies that we could get by looking at an overall plan, by saying this is what we'd like to do. This is what I'd like to do with the recreation programs as well. I'd really suggest that we look into it. Again, I understand we have private partnerships, partly, not with everything, but what if we optimized it and we had a consistent way of managing programs, that we could do the same thing with, I don't know, BMX. We can do the same thing with lots of other programs that are coming in. We don't have to manage the programs ourselves. We just manage the management of the entities that run those programs, right? And if we did that and we were able to recover some costs, we could use the monies from more successful programs to fund, programs that aren't quite as successful, but we want to have them. I mean, it's possible there are lawn bowling doesn't have a lot of people right now. It requires a lot of space. Maybe if they had to justify their own costs, it would be very difficult for them to do that. But, and I want to tell everybody out there, if you haven't tried lawn bowling, try it. We want to support lawn bowling. We want to have something like this. For everyone saying bocce ball, try lawn bowling. Just try it. I'm not saying you'll be converted, but try it. And I'd like to see what we could do to support the programs that we want, but may not be self-sustainable currently. Because I think that if we can do this and we can make the venues good, we can have unified marketing, we can actually promote private entities whose sole job is to make their program successful. I'd like to know how successful we could be and how much more money we could generate without having to spend our money on staff to run the programs themselves. At this time, again, I know that it's in the master plan. I would like to reserve as much money as we can. I would like to see a better master plan. I'd like to see us support that. And I'd like that master plan to support the swim center. And I'd like the master plan to support the ideas we have for how we can have, new or additional swimming pools. I'd like to see how we have monies for the parks for children. I mean, I'm selfish reason. I've got a child, I know, but despite my child, I'd like to play there. And these are the kinds of things that I'd like to do. And I don't know that trying to do a piecemeal, trying to support the lawn bowling by itself at this time is the most efficient use of our resources. And again, because I'd like to reserve those resources for the bigger projects that I think we really need to support. And I'd like to find a way to do that without costing a lot of money if we can find efficiencies in how we manage the programs. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to allocate $750,000 for a new lawn bowl facility. Motion made by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal.
Mayor.
Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
May I clarify, may I?
Yes, please.
Read the
Okay, I want to do this before you say the motion, okay? So I'm hearing my colleagues tonight, and I love how we have this robust discussion and how we are able to dissect this and identify it and understand it. Before we get to what I want to get to is I have one question for for Jim, and that question, well, for Parks and Rec, and that question is, do you feel that the membership has dropped because the lack of a facility?
The simple answer is no. I've been doing Parks and Recreation for decades. Before that, nonprofit youth serving or career. So I would say that the philosophy is if you build it, they will come. That has not necessarily been true with lawn bowls in all the decades that you guys have had to struggle with whether or not there should be a building or not. As I mentioned before, the facility is the lawn bowls green. It's one of the most expensive pieces of grass that we maintain, even in a drought, such that they can play on it. We prioritize as Parks and Recreation, we make sure that the facilities that serve the most number of people in any particular sport or activity, that they are served. So if it's a dance floor, we make sure that or a dance program, we make sure there's a dance floor for them to dance on. Whether it has a roof over it or not, we make sure that's there. The pool, we make sure that it's got clean, permeable water so they can swim in it. When it comes to the lawn bowls green, it's the lawn bowls green. Some of the other things, when you prioritize, and you, the council, know that very well, you have to prioritize which part of the facility are you going to keep running and maintaining and put your limited staff resources and have them keep that going. That's the lawn bowls green. So in my mind, the priority is for the lawn bowls green. Has it kept the same number of people over the last 10, 15 years? It's up to Jerry and friends to come in here and say, here's our roster, there's 50 people on it. Or here's 75 people on it. And here's how much they're resident or non-resident. In the same way that we look at soccer, or the same way we look at basketball or dance. How many of you are residents? How many of you are non-residents? And we try to make sure that we're serving Santa Clara residents first. So has it been, it's up to them to say whether it's gone up or down. I think it's basically the same over the years. By building a building, are more people going to come into it? And I would have to say, not necessarily true. Shuffleboard, real big in the 60s. Not a lot of people doing shuffleboard. You don't hear about that. Right now, you hear a lot about cornhole. So let's build a bunch of cornhole facilities, cornhole league and this and that. What about golf? Okay, I gave presentations to this group about golf for years. Okay, and so I would say by building this a building, it's not going to necessarily bring more people. And is it going to have the impact that you want it to? So that's my honest professional opinion.
Thank you, Jim, for providing that. And I'm really happy that you guys are maintaining the grass and keeping that facility squared away. I know the trailer may not be appealing, to everybody, but I figured it'd be worth giving it a shot tonight. And that was because I made a promise to Jerry, and I told Jerry I'd take a shot at that. And seeing that, I can count here, and I could see what my colleagues are
withdrawing your
feeling.
motion? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, I'm going to be
Thanks.
withdrawing my motion
right.
because I see what my colleagues are saying. And I'm hoping that maybe next year this can happen, Jerry. Seeing that we had this discussion now, that, we're going to put a pin in it and that maybe next year we can bring this up again. But I do appreciate that we have this robust discussion because it's bringing up everything from swim center to every other facility we need to work on. So I am going to withdraw my motion. I appreciate your support, Councilmember Chahal, for my motion. But I just want to let you, Jerry, that I'm not done, that I am going to continue to fight for you, and that we will try this next year when we have a little more room. But I figured let's just give it a shot because we wanted to see if we could do it this year. So thank you.
Councilmember Chahal and Park, can you keep it short since there is no motion on the floor anymore?
I'll be very brief. So some good points in this discussion, and I know Councilmember Hardy did mention moving the lawn ball close to the senior center. I don't want to put you on spot, like, is there a feasibility of that? If there is a feasibility of that, let's look into that. If we can look into that, that's the one thing. Second thing, Councilor Park mentioned about the public-private partnership. I think we should be looking at public-private partnership for such facilities or such avenues for our residents. That is very important. We are not making use of our private parties to participate in these such recreation activities or some other benefit which can be provided to the residents of the city of Santa Clara. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Director Teixeira. I think that the best way to increase the membership for Lawn Bowl is to get more notice for Lawn Bowl. And I'm going to tell everyone out there, again, if you haven't tried lawn bowling, try it. I think it's a very fun activity. And again, if you like bocce ball, you're going to love lawn bowling. I would like to, I think that Councilmember Chahal kind of stole a little bit of what I say, which is if we have opportunities to put the Lawn Bowl Center someplace else and open up more space in Central Park, I would love to see it. If Senior Center is a more appropriate place, or we can find another senior center, like maybe on the north side. I know that we have a lot of park space north of the related project that I believe is still city-owned. I think there's a lot of potential there. I'd like to look at what we can do there. I know that there's enough space there. I believe it's around 30 acres. It's enough space for a BMX track. It's enough space for, several lawn bowling. I mean, when we've got a lawn bowling club with 1,000 members, we're going to need a lot more lawn bowl greens as well. But again, Councilmember Becker is not done, Jerry, and to be honest, I'm not done either, because I would like to see lawn bowl in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. And I remember the last time lawn bowls came up, I brought it up that I thought it would do better at the senior center. Attached to the senior center building, and I'd like to see like a cafe, outdoor cafe at the senior center, and have a really, robust area. And then I think I asked about that, and I think the expenses for moving the actual facility, not counting was going to be super expensive, more than I could imagine that it would be. You would think it would be simple to pick up the facility and move it over, but it's not that simple, but it's certainly worth exploring. And a few years ago, we had a presentation on the 3 Ps, like the public-private partnerships, the 3 Ps. And I don't know, I guess people didn't hear that presentation, but we might want to pull that out again, because we looked at that for the 3 Ps for building our new community center and swimming pool. And we had a presentation from a funder, and it has some really good benefits, but it also has some costs that would affect our city budget as well, in terms of the revenues that we get from Parks and Recreation programs as well. So, but it's worth exploring again. Maybe we can take the dust off that and pull it out for this council that didn't hear that presentation. All right, thank you. So do we have any other items that anyone wants to float here for the budget? Seeing none, the budget is passed. Thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Good team effort.
Thank you. I don't know if Director Lee is still on. Director Lee. Big shout out to you, Director Lee, and your staff for putting together this budget. This is not easy. And when you came on and said this is the 3rd time I've gone through it, I think it's probably the 30th time you went through it, because I must have heard it at least 6 times. So Director Lee, thank you very much for all of your hard work and your staff on this budget. I don't know if you have any final comments that you would like to make to us.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the kind words, and I do want to acknowledge Margaret McCann, our budget manager, the budget staff. They worked a lot of long hours on nights and weekends, and then all the city departments. It's a team effort to put this budget together, and I appreciate the kind words and comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And City Manager, do you have any final comments on it?
Mayor, it's sold. I don't want to buy it back, so it's good.
Okay. I didn't hear what you first said.
We already sold it. I don't want to buy it back. So.
Okay. You're funny at this time of night. Okay, very good. Let's just keep that up. All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to the 2 consent calendar items that we pulled for discussion. And I think, City Manager, you have a comment on one of them. The first one was 4-0. That's Councilmember Becker. You pulled 4-0.
Yep.
And that was about the
Gateway
park.
crossings.
Consideration of the schematic design master plan for the new public neighborhood park proposed to be located at 1205 Coleman Avenue, Gateway Crossings, Hunter Storm, and Holland Partner Group residential project.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I was reached out to, and I'm pretty sure that all of you have received an email from Adam Thompson, one of our residents here in the city of Santa Clara. Basically it comes down to the community was presented the revised plan at the Parks and Recreation meeting in May without a final community input session to confirm the developer had captured the community's input. This required the community, who had attended multiple meetings, responded to the survey, and submitted relative and valuable input to review the revisions over a Zoom meeting for the very first time.
Excuse me, are you reading Adam Thompson's email? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, I'm reading
thank
pieces
you.
of it. So this is pieces from Adam Thompson's email. And a lot of these concerns, I actually had a discussion with him on the phone. I think it was about a month ago. When discussing the initial concerns about a few programming questions, they were told the park is for residents in the development, not the existing residents of the city. That to me is a major concern, because I thought, new parks in our community was going to be an open space for all people to go to. Adam then continues, as this came as a bit of a shock that a developer would be so disrespectful in that matter. The park component of the development is something that should be for all of our residents, as I just mentioned, new and existing, to enjoy together and help strengthen our community relationships. So I see it as, I agree with Adam Thompson, that we need to change the process of how our dedicated parks and new developments are handled. We need to improve the community outreach process to include the surrounding existing residents who have lived in the area and would like to have the best understanding of what types of parks and open space the area is lacking. I agree with him on this, is that we need oversight from the city to ensure that the design not only checks the boxes, but will result in a park that contributes to the overall city park stock. So the Gateway Crossings Park comments that he did provide, that I will read to you, are: there are two phases of this development, but the park design only considers the first, with a focus on the first two buildings, retail locations, and the Someday Hotel. The majority of the retail will be located in phase 2, along with the access to the Santa Clara Barton train stations. Create a focal point, a true gateway, at the corner of Chastain Place and Wando Way. The focus should be how to create the park draws people into the development to explore, socialize, and spend their dollars in Santa Clara before going to maybe soccer games at Avella Stadium or work in the city of San Jose. Seeing the site layout and the revised plans here, I see that, in the Benton Park, what the concerns are, the mounds are so tall that they're not usable for any of the recreation. They provide a screen wall for the development residents, and the sprinkle valve boxes facing the public right away says it all. The existing community is the back of house. The dog park included in the development open space and not public park area, which is another concern that I do have as well. Going back up to the top here. So my recommendations are: slide the dog park over to the planting area to allow the main corner to become the gateway in the Gateway Crossings project. I mean, if we have it named Gateway, it should be a gateway project. Create a gateway using some large timber that would align with the natural park design features, something discussed with Deke Hunter during the entitlement discussions. Allowing space for community gatherings and the terrace for seating. The comments below, as I mentioned, the revised park design has come a long way. This would not have been possible if the council did not push back and require the developer to complete more robust outreach. So we cannot thank, Adam cannot thank us enough for doing that. So however, just because it has progressed does not mean it is right. And therefore we need to make sure that the final approval design is the right one. And those are basically my recommendations is to I'll repeat it again, slide the dog park over to the planting area to allow Main Corner to become the gateway in the Gateway Crossings project. Create a gateway using some large timber that would align with the natural park design features and allow space for community gatherings and the terrace for seating, because seeing that this is not going to be available to the whole public and only limited to the people there, that's a concern considering that we are now growing our community into this part of Santa Clara.
So first of all, that sounds like all of those are Adam's recommendations from his email. So you said they were your recommendations, but
Well, no, they're recommendations. I've asked Mr. Thompson to send me an email if any concerns that he has on any of the issues that we discussed.
Okay.
And this is one of them. So I'm surprised.
I got the same thing. So.
Understand. So, and our public didn't see it though, so I wanted to relay that message.
So we're not designing a park here tonight, and so I want the Director of Parks and Recreation to talk about the fact that this is a city park, and it's open to everyone in the city. And if we need the developers to come and respond to this, letter, then we should do that. But City Manager, can we have the? I just want to explain that, and there was outreach, I know. So if we could talk about the outreach, if you're prepared. If not, we should continue.
Yeah, Jim is prepared to talk about the process.
Yeah.
But if you want questions
Talk about the
answered, then we
process
can
and if we
defer
need
it
to
to
continue.
next time.
Yeah, because we're not going to be designing a park here tonight.
Yes, there is, just on the PC. But I'll just speak to the issues. So the item before you actually is the council had deferred the commission recommendation in January 2015, 2021 to go back to the Park and Rec Commission and the developer to get more robust community outreach, and specifically from the old quad. As you note that this particular area is actually in a different district than the old quad, so we made sure that we did do that. So there were, our process generally includes 2 Park and Rec Commission meetings, a community meeting, an online survey, and council. And that process has been made more robust over time. So we've made sure that we do additional community outreach. And just as a clarification, on April the 19th was the presentation that was made, the full presentation was made to the Park and Rec Commission, which gave the public an additional month to take a look at it, and then it was represented on May the 17th to the PRC and the public, and the comments came in. In your staff report, you can see all of the outreach that was done, as well as the comments came in, and that we had over 362 visits, 280 responses to the community survey. To the point about the park is open for all. Yes, it's every neighborhood park that comes online is a public park, and it's open to all. The comment was reflective of, as 2.6 to 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 new residents comes on board, that it is to address the impact of those new residents. So we are designing it for that new neighborhood, wherever it might be. A good example, better example than the Benton Street one, which is about 6,000 square feet, is actually the one that you saw at Gray Star in the Freedom Circle area. Again, we did the exact same process where we had 2 Park and Rec Commission meetings. We had input. We did a community survey. We come back. Park and Rec Commission is your buffer and is your oversight. And when you want to say that we should have an oversight body, that is the body that's the check and balance on the staff. Staff actually does just the neutral review of the park and make sure that it has the elements that you have prescribed, and that's in 17.35 of City Code. Okay, that was the original design. If you go to the next slide, you can see this is the park program, and again, we're not designing it. Tonight we're actually reviewing the recommendation from the Park and Rec Commission. The commission actually liked this design based on the public comment. They made the recommendation to you to go forward with this with an additional condition that they wanted, which was additional safety in the mid-block crosswalk on Rickaball Way between the playground area and the restroom, which is in Building 1. So that was the Park and Rec Commission. I just want to address that. So the oversight, PRC, park is for the general public, but it is coming on board for the residents that are coming into that particular neighborhood to make sure that we are bringing the parkland on board as we should. And we did talk about the additional community input and outreach that was the condition that council asked us to come back with. That we also have, I believe, the developer and Jacob Peterson from the design group, if there were specific questions. I couldn't address how easy or difficult it is to move something, but it's usually connected to the rest of the plan.
So this is a result of the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation?
Yeah, it was
Based
the
on the
public
public
outreach
input.
process, community meeting. Oh, they also went to the Celebrate Santa Clara, and we had another 250 people that, put the dots on the different things that they liked and what they'd like to see in the park. And like I said, Jacob Peterson from Peterson Design. It's not the Gazzardo group from the original one. It's a new architect that they brought on board for this particular plan.
All right, thank you. Let's see if there's council questions. Vice Mayor Jane, followed by Councilmember Chahal.
Yes, thank you, Director Teixeira. I had a meeting with Alden Smith of Holland Partners, and we talk about this park being for the city in general, and so I asked if there were barbecue pits in the picnic pavilion. And he said, no, there aren't, because there's barbecue areas in the buildings. So, I think there's also some space concerns. But Councilmember Hardy and we just had a party for a robotics team, and we went to Baylands Park. And it was great that they had the barbecue area there so that we could, grill things. So, I guess my question is, can you describe the considerations for not having barbecue areas in this park?
I really don't want to go into the details. If we're going to do that, let's bring it back at another time. City Manager?
I was going to suggest the same
Yeah,
thing.
we're not designing the park right here. So if you'd like, I'm prepared to approve it because it went through the process. They did what we said they should do. There was a lot of responses, a lot of input here. It's a public park, open to the public, recommended by our Parks and Recreation Commission. I trust what they say and what they do. I'm prepared to vote tonight, and if the council's not prepared to vote, let's continue it to get questions answered about the barbecues or whatever you want to have answered, but let's, otherwise, I'm prepared to move tonight so we can get this online and get it going. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I also had some concerns when I read that email basically, but some of those concerns have been eliminated by Director Jim, that there was an outreach. But if there are some valid suggestions and some valid feedback from the community over and above what we already did, the outreach, I would say let's continue this and bring it back, looking into what Adam Thompson's email says or some other suggestion that Councilmember Jain mentioned, so we can bring it back. And if there are not many other changes, we can approve it at that time. So I would make a motion to continue this thing and bring it back.
Okay, there's a motion to continue.
Second.
And a second. Motion second to continue. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a member of the public. Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. It's a pleasure to talk to you this evening. I have been waiting since 6 p.m. for this.
Sorry
so
about that.
I will make this quick. I am, as you know, speaking on behalf of the property owner, as was mentioned. Holland and the Peterson Group are the ones actually developing this. I also have read the email that was sent out this evening, and I do find it a bit disappointing. Just to reiterate what Jim brought up, this was originally approved. It was out. The outreach was met as required. The group that obviously provided concerns is outside of this neighborhood, this area, and so it was approved at one time. It was determined to come back, and through this process now, as was stated, or I should say, the Holland Group has gone out. There was 280 folks that have spoken to this. Parks and Recs agreed with it. I mean, I think continuing it as I've heard it. I mean, obviously, if you choose to continue, we'll come back, but I'm not sure how much better it's going to get. And I'm also not sure how many more outreach meetings are necessary. The park is beautiful. It is open to everyone. Excuse me. It will be an amenity that's used by the residents, but also by the folks in the city of Santa Clara. And so I'm just not sure what deferring this one more meeting is going to accomplish. And I certainly think that it looks great the way that it is. And as the owners of the property, we're excited to not only get this park built once buildings 1 and 2 are finished, but also to get it open and have people actually utilizing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this? All right, so we have a motion and a second to continue. Excuse
Alden
me?
Smith, the consultant's hand
Oh,
is up.
sorry. Go ahead. Who was it?
Alden Smith.
Hi there, Mayor and Council. My name is Alden Smith. I'm speaking on behalf of Holland Partner Group, the developer. I did just want to quickly address one of the comments in Adam's email about the comment we supposedly made saying the park would only be for residents. I do not recall any of us making that comment. We've always understood and designed the park to be an asset for the entire community. And we made tremendous efforts to try to incorporate as much community feedback as possible over the past year and a half. It's true with any type of public outreach effort like this, where you're incorporating the feedback from a broad cross-section of stakeholders, that it's not always possible to incorporate or accommodate the suggestion of every single interested party. But we're very confident that the revised design reflects the desires of the community as a whole. And based on the community process that we went through and the surveys you've heard about already, we have the data to back that up. So I know we are not designing the park tonight, but with the design we have now, we could, for every element, show exactly where that came from and how it's supported by the community process we went through. So just to reiterate Josh's comments, we're ready to go. We've started construction on the first residential building, and we would love to be able to deliver this park to the wider community. We are kind of at the point where delays in the approval will delay our delivery of the park, which is unfortunate. But obviously, we'll follow your guidance, and we thank you for your consideration.
Okay, any other member of the public? All right, I'm going to reiterate with the two public members that spoke. There's no reason to delay this. They did extensive outreach. May I ask the Director of Parks and Recreation, was it unanimous vote of the Parks and Recreation Commission? Do you remember? Or was there any dissension there?
There was no dissent. I'm trying to remember if we had one of the members that was either remote or missing.
Okay.
We did a hybrid meeting, so there were like four commissioners present and 3 would have been remote.
All right.
I don't recall. It was, everybody that was there and present voted yes, and the additional recommendation was really what they were talking about, the safety of the crosswalk, and that the developer was amenable to exploring those by doing a traffic study analysis or whatever with their civil engineer. So that was included in the maker of the motion from the Park and Rec Commission.
For the Parks
review.
Commission, okay.
So that's why the full recommendation is their recommendation.
All right, very good. I just don't see why we wouldn't move ahead with this, honestly. Oh,
I'll withdraw my motion, and I will suggest that let the developer have a meeting or a phone call with Adam Thompson and find out if there are some amenable changes can be made on that. Otherwise, I'll withdraw my motion and we'll approve this thing today.
that's much better motion. Thank you. So we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation for this. Yes.
Developer to talk to Adam Thompson.
Oh, and the developer to talk to Adam Thompson. Do we have to put that in the motion?
Any last minute changes if they can.
Yes, okay. Thank you. With the suggestion for a barbecue pit. Okay, can we put that in there? Suggestion of a barbecue pit? All right, thanks. Then we can get the park online with the development. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I asked this question of Jim because we had this problem after we finished the Machado Park. There were no benches. Now, it's very hard to tell from the schematic. Are there benches for this park around the playground area? Because you and I had to go back and make certain there were benches at Machado.
If I remember correctly, there are seat walls. I don't remember if there are benches. There are areas for parents to supervise children around the playground area. It's integrated into it because it's a natural landscape.
It has bench seating on there.
Yeah, so there's this is
All
Jacob
over.
Peterson.
Oh, there we go.
It's the old design.
Thank you.
Oh, that's the old design. Okay, do we have someone on the line that can answer that question? Jacob?
Yes, this is Jacob Peterson with Peterson Studio. There's over 100 lineal feet of seat wall, which is essentially a bench that's made out of concrete or stone. There are also backed benches for folks that don't want or feel comfortable sitting on a seat wall or need the additional armrest or back support. So I think we have 5 backed benches and over 100 lineal feet of seat wall just within the play area.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. And I also had concerns about continuing this item, meaning I understand the problem of trying to satisfy everyone's needs, which you can't. But I also know that when you, like, for example, if you're trying to design a breakfast by defining flavor elements, you're not going to get what people want as much as suggesting specifics, like, kind of toast or kind of sausage or things like that, meaning that when you can define things by it should be salty, should be sweet, should be, meaty, should be something, you get very different things. And I think in this case, we do have some residents, we do have people who are trying to give you very specific desires, specific requirements for what they'd like to see. The reason that I consider bringing it back is because I would like to feel that when residents give input, that their input is taken seriously. And we do tell them that, well, we did not do this because of this. I've been in many workshops where residents said, we would like this, and we simply got a report that says, we don't have this. And we didn't get a reason why. And I think that when you have this disconnect of a lot of people seem to want these things, it's not there in the final report, and nobody knows why, now there's a little bit of outcry. I think that we could do a little bit better in telling people, well, this is why we can't have these things. It's still not going to satisfy people. It's still going to get, still not going to get things smoothed over and people are still going to want other things, but at least we felt like we were listened to. And I think that that's a very important part of the feedback process, not just we took a survey and here's the results that we picked, but we took a survey, these are the things we considered, these are the things we could not consider, and this is why this looks the way it is. And I would hope that we could do a little better with that last part, because again, I love the fact that you did outreach, but outreach also has to come with, a better feeling of the people who you talk to feel like their needs were heard.
Yeah, I would just like to, this is Jacob again, Peterson, just like to reiterate at the Park and Rec Commission, the last two that we did this April and May, overwhelmingly, the public was effusive in their support for the project. There are a couple folks that have a couple issues, but really, I would say we're batting about a 95% in terms of supportive comments and really strong level of enthusiasm for the overall experience and character and qualities of the place that we're trying to create. We will never get to 100%. It's impossible, and I really think I would caution the council against sort of derailing a public feedback process that has integrated hundreds and hundreds of people because one letter was sent and the letter wasn't that supportive. I mean, if every person that supported the project also sent a letter, there would be hundreds and hundreds of supportive letters, but those folks don't feel like they have to send the letter. So, I mean, what we're having is sort of a disproportional reaction to a very, very significant minority opinion. And I think that's something that, we have experienced. I've been spending, more than half of my 20-year career designing public open spaces in different cities around the country. And there are always vocal constituents that have specific concerns or specific focal interests that they're very, very excited about, like lawn bowling or dog areas or whatever they happen to be, bike enthusiasts or just nature preservation. I mean, everybody's got their special focal issues. And I do think that we have done a more extensive community outreach process and input gathering, input synthesis process than Park and Recreation has ever done in the history of Santa Clara. We have integrated these hundreds and hundreds of feedback inputs into a cohesive design that we feel satisfies, again, 90 to 95% of the community's interests and 100% of the elements that the community was prioritizing within their feedback has been integrated into the park. And we have demonstrated that, as Alden mentioned, in our more extensive presentation, which I'm sure you guys have reviewed already. So you can see empirically that we have created a design that directly is driven by the community's desires and aspirations and priorities for this specific place, with the understanding that in 2 acres, you can't accommodate every single park and recreation element that every community member desires. And so it's really a balancing act that we perform in creating these open spaces. And we very much believe that this open space will be an outstanding legacy for the city as a whole, and really one of the most outstanding parks in the city. So we're extremely excited to bring this park to fruition. Just to reiterate what Josh and Alden have said, and I mean, I feel very
okay.
positive.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. I think City Clerk, excuse me.
I wasn't finished with my input.
Oh, please.
He actually interrupted me.
Sorry about that.
You have more to say?
I do. And again, I want to reiterate, I'm not trying to kick back this project, but I am suggesting how you can improve the feedback process and perhaps get a few more percent support. I mean, you said you had 95% agreement with the public input, but perhaps if you can address the feedback in the specific letters, and you could get to 96% or maybe even 96.5%. Like, I agree, you're not going to get 100% of the support, but I think that just to accept that we're not going to get 100% and not address specific concerns in letters, like that doesn't sit well with me. I would just like you to talk to them and see what you could do that's not inconsistent with what the 95% feedback that you got was, to try to get just that one additional person to support because they're the one that wrote the letter. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Assistant City Clerk, we have some e-comments.
Yes, the first one is from Jonathan Evans. I'd like to see the off-leash dog area moved out of southeast corner of the park, which abuts the Lanier Park slated for Phase 2. With that small tweak, I would fully support the updated park design. The park is an improvement to what was originally proposed, an example of how taking community feedback for our parks improves the outcome for the community. End of comment. And then the last one is from Susan Hinton. Synthetic turf should not be put in any park, even for dogs. Besides high carbon footprint and plastic manufacturing, temperatures above synthetic turf are 40 to 120 degrees Fahrenheit, above that of vegetation or even asphalt. When it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit outside, it can be 130 to 210 degrees Fahrenheit above plastic grass. Also see this New York Times piece. She states a website. There are serious environmental problems and the costs prove so high. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do you have that motion, Assistant City Clerk?
Staff recommendation and have developers speak with Adam Thompson to discuss suggestions regarding barbecue pits. Is that correct? Council?
Barbecue pits was on top of Adam's discussion. That was from Jay. So have discussion with Adam Thompson about his email suggestions.
Not about barbecue.
and add if they can see a feasibility of adding
Is
barbecue.
there a feasibility of adding a barbecue
pits.
pit?
Yeah, that's right. Because he didn't mention about barbecue pits.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I'm changing that. So I said staff recommendation and have developers speak with Adam Thompson regarding his letter and
Look at the feasibility of a barbecue pit. Yeah.
It's okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Hardy.
Sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you to the public members that stayed with us this late. All right. We're going to move on now to the second item that was pulled for the consent calendar, which was item 5B1, pulled by Councilmember Watanabe. But I think we might have some additional information on this.
Yes. Go ahead, City Manager.
Mayor and council members, we have some new information on this, and this item may not be fully ready, and this is last-minute information that I'm receiving. So staff recommends to defer this item to July 5th.
Motion that.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to defer this item to the next meeting.
July 5th.
Is that our next meeting? Yeah.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Well, it's 11:45. I probably know the answer to this. We have two more items on the agenda. Two more items. Do we want to continue on? Or
Mayor, staff will
hear this
request.
at a reasonable time and date?
Staff will request to hear item 8 because of time sensitivity.
Okay, all right. So this is the request from the stadium manager and Stadco to add stadium builder licenses to field seats in the north and south end zones of Levi Stadium. And then 8B, is this the same?
That's the same thing.
Why
One is the stadium
I
manager.
always
This is the
question why there are
format
two items.
that
Okay.
has been used. One is the stadium manager request. The second is the staff analysis. So, Mayor, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And the reason for time sensitivity is, depending on the action today, there's a limited time to start selling these stadium builder license for the seats at the stadium. So I have a very brief presentation. Along with me, also, I have Ruth Shikara available, along with Christine Jung. And there was a bigger team that worked on it. So stadium manager in 2021 brought a request to the stadium board to pursue the SPLs for, they called it temporary seats at the point, and we'll show you the location. And previously there were 64 field seats. They are at field level. But the stadium board, or authority board at the time directed staff at the time to pursue the SPLs and also look at any alternative proposals or options, and make sure that these 64 seats are the number that they'll be working with. At that time, the number proposed by the stadium manager was $10,000 per seat. These are the stadium builder's license amount. And these seats are supposed to be at the north and the south end of the stadium. We'll show you on a map shortly. And then through the discussions, I went into this negotiation with clear mind that we have to look out for the best interest of the city. Now, the number can be questioned, and I'll explain to you how we arrived at the number and what went into that. So as you can see, previously the proposal was at $10,000 per seat. And after several negotiations or several sessions, we arrived at the number of $17,500. It will generate about $1.65 million over the life of the SPLs, including the surcharge that we normally get, which is 10% of the base price set by NFL. Next slide. So now there are actually, per the design, which is not quite final yet, there could be total up to 70 seats. And these SPLs, now previously the manager had proposed that if the price was $10,000, they could sell quicker. However, at this price, just to be on the safer side, they are suggesting it may take up to 3 years to sell it. Now, the 70 seats are available. However, 6 out of those are ADA-related seats. I say related because 3 are definitely ADA seats, but 3 for people accompanying those people. And so there'll be 64 seats, definitely to be sold as SPLs. Now, those other 6 seats could also be sold as SPLs, but not being the expert in that area, we have to rely on the stadium builder license team that sells the licenses for the whole stadium. And according to them, these ADA-related seats generally don't sell as SPLs. I can't explain what the real reason is. People could buy those. And it's not to say they will not sell it. They will try to sell it. But generally, they don't sell in the stadium for SPLs. So then, as mentioned previously, if SPLs are sold at $17,500 per seat, over the life, we can get $1.65 million right away. Next slide. So this is, you're familiar with that, where the yellow lines are. Those are the north and south end of the play field. And on the north side, there'll be a bigger number, and the south side will be a smaller number. It could be 46 and 24, or roughly thereabouts. It could be 48 on the north side, 22 on the south side. Next slide. So the reason or how we arrived at this number was based on number one, that it's a field level seat and it's a much better experience. Now, staff looked at comparable seats or what the SPL value is in the vicinity of these seats. So it could have gone up to 20,000. However, the 20,000 seats, they have access to the club facilities and other things. So based on that, we arrived at this number 17,500. In addition, if it was even 20,000, the capital expenditure to put the seats in place, and then repair and maintenance, the ongoing repair and maintenance, and replacement, which could be every 5 years or so. That would have been on the stadium authority per the agreements. But in this negotiation, the stadium manager has agreed, or Stadco will be responsible for those needs, which is the maintenance and repair and replacement and installation. So it's not just the not just the revenue that we will get. In addition, we will be saving on that additional maintenance and repair cost. So, like I said, we looked at the pricing of the SPLs throughout the stadium and looked at the comparables. We could have gone up to 20, but like I mentioned, that there'll be additional things on the stadium authority side. And then, in addition, these, like I said, may have some access, but it's not guaranteed with these seats. So, and these seats are 70 or less, with 6 for ADA purposes. In addition, the next bullet point is a very big point. My understanding is previously when this item was presented, the food and beverage cost was a big issue. In this case, that cost has also been transferred over to Stadco. Okay, so that's a big saving for the stadium authority. And so this is definitely looking at every aspect of it. Yes, somebody could say it could have been a higher number, but number one, we are not the experts in that. We had to rely on them, but staff can definitely analyze. We looked at the entire stadium and the different values of SPLs at different locations. Now, next slide, please. I was going to say that these are temporary seats, and they need NFL approval every year. And this year, we've already received the approval, so that's okay. And we don't expect any negativity coming from NFL. I mean, if they approve it this year, barring some unforeseen conditions, they should be approving it every year. So, as mentioned previously, the stadium authority will not be responsible for paying for any complimentary food and beverages. And then Stadco normally sells SPLs, by the deadline of May 31st, but in this case, they've agreed to extend that, which is also good for us. And they'll be, as I mentioned previously, they'll be responsible for all the initial cost and maintenance and repair. Next. As you all know, through the past experience, these SPLs are assigned to the field seats, are amortized over 30-year life, but they cannot be guaranteed every year because, again, like I said, NFL has to approve it. So there could be a year or a time when we don't get that approval, as mentioned in the second bullet, and then we have to find either a comparable seat, will be responsible for that. If these seats are not approved by NFL, then Stadium Authority and in partnership with the manager, we have to find comparable seats. If not, then we owe them a refund. Now, in this case, the way they are amortized, and some people may buy it for cash up front, or some may finance it. Either way, we will get a lot of money in hand up front. And staff's analysis is that even if we have to refund, that we will have enough. Now, the catch there is this money from SPLs, it can only go towards debt payment. However, we have other reserves in the budget that can be used, but we don't expect that we will have to, pay out of pocket, so to speak. Next slide, please. So now, while we have an SPL agreement, but these being temporary seats, with the help of City Attorney's Office, we believe that there should be a separate agreement in line with the SPL agreement, but for these 6 or 70 seats, there should be a parallel agreement. So these are the modifications or whatever else would be needed, but it will be modeled after the original SPL agreement. Next slide. And so these are, based on all these, our recommendation is to approve, to add, to sell these seats at $17,500 per seat, and then authorizing the executive director to negotiate, execute agreement with Stadco for these SPLs, and then we have to do some cleanup on the SPL template for this purpose. So that's just a minor tweaking of the existing template. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. And Mayor, just one more thing. I mean, I really want to commend the attorney and his staff because they had to quickly develop, given the short time frame we have, if it's approved, and by the time we can sell these this year. So we had to have that agreement ready, and city attorney's staff has really come forward with that.
And Mayor, if I might add, if council decides to approve this as the authority board, it should also be conditioned upon the final review and approval by the city attorney's office as well, because we want to make sure that whatever is put in place here ties in with the existing arrangements that we have as necessary. We don't have inconsistencies that could be a basis for future disagreement.
All right. So questions, and Councilmember, Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really don't have any questions. I'm actually looking at this as a really good opportunity to take advantage. I think, if Jim was still here, I think I'd probably say if you build it, they will come. Well, if you put them there, they will spend their money. Rich people will spend their money on this. So I am 100% behind this, and I'm willing to make a motion. Cool. All right, I'll make a motion to take staff's recommendation to recommend alternatives 1, 2, and 3, and also include in there 2, which was the final review by the city attorney's office.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say. I'll second that because that's what I was waiting for.
All right. Authority Vice Chair Jane.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear. These SPLs or these field seats have been there since the 2018 NFL season. And every year since 2018, the NFL has approved these seats. But we hadn't sold SBLs for these, meaning that we didn't get this extra $17,000 for these seats. Now, it says that the total revenue would be $1.651 million, but of which $304,000 is from the NFL ticket surcharges.
Correct.
So the way I understand it is that the SBL sales of $17,500 goes to pay down the debt. It doesn't come to fund anything else but the debt. And
That's
when
correct.
the debt is paid off, that's when the city starts making money, correct?
Correct.
But there's $304,000 that is from the ticket sales that then goes into the Stadium Authority Fund to pay for public safety and operations and so on, right? So there's sort of a split of the money.
Right.
It goes two different directions.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I I have a follow-up question to what Councilmember Jain was saying, basically. So this has been going on since 2018, and it has been brought to the council multiple times. If we don't do this thing, so we only make 300K.
That's correct.
That's correct, right? So upside is if we do it, we get additional $1.3 million, basically, 3.5.
Right.
Right. Okay. And no food and beverages. And
No repair and maintenance, and no replacement cost and initial cost.
And that will be part of the agreement.
That's correct.
The office will be finalizing. These will be the terms and conditions clearly mentioned among that.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, Executive Director. So I just want to understand this. So these seats, the SBLs will cost $17,500, and there'll be 70 of them.
Total 70,
About
but 64.
Yeah, with the,
up to
the
70.
ADA. Okay, but we're only, are we getting, is the Stadium Authority getting all of that, the revenue from that, or it's just 10%?
No, the 17,500 SPL, the revenue, which is 1.65 million or whatever that adds to, that's coming to the Stadium Authority to pay down the debt. Then in addition, when they sell the tickets per game, we get 10% of the base price or face value, whatever you want to call it, that's set by NFL.
Okay,
And that's what they've been doing now, currently, for the last 2-3 years.
right.
So we get 10% of that. Now, it's up to the team how much they sell it for in reality.
Well, I took a look today to get an idea of what these field seats are going to cost, and just starting with the preseason, they start at $973, and they go up to as much as $4.4 thousand, and it's right there on the website, and. So, I mean, if we're looking at 10%, the cities or the Stadium Authority is only going to be receiving 10%. That certainly isn't a lot of money, and so we can certainly see where the benefit is. Who's getting the benefit, basically, out of this? And there was an article also. Regarding these seats coming forward, and now with SBLs, and I still have concerns because we've had long discussions about this in the past as well, with the previous city manager about the SBLs and their approval every year, and it's guaranteed, and you're saying that it sounds like it's going to be guaranteed or it'll be approved by the NFL, but there's always that risk, but then you have to make concessions then to the people that purchase the seats, so to get them something equal or equitable. Anyway, the article talks about the seats and the experience, and it actually links the seats to the Cache Creek Club. So the Cache Creek Club is like adjacent to these seats, and easy access to the fans, and so. I was curious if or if in your discussions with the stadium manager, did you talk about, or did they state, this Cache Creek Club? Did the Stadium Authority did the Stadium Authority pay for this space to build it out, to turn it into what it is now? Because it's apparently, from reading about it and seeing pictures online, actually, it looks like a very nice facility.
Are you talking about the Cache Creek Club?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned earlier, our understanding is it's not a guaranteed access. It may be because of the circuitous path to get to those and all those facilities. Okay. So it's not a guaranteed thing, but it may be.
Okay, well, that's not what the article said, but,
Sure.
but, okay. So,
May I answer the other
yes.
part also? I mean, you're absolutely, your math is correct. We'll get only 10% of the face value. They could sell it for $900, $1,200, whatever they choose to, whatever they can. But that's true for the current stadium now. That's what they do. Any seat that has SPL, then there's a price set forth by the team or by Stadco, and then we only get 10% of the face value.
Right, right. Well, they're very valuable seats at that rate. So what benefit, so the benefit that the stadium authority is going to be getting is that 10% and then the value of the SBLs, which will go to pay down the debt, which is good. We need to pay down the debt. Okay, so I just still have some concerns and how this is all happening. And so anyway, I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Authority Member Park.
Yes, thank you very much. So again, I'm looking at the amount of money that it's going to sell, and my understanding is there are 70 seats available, but 6 are ADA or ADA companion seats, so we're only going to sell 64 based on the report. And those 64 seats at $17,500 will generate $1.65 million. And I don't know, it says like including about $300,000, $304,000 in NFL ticket surcharge. Does that $1.65 million include that $300,000? I don't know how the numbers add up, meaning if I just do a really quick calculation, I say it's 20,000 times, 70 seats, or actually, I'm just going to make 70 seats, make it a little bit higher. It's going to be about 14,000, but I take away an eighth of that because it's only 17,500, and it gets me down to about 1.2 million. And even if I add the 300,000 on top of that, it doesn't get me to the 1.65. I just don't. It's a very simple question. I think I don't know how the math works.
Calculated, and let me ask if you want the answer right now. Christine could answer that. Christine, are you
Let's get all the questions first.
Okay.
Okay, but again, I just want to point out that, we're getting the 10% on the seats without doing any work. I think that the event coordinators are doing the work to bring in the selling the tickets, bringing the people in, and I think that's kind of a good deal.
And Councilmember Park, by the way, that number can vary also, the face value. It could be 200, it could be 250, and then 10% would change.
Okay, but the amount of work we put in would stay about the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have some questions. One city manager, who determined the price of the SBLs? You said it was an SBL team. Who is the SBL team?
Well, you don't. The team on the Stadco side that sells SBLs, which they've sold about 50,000 SBLs so far.
Do you want to get all my questions, or do you want to?
Sure.
That's okay.
Yep.
So
that's
who's the SBL? Is it our team or is it their team? So that's my first question. I wanted to know if there was any third party that took an independent look at this.
Okay.
The next thing is, you said there were 70 seats, but we're only getting SBLs on 64 of them. So 6 seats have no SBLs. I assume they're going to sell tickets for those 6 seats. And so we won't get any SBL revenue to pay down the debt, but we'll get part of the ticket price. And so my question is, why are we not getting SBL on every seat in the stadium? The next question I have is, do these seats, you said something that you looked at seats around these seats, and you looked at the SPL values around the seats. Did you also look at the ticket price values with those SBLs around the seats to see how they compare with these seats? And you said something about these seats were less because they didn't have access to clubs, but the way these seats are advertised, they built a new club called the Cache Creek Club, which I think some council stadium authority members here are familiar with, that is this club specifically for these seats. So I'm just asking because you made the comment. The next question I have is, what are the ticket prices that they're basing our 10% on? Is it their actual ticket price, or do they come up with a less amount? So what is that? And then my last question is, I gave it to you earlier today, what will they be selling these tickets for this? So we can see, what we're making and what they're making on this. So those are my questions. So anybody else have questions? No. Okay.
So Mayor, I'll start with
Yes.
your questions first. So 10%, you asked the question about 10%. That's, as I mentioned, it's based on the NFL value of the ticket. NFL sets the base price of the tickets. It could be $200, $250. So we get 10% of that. So it'll be.
So are you saying it's $200 or $250 a ticket?
That's the base price, but they could sell it for up to $1,000 or $1,200. We don't know.
So that was my second question. My other question was, what are they selling these for?
Exactly. I mean, that's the range, and it was in our 2021 report, the previous report that was brought to the council. The number I heard was it was $1,000 to $1,200. It could be for the 10 games. It could be 10,000 total to 12,500.
So do we
That's the
know
range.
how that compares with other SPL ticket prices?
It varies. It varies depending on where the seats are. Then the season ticket prices are different. But for everything, the base price is set by NFL, and we get 10%. Now, that 10% could vary by a little bit. There won't be a big difference in that 10%. Now, beyond that, what they sell for, yeah, there's a difference, and the team could make money, and they are making money for the last so many years. So I hope that answers that. I mean, that's the information I have at this point. Cash Creek Club, as I mentioned, we did ask about that, and we were told they may, because there's no direct access to those things. They have to cross several other seats or pathways. So they may or may not. Currently, initially, the answer was no, they will not have access to those clubs or facilities. The team, the SPL team, the team that works with Stadco to sell the SPLs, and they've sold previous SPLs for the whole stadium. And there's no outside entity was involved in evaluating these things. Your staff did the legwork in coming up with this number.
The 6 free seats with no SPLs?
So 6 ADA seats, they could be sold as SPLs also. But what was shared with us was, that's why previously the proposal was for 64 seats. This time it's 70 because they added these 6 ADA and companion seats. You could sell SPLs, or they will try to sell SPLs too. It was just their experience all over the stadium that other ADA seats generally don't sell or sell much slower with SPLs.
So do we have seats in the stadium that are ADA seats that don't have SPLs on them?
That's my understanding, yes.
Do we know that for a fact?
I can ask Ruth if she knows. Ruth, are you there?
Yes, this is Ruth Shikata. I'm unaware of the status of those ADA seats, but I do want to reiterate that they will try to sell all of the 70 seats with SPLs. The financial projections do not include them, so that the financial projections are actually a little bit more conservative than what we might actually achieve. So they did not want to include the ADA or ADA companion seats. And so if we are able to sell them, then the financial projections will just improve.
Okay.
Those were the questions I had from you.
Okay.
And Ruth or Christine, can you also answer Councilmember Park's question about 1.65? I mean, he was not able to add up. Is that the correct number?
I can speak to that. So Christine Jung from the Executive Director's Office. So the 1.65 includes the 304,000 that is ticket surcharge that we receive when based on the base price. It does include the 17.5. It also includes financial payments as people are paying interest on their SBLs over the span of 10 years. So there are certain assumptions included in the proposal. And so that would include, I think, a certain amount of people financing their SBLs over the years and a certain amount of people paying in full.
Okay, thank you. Authority Member Becker?
We're all done with questions, correct? We're all done with the questioning, or?
No, your light was on.
Oh, yeah, I have no questions, but I just wanted to say a few comments. So, so my few comments are, first off, thank you to our city attorney, Mr. Sanchez, and thank you to our city manager, Mr. Batra, for all the work you guys did. Thank you to our staff for doing this stellar work and all the legwork. I think this is honestly going to be a win-win for our city and our community because we're going to start making revenue off the stadium, and that's something that we've been wanting to do. So again, thank you guys for all your hard work and putting this together. And I'm really surprised. I loved hearing that, you know, Stadco is going to take responsibility to some of these things. So I am pleasantly surprised to hear that, and I will be holding them to that. So appreciate that.
Authority Member Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. So based on those numbers then, I mean, and what Christine just said, then it's not a guarantee. That's 1.6 is not a guarantee, because if you're factoring in potential finance charges, you know, if somebody pays for the seat over a period of time, and then their finance charges, I mean, not everybody's going to finance it. So
either you will get upfront, they buy it for full price, cash upfront, or they finance, we get the interest. It's 8.5%. So that's also revenue.
Okay. And then going back again to my question about the Cache Creek Club. So we don't know who built out the space, or do we know who built out the space for that particular club?
I mean, it was not, to my knowledge, it was not built just for this purpose. That may have been another amenity added. The question is whether these seats have access to that or not. It may be.
Okay, yeah, because I think we were actually, again, under the previous city manager, that we were looking at this space as a potential community room, and so that didn't happen. But you know, well, again, I have deep concerns about how this whole thing is rolling out, and you know, just based on, you know, I saw lots of pictures with lots of these council members, you know, in the Cache Creek Club last Thursday at the announcement of the FIFA announcement, and I just feel like, once again, we have council members that are being lobbied, and here we are now again voting on these SBLs that could potentially have access to the Cache Creek Club where, you know, the festivities took place. So those are my thoughts, and those are my concerns.
So what I didn't add, Councilmember Board Member Watanabe, is, I mean, the alternative is not to do anything and let them continue to sell the season tickets, and we get 10%. That's the alternative.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you very much.
We have Jihad on the line. Your hand is up.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate you guys acknowledging me. And I'm Jihad Beachman with the 49ers. And I did want to just address the question about the Cache Creek Club and its location and the costs associated with that. The Cache Creek Club is in a tenant exclusive space. It's not in the space that was previously considered for the community room. So it's not that space. It's a separate tenant exclusive space that was built out by the 49ers using our own dollars. So no public dollars went into that club or the build of that club. And you know, that there is these seats specifically will be club seats. We have not specified the specific club that they will have access to. I think that's still being determined. But that Cache Creek Club is one that was built out by the 49ers at our own cost.
Thank you. Authority Member Becker, your hand's back up again.
Thank you, Mayor. To clarify some information that I think was kind of falsely stated, that I do believe that there was an email that was sent out to all the council members to attend this event that happened last Thursday. I did see the email come through. I think city manager sent it to everybody. And so we did receive that information if we wanted to go. But again, you know, I think this is a win for our city and our stadium authority. I think it's going to help us. We need the money right now. But, you know, I hear words about lobbying and stuff like that, which is a very false accusation. At the same time, I just think it's a bunch of sour grapes.
All right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? Councilmember Watanabe, followed by, Authority Member Watanabe, followed by Authority Vice Chair Jane. Well, actually, Authority Member Chahal jumped ahead. All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Kathy.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, no,
Raj,
I'd like to clarify, yes, there was an email received by all the members of the council. I believe it was last Monday, and it was for a private event. It wasn't a public event. It was a private event. And in that case, under that designation, a private event is not something that we can all attend. So this has nothing to do with sour grapes. It's just the reality of the situation. So thank you.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is not the first time we are hearing some accusations. That's okay. So if I analyze everything, if we don't do anything, we only get the 10% of the seat. And I don't see any downside to this thing. If anybody sees any downside, let me know if there is any. If we are getting $1.3 million just to pay off our debt, and not only that debt is at some percentage of interest rate, right? That will save us, there's additional money probably we'll be saving on that debt going forward. So, and I appreciate negotiation by city manager, city attorney, and team staff. And I'm glad that you took out some of the liabilities like seat maintenance and repair. You are not responsible for any of those. No food and beverages. And if NFL does not approve it, we keep the money which we used it for a year and give the money, rest of it money back, basically. That's no risk. We are not paying 100% back, basically. So there's no risk about that based on amortization. And I know council members were talking about saving $200K here and $200K there and $1 million there spending. This is a net income, basically, to pay out the debt for this stadium. So this is not a small chunk of money. This is a good amount of money. And for the last 3 years, we have not been getting this. This is a bonus we are getting on top of what we did not get anything for the last 3 years, basically. So it does make sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense to anybody, let me know, convince us, and we'll go with that route. Thank you.
Authority Member Vice Chair Jane.
Yeah, it's pretty late. I think I would request that we take a vote.
If no one else has comments, I'd like to make some comments. First of all, these seats were put in a few years ago without the approval of the Stadium Authority. And City Executive Director, your predecessor, was working hard to try to get fair market value and the fair share for these seats for the Stadium Authority and ultimately the city. And she was asking for the fair market value and was not able to get the approval and the acceptance of the team for those seats. So those seats were put in without Stadium Authority blessings or approval. They just did it. The way I look at it now is that the offer on the table right now for $17,000 a seat and 10% of the ticket price is is very interesting because, first of all, we had no third party that looked at these seats to see if we're actually getting fair market value, because it looks like the team's SBL team, came up with this number and said this is what we think it's worth. But there's two things that are happening here. One is if you have a low SBL price, then you can have a really high ticket price. So unfortunately, we're now here on the SBL low price, where the Stadium Authority is down here, and the team has those ticket prices way up here. I would like to see more parity, that we have a higher SBL price, and maybe they have to lower their ticket price a little, but at least the Stadium Authority is going to achieve the money to pay down that debt and get market value for those seats. What I hear on the dais now is, oh, we'll take anything, it's better than nothing. And that's not how I think. The way I think is that the Stadium Authority has a responsibility to the public to get market value for those seats. And I'll give you an example. What we're getting now based on 30 years is that for each seat, we're getting about $530 a year and $25 per ticket sale. If they're at, I gave them the benefit of the doubt that they're at the base price of the ticket, $250. We only get 10% of the base price. So whether it's $200, maybe we'll get $20 a ticket, or if it's $250, we'll get $25 a ticket. So we're getting $750 per seat per year. Using the numbers that were in the previous staff report at $1,200 a ticket, assuming it's $1,200 a ticket, they'll be getting $1,175 per game and $11,750 per seat per year over the life of. So they'll be getting a lot for their ticket sales at $1,200 a ticket. So the revenues for us is about, I calculated it, close to $1.6 million per year. I mean, over the 30-year life. Remember, $1.6 million over 30 years. So that's about $1.6 million over 30 years is what we're going to get, based on ticket sales of $250. Their revenue over 30 years using $1,200 is $25 to $32 million over the 30 years. So we're $1.6 million and they're $25 to $32 million. That would be fine if their ticket sales were at $1,200, but they're not. Last year, they sold those tickets for $1,500. And they had access to Cache Creek. It's in their advertisements. You can just Google it and look it up. They say the seats will have the access to Cache Creek. So I guess nobody's making it up. That's what they advertise themselves. But when you look at the projected ticket prices for this upcoming season, they say, oh, we're going to have a hard time selling these seats, and maybe the ADA seats, we're not going to give you an SBL because it's going to be difficult. The minimum price is $900 a ticket, but the majority are between $2,500 and $4,400 a ticket. So when I say 25 to 32 million, you can double or triple that to what they're going to make. So yes, this authority board can say, boy, we're so happy with these crumbs, but this is big, big, big money to them. And the fact that they have SBLs legitimizes what they did. So they need to have that so that they can have a legitimate contract because they put those seats in without our approval. So all I'm saying is that, this is an example of what they're doing to our Stadium Authority board and our city, ultimately our city. And I think that this is a glaring example of how the majority of this council and this Stadium Authority board is siding with the team and not with the city and the Stadium Authority, because this is a clear example that we are not getting fair market value for these SBLs. And I know the council's going to, I know it's going to be 5-2, but it's just wrong. It's wrong. So do the numbers, do the math. If I'm wrong, get an example. You can look it up yourself. Look it up yourself. Look at what the projected prices are for this year and what they're going to make. So yes, thank you for giving us these small amounts of money and, something that's not our fair share and our fair market value. So I will not support this motion because it is selling us out again. All right, down the line again. Authority Member Park, followed by Jane, followed by Chahal.
I understand, and I actually had concerns about what is the actual price. I think that the mayor's comment, Stadium Authority Chair's comments assume what a price is, and at some point, we can say that it's collusion of authority members who were not part of negotiations, or we say we trust the staff who were part of the negotiations, who did do their work. I think that it's kind of an affront to the staff who did the negotiations to suggest that we're not getting a good price or we're not getting what we could get from the SBLs. And I do appreciate, again, all the work staff does to get the city what it can get from the stadium. I mean, I think that this is welcome. It's one of the first times that I've been on council where we're looking at increasing the amount of money that we're getting for things that we weren't getting money on at all previously. And again, I think that we can make a lot of assumptions as to what things are worth, and we can also have some faith in staff to do their job and bring to the city what the city can get. Thank you.
Authority Vice Chair Jane.
Yeah, so from my understanding, these SBLs or these field seats have been there since 2018. The council majority, let's say, changed in 2020, but nothing happened before that. The 49ers were just making the $900 a ticket, and we were still getting our 10% of NFL base ticket price. So I don't understand why it didn't happen then. But that's the same with all the SBLs. Every SBL in the whole stadium. According to your argument, we're not getting our fair share, but that's the agreement that you guys cut well before I was here. So all I'm saying is that we need the money, and now we're finally getting some of the money from those seats.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor, Chair. So if I go with your corollary, Chair, 10% of X amount, aren't we getting that 10% all across the stadium? It means we messed up with the contract from the day one, basically, that we did not do the right judicious decision at that time. If we would have asked for 10% of the whole ticket, not the base price, that would have been a base today also. But what we did for other like 60,000 or 50,000 seats, we had the base parameter. Okay, we'll charge you 10% on the base. And that's the basic contract. And now we are trying to play a different thing. Oh, okay, on these ones, you have to give us different. Whereas on the other ones, other 50,000, that base was okay. So either the contract from the very beginning was messed up, or we are trying to set up a different goalpost for these seats, basically. So I don't understand the comparison of these two things. And if it is a judicious decision for the city for getting some money, I'm comparing, like, if they would have said, oh, we are not going to give you 10% of the basic on these, we will give you 5%, whereas all other stadium seats, we are giving you 15%, then I would have objected to it. No, that's wrong. You give us the same base price what you're giving on the other seats. And if the comparable seat, even if the $20,000 seats, which are SBL seat right now, if they are taking the base only of $250 a ticket, wherever they may be selling it for $1,000. So from your perspective, we should have made tons and tons of money from 50,000 other 55,000 seats, which is not correct to compare the way you are comparing on that. And that's a mismatch of the math we are doing over here. Thank you.
I'm just going to respond to those last two comments. It's obvious they didn't understand what I was saying. Basically, the SBL price is too low. It's not fair market value. That was my entire point. Authority Member Becker.
Mayor,
Authority Member Becker.
Can I respond to your?
No, I'm going to him.
Okay.
And then we go back in line again if you want to line up again.
Thank you, Chair. So, I really appreciate what Councilmember Jane just said and what Councilmember Chahal just said. This contract was signed years ago, and it wasn't by any of us on this council. Actually, a majority of this council, minus myself, voted against having the stadium in the city of Santa Clara. So, I hear you, Mayor, I hear you, Chair, when you talk about, the fair market value. I believe it's a fair market value. You were part of these original contracts, you were part of these original deals, and I'll say it again, and I've said it before, don't hate the player, hate the game that you wrote. This is what we have to deal with, and these are what the contracts say. So this is what we are doing, and we're going to make every piece of revenue we can. It's not crumbs, it's what is in the contract, and that is the contract you and former members of this council agreed to. And we can't eliminate that fact. You can't rewrite history every council meeting and then turn around and gaslight every single member on this council. So we will defend ourselves as much as we can, but it comes down to the point that we are doing our jobs. We were elected to do a job, and that was to make money off of this stadium, and that's what we're doing. And to say that we didn't find every resource, it's almost like we're slapping our staff in the face, like they didn't be around the clock to get this information. And again, I appreciate our city attorney, our city manager, and our staff for going out there and getting this information on such a small time scale because the football season's coming around the corner. So I appreciate everything that you guys have done, and please do not take those insulting comments the wrong way.
Authority Member Becker, this is not from the original contract. This is a brand new SBL contract for these field seats, just for your information. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you. To that comment, this is a brand new contract, but the basis of the contract are the same what we had earlier, first of all. We are not trying to invent a brand new contract. The basis of the previous contract fit into this thing. Second thing, we should commend the staff which has done the negotiation from 10,000 to 17,500. And I mean, whole of a staff team for doing that. And if I may ask, what are the comparable seats right next to these seats? What is the SBL on those, basically? Do you know, city manager?
Councilmember Chahal, it varies. It can be 12,000, it could be 15,000, up to 20,000. That's what we saw.
Okay.
And that's why, adding the capital expenditure and putting the maintenance and taking out the banquet or food and beverage cost, that's how we arrived at this 17.5.
So that gives us a fair comparison of basically if we are, you can imagine Chair, you can imagine these seats can go for $100,000 or $120,000, but we have to depend on what the negotiation done by our staff for that matter. And there are comparable, it's not that these seats are all secluded in some Antarctica other than any other seats. They are close to some other seats, and they must have done a comparison of those seats, and that's the comparison of those.
I would ask all of you to Google this because it's really easy to find this information. But according to the 49ers, these are the most popular seats by far of any of the seats they have in the stadium. Just FYI, again, fair market value is what I would like to see. So we have a motion and a second to approve the seat licenses at this value. Roll call vote, please.
Board Member Watanabe. No. Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Board Member Becker.
Yes.
And Chair Gilmore.
No. So that passes 5-2. All right. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. If we have reports, to keep them short, please. Councilmember Becker.
Mayor, I'll keep this really short. Can you all hear me? Seems like it's really, there we go. Okay. Surround sound kicked in. Thank you, Mayor. So this last Thursday, I did attend the announcement to have the World Cup in the city of Santa Clara. I got to say, it was an extraordinary event to see us actually land this World Cup. I am proud to have supported this. I'm proud to actually be an original member that supported this in bringing the World Cup to the Bay Area and the city of Santa Clara, where we are the center of what's possible. Our community is rich with the diversity and has soccer fans from all around the world that are living here. They are all excited, especially our Santa Clara Portuguese community, about the Bay Area being home to soccer's biggest game. So I can't wait, and I'm sure that we're going to see the world here in 2026. Having the cup here in Santa Clara is on another level. I was 9 years old in 1994 when the cup was last held in the Bay Area at Stanford. So to be a part of this bid now is a dream come true for many. It'll be a transformative opportunity for Santa Clara and the region economically, and a stimulus to our businesses and community. And so I want to thank all my colleagues for supporting this resolution and bringing this world event to our community and our city.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was in Nashville last week at the American Public Power Association annual conference, and I went with several members, well, just one member of Silicon Valley Power, Deanna Hilbrantz, who's in the business department, and also with NCPA, the Northern California Power Agency. It was a wonderful opportunity. A lot was discussed over 4 days, but it was there was a lot of discussion about supply chain issues, labor force issues, the economy. Everybody's on the same page around the country. So, but it was just a great opportunity to hear about some topics that Silicon Valley Power is invested in, and NCPA. So I appreciated the opportunity, and just learning how to keep electricity reliable, resilient, affordable, and available. So so those were definitely some of the topics, and this was the brochure for the event. The other couple of things I wanted to mention, last Thursday was the memorial service in San Jose for the Honorable Norm Mineta. Anybody that was there just got to hear world speakers from, world leaders, national, local leaders. It was just a wonderful tribute to a great man, and who's just really, he put San Jose on the map, but at the same time, he loved everybody, and he was just always made himself available to everybody. So that was just a wonderful opportunity. And we also had a visit from several members from Limerick, Ireland, and we had enjoyed some tea with them, and we had Sister Cities president and past president in attendance, the mayor, myself, and talking about reinvigorating our relationship with Limerick, Ireland. And then finally, just for anybody who's still up that might want to know, Mission College is having a series of concerts on Wednesday nights out in their new facility, and I believe it's from 6 to 8. They have food trucks, so if anybody's looking for something different to do on a Wednesday night, Mission College is having some concerts. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I also attended Secretary Norm Mineta's memorial. It was very touching, and so much to learn from him. And I personally, he was a mentor to me and my son. They served on the same Sister City International Board. So great personality, great human being, down-to-earth gentleman. and his contribution towards the community, towards the United States itself is commendable. And given the circumstances, as President Clinton mentioned, he made a choice, whereas he could have sulked that he was put in intern camp as a boy, but no, he made a good choice to serve the country, and he did that. So that was a great memorial, touching memorial. On the second front, I also am very happy to get FIFA in the games in 2026 at Levi Stadium. That will be a tremendous boom for our businesses, and it will impact the economy in a positive way. And I'm glad we were a part of making it happen. And, it's coming out here. And a lot of residents have sent good commending messages about it, and they really liked about it. Thank you.
All right, that leads us to our, City Manager, Executive Director report. No report. Thank you. So that leads us to our adjournment. The first adjournment will be read by 4 council members. 3 council members? 4? Councilmember Chahal, I think you're going to start.
Thank you, Mayor. So today we adjourn in memory of Laura Mae Mahan, passed away peacefully in her home surrounded by her 3 daughters. She was born in San Jose and lived a long and fulfilled life. She was very active in Santa Clara community, serving as president of Women's Club and on the board of director of Santa Clara University Catala Club. She was happily married for 58 years to John Mahan, Santa Clara City Council member. After his death, she remarried John Patrick Lucchesi, her high school sweetheart, and enjoyed 3 years together before his passing.
Laura worked for the Santa Clara Unified School District for many years as cafeteria manager at Scott Lane School. She loved shopping, Sunday family dinners, playing cards, and board games with friends and family. She and her husband traveled the world and visited many an exotic shore.
She was dearly loved by her family and took great pride in all of their accomplishments. Jeannie, an educator, Patty, an attorney, and Bernie, a dentist. She will always be remembered and cherished by her family. Jeannie Mahan, Terry Visger, Patricia Mahan, John Boyles, Bernadette Mahan, Dr. Neil White, grandchildren Nick Visger, Whitney Wills Visger, Teddy Visger, Colin Mahan Boyles, Sean Boyles, Rowan Victor, Kathy White, Jared Slesnick, Allison White, and great-grandchildren Cameron and Olivia Visker.
The family is forever grateful to Vanessa Servin and Bertha Nuno for their dedicated and tender care of their mother, Laura Mahan.
I always appreciated how sweet, classy, kind, and encouraging Laura was to everyone. I know I was a recipient of her classiness and kindness many times. Obviously, this is where her daughters learned to be the same way from her wonderful example. Her life will be celebrated this Friday on June 24th at the Lima Family Mortuary, starting at 9 o'clock to 10, and at 10:30 the services will be at St. Clair, Santa Clara Mission Cemetery, followed by a reception at the Women's Adobe on the Alameda in Santa Clara. And donations can go to the Santa Clara's Women's Club for the preservation of that historic adobe where Laura spent many hours and fun at the Women's Club. Thank you. She will be desperately missed.
I would also like to ask that we adjourn this meeting in memory of Santa Clara resident Mario Joseph Gerasi. Mario Joseph Gerasi passed away at 98 years of age in San Jose on May 30th, 2022. Mario was born in San Jose to Salvador and Teresa Gerasi. He graduated from Mountain View High School, Santa Clara University, and Pacific University College of Optometry. He was a World War II Navy veteran, and upon returning to Santa Clara, he started a successful optometry practice, providing 35 years of dedicated service to his valued patients. In 1956, Mario married the love of his life, Doris Marsali, and they were inseparable for over 65 years. Having grown up on his family's nursery, Mario was a skilled gardener. He maintained a large backyard fruit and vegetable garden and always shared the produce with family and friends. Mario enjoyed preparing meals with Doris and hosting family gatherings filled with good food, laughter, and conversation. He was a devoted, active grandpa who eagerly attended his grandchildren's school, sporting, and theater events. He was also a longtime supporter of Santa Clara University basketball, attending almost all their home games. Mario will be lovingly remembered by Doris, their children Kathy and Steve, and their 6 grandchildren. I'd also like to include the adjournment in memory of former Mayor Larry Farger, who we talked about at the beginning of this meeting tonight. So may I have a motion to adjourn in all 3 of their memories?
So be it.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal.
Madam Mayor, I heard a second by Councilmember Becker.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal. Sorry, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, so we're all hearing things.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Have a good morning, everyone.